Chapter 1812. Whoosh, a burst of flames burned the seal. The clouds first turned red, then crimson. In the blink of an eye, they turned into nothingness as if they were burned by the flames. Xiao Hua's expression changed. This was the first time he met an opponent with the cloud-suppressing seal. However, he didn't doubt that if Qian Yuhua was killed by the seal, he wouldn't be a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. While he was thinking, Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and released dozens of clouds from the cloud-suppressing seal, which continued to smash towards Qian Yuhua. He waved his hand again and the cloud-suppressing seal flew back. Xiao Hua's figure rose up and grabbed the cloud-suppressing seal with his hand. With a loud shout, he first poured his spiritual energy into the cloud-suppressing seal. Then, just like the Vajra Dharma body, he gathered all his strength and smashed the cloud-suppressing seal towards Qian Yuhua. Qian Yuhua still had a smile on his face. He waved his Daoist robe to block the phoenix celestial body while gently fanning his yang leaf fan. Raging flames surged from the fan and melted the clouds of the cloud-suppressing seal. However, when the cloud-suppressing seal attacked again, the whistling wind and the faint deterrence of a Dharma treasure caused Qian Yuhua to frown. Qian Yuhua moved. He actually used the hibernating thunder escape. Before the cloud-suppressing seal smashed into his defense, he quickly dodged to the side. Contrary to Qian Yuhua's expectations, the seal didn't miss. Instead, it followed his body and smashed towards him without any decrease in momentum. Oh, is this a spirit tool? Qian Yuhua was stunned. Bam! The cloud-suppressing seal smashed into his arm that he couldn't dodge in time. Ouch! Qian Yuhua cried out in pain. The light on his arm flickered as if it was on the verge of being annihilated. Moreover, as the cloud-suppressing seal was raised, palm-sized fragments fell from his Daoist robe. Whoosh! Qian Yuhua waved his hand and a dragon-like flame shot out from his yang leaf fan. It surged around the seal and pushed it into the air. Hiss! Qian Yuhua couldn't help but groan. He looked at his injured arm with shame and anger. He urged his magic power and the light on his arm surged again to protect him. However, the arm that was injured by the suppressing cloud seal was still in pain. Xiao Hua, this old man, still underestimated you. Qian Yuhua grinned evilly, but his eyes flashed with satisfaction and joy. The more outstanding Xiao Hua's cultivation was, the more valuable it would be to possess him. How could he not be happy? Sigh, magic power, magic power. Xiao Hua watched as Qian Yuhua took out 2 medicinal pills from his storage pouch. He swallowed one and chewed the other before spraying it on his arm. He knew that although the cloud-suppressing seal was effective, it didn't have much of an effect. Moreover, the cloud-suppressing seal was severely burned by the surging fire clouds. It flipped several times and couldn't be lowered. He couldn't help but sigh at the difference between true essence and true qi. When Qian Yuhua waved his Daoist robe and blocked Xiao Hua's phoenix celestial body, Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and flew towards Qian Yuhua. Seeing Xiao Hua flying towards him, Qian Yuhua was delighted. Just as he was about to cast a spell, he frowned and glanced down. You have a lot of things, don't you? This old man forgot about you, puppet. The snake-shaped puppet flew towards Qian Yuhua's feet at the same time as Xiao Hua, opening its mouth to bite Qian Yuhua's foot. Go! Qian Yuhua naturally didn't think that the puppet would really bite him. He kicked his foot slightly, and a hazy light flew out. Not only did it block the puppet's path, but it also sent it flying to the side. At this time, Xiao Hua had also flown to Qian Yuhua's left side. Xiao Hua waved his hand as if he was taking something out of his storage pouch. A rather large devil hammer appeared in his hand. As Xiao Hua waved it, a wind several times fiercer than the cloud-suppressing seal appeared and smashed towards Qian Yuhua. Demonic weapon? Qian Yuhua was completely shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to have so many hidden methods. In a hurry, he waved his left hand and cast several spells, instantly setting up several fiery red defenses in front of him. Pa! 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 The demonic hammer hit the top of Qian Yuhua's defense. It was like smashing glass. The defense shattered into sparks and fell to the ground. I've underestimated you. Qian Yuhua was startled. Seeing that the demonic hammer was about to hit his arm again, Qian Yuhua hurriedly used the hibernating lightning escape to dodge to the side. But at this moment, a red and green sword light suddenly flew out of the snake-shaped puppet that he had just knocked aside. It fiercely blocked the direction in which he wanted to dodge. A flying sword? Qian Yuhua knew with a sweep of his divine sense. Moreover, the boundless negative karma from the dream executioner was making the mental cultivation method in his body feel strained. Qian Yuhua knew how powerful the demonic hammer was and didn't dare to take it head-on like before. He still retreated towards the dream executioner, but with a wave of his Daoist robe, several fiery red lights appeared and blocked the dream executioner's sword. I'll let you have a taste of my power. The demonic hammer in Xiao Hua's hand didn't change. His other hand formed a sword seal, and a red and green sword light instantly split into 8. 4 of them were blocked by the red brilliance, while the other 4 pierced into Qian Yuhua's Daoist robe at an extremely fast speed. Poof! The 4 sword lights stabbed into Qian Yuhua's armpits at the same time. As the dream executioner's sword light surged, the light on Qian Yuhua's Daoist robe flashed violently. Qian Yuhua felt that something was wrong and immediately flew up. The dream executioner was actually able to pierce through Qian Yuhua's Daoist robe. It could probably leave 4 bloody marks on Qian Yuhua's body. Go! Xiao Hua was overjoyed and also flew up. The demonic hammer was still aimed at Qian Yuhua's leg. The dream executioner paused in midair and then flew up again to chase after Qian Yuhua. Forget it. Seeing how powerful Xiao Hua was, Qian Yuhua's playful mood was long gone. He wanted to protect Xiao Hua's body and take over his body. Qian Yuhua waved his hand and several fire dragons flew towards Xiao Hua and the dream executioner. Qian Yuhua flew to the side and first took a pill to heal himself. Then he stood in midair and pondered. The flames of the Xianxia fan were indeed powerful. It actually blocked the dream executioner. Xiao Hua also had some misgivings. When the fire dragons flew towards him, he used the demonic hammer to break them apart. He didn't chase after them. During this brief pause, Xiao Hua suddenly felt a burning sensation on his back. Without any hesitation, Xiao Hua dodged to the left. He had almost forgotten that there was a fire essence chasing after him in the eastern ridge. Although it was a good thing, Xiao Hua didn't know how to use it. If he rashly came into contact with it, he would definitely be burned into nothingness like Qian Yuhua's Dharma artifact earlier. Chapter 1813. Ha ha ha. Qian Yuhua laughed from afar. Naturally, he saw the fire essence flying towards him and stopped to see if Xiao Hua was hit. When he saw Xiao Hua dodge, he slapped his hand and took out a long sword from his storage pouch. A magic tool? Xiao Hua was vigilant, but when he saw Qian Yuhua take out a magic tool, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, Qian Yuhua didn't care about Xiao Hua's doubts at all. His figure once again flew towards Xiao Hua. He waved his yang leaf fan to block the cloud-suppressing seal with one hand and slowly swung his long sword with the other. As the long sword danced, a shadow of the long sword emerged from the long sword. It gathered Qian Yuhua's magic power and pressed down on Xiao Hua with an earth-shattering force. Ah! Isn't this a magic tool? Xiao Hua was shocked and blurted out. Ha, ignorant child. Qian Yuhua sneered and waved his Daoist robe, releasing a large amount of light to block the dream executioner. With your magic power, what's the difference between using a magic tool with my magic power? Don't think that any magic tool is good. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. Seeing the sword phantoms flying towards him, he knew Qian Yuhua wasn't lying. Qian Yuhua's magic power was indeed profound. Although Xiao Hua's magic power wasn't inferior to that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, it was only true qi in his meridians and not true essence. Even if it was true essence, Qian Yuhua was a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Xiaohua hurriedly brandished his devil hammer, wanting to block the sword images. Ka 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 ka, several ear-splitting sounds rang out as the sword images all landed on the devil hammer. A huge force was transmitted from the devil hammer, shaking Xiaohua back in the air. Xiaohua had always used strength to break magic. Now that he met Qian Yuhua, who used magic power to exchange for strength, Xiaohua had no choice but to suffer in front of Qian Yuhua's powerful magic power. Magic power and strength were both ordinary. Sometimes, it depended on who was more powerful. Qian Yuhua laughed heartily when he saw that his sword had succeeded. He used the hibernating lightning escape to catch up with Xiaohua. Xiaohua's figure moved. He wanted to use the bright thunder escape, but he resisted and still used ordinary flying techniques. He fled left and right, using the demonic hammer to block the long sword while commanding the phoenix battle form to continue fighting Qian Yuhua. In the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua was in danger several times. His phoenix celestial body was also shattered by Qian Yuhua's long sword, and he was almost caught up by the fire origin. It still won't work. Xiaohua tried his best to resist while thinking to himself, this guy's magic power is deeper than mine. I don't see any signs of exhaustion at this moment. Moreover, the defense around his body is also very tight. My method. I'm afraid it might not be effective. Even though Dream Executioner can't hurt him, he can still wear down his defenses. This young master will have to endure for a while longer. After making up his mind, Xiaohua's eyes turned. He felt that the devil hammer didn't have any advantage over Qian Yuhua's sword. Moreover, although his magic power couldn't compare to Qian Yuhua's, he still had a lot of fire from the fire marrow flame crystal in his meridians. Why couldn't he speed up the tempering process? With that thought in mind, Xiaohua put away the demonic hammer, clapped his hands, and took out the yang leaf fan. Ahahaha. Xiaohua, you also have the yang leaf fan? Qian Yuhua grinned. You're only an aura refining disciple, yet you dare to compete with me with a magic weapon? How do you know who's stronger if you don't try? Xiaohua sneered. The dragonization art in his body sped up, and the Prairie Blaze Heart Sutra in his meridian sped up the tempering of the flames. The true qi generated turned into magic power and rushed into the yang leaf fan. With a whoosh, Xiaohua waved the yang leaf fan just like Qian Yuhua. A fire dragon that wasn't inferior to Qian Yuhua's flew out from the yang leaf fan and rushed into Qian Yuhua's sword shadow. Strange. Seeing the power of the yang leaf fan, Qian Yuhua was shocked. He was already shocked when Xiaohua used the cloud-suppressing seal several times to block his yang leaf fan. He didn't expect Xiaohua to take out another magic weapon. Even he, a peak foundation establishment cultivator, couldn't use two magic weapons at the same time. This guy. Qian Yuhua's shock didn't disappear. He thought Xiaohua was using a secret technique to summon the yang leaf fan as a last-ditch struggle. He thought he only needed to hold on for a while, and Xiaohua's magic power would be exhausted and he would lose without a fight. He didn't expect Xiaohua to not only use the cloud-suppressing seal to entangle his yang leaf fan, but he also used the Dream Executioner to wear down his defense bit by bit. In the end, the yang leaf fan successfully blocked his sword dance. Qian Yuhua knew that his divine sense was limited and he couldn't use two magic weapons at the same time. Therefore, he specifically looked for a suitable magic weapon for the sword dance. This sword dance had accompanied him for over 100 years, and its power wasn't inferior to an ordinary magic weapon. Just now, when he fought with Xiaohua's devil hammer, he saw its power. However, when Xiaohua first waved the sun leaf fan, it was still a little obscure. The fire dragon in the sun leaf fan was slightly damaged, and the power of the flames was far from being comparable to Qian Yuhua's sun leaf fan. It was difficult to deal with the sword shadows of the sword dance. Occasionally, some of the sword shadows would break through the flames and attack Xiaohua. Xiaohua had no choice but to use some strange movement skills to dodge the sword shadows. However, after a long time, Qian Yuhua felt something was wrong. The fire dragon flying out of the yang leaf fan became more and more round. Although the fire couldn't compare to his yang leaf fan, Xiaohua's magic power didn't show any signs of exhaustion. This guy's magic power. Could it be related to the flames around his body? Qian Yuhua thought to himself. As soon as he entered the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's magic array, he felt that the fire spiritual energy here was too rich, and Xiaohua's body was surrounded by flames. Naturally, he had his suspicions, but he couldn't ask why. At this time, he naturally linked the two together. However, even if he knew something was wrong, Qian Yuhua wouldn't retreat. His thoughts were the same as Xiaohua's. This flame essence was something he had to obtain. Moreover, Xiaohua was an aura refining cultivator, so there was no way he could escape. Therefore, a very strange situation occurred. One was a peak foundation establishment cultivator, and the other was a peak aura refining cultivator. Unexpectedly, they were locked in a fierce battle in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. What was even more strange was that the peak aura refining disciple was using 2 magic weapons, 8 sword lights, and a dharma body. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Moreover, the magic weapon in the aura refining disciple's hand was exactly the same as the foundation establishment cultivator's magic weapon. The two sides were evenly matched in their battle. Perhaps it was because both sides had the intention to fight, but Xiaohua was still dodging the fire essence from time to time. The battle between the two quickly went on for a day and a night. During this day and night, the two had consumed a lot of magic power. The flames around Xiaohua's body had somewhat withered, not having 70% of their previous strength. Qian Yuhua had also taken many medicinal pills, so he was barely able to cope with the current situation. After such a long battle, Qian Yuhua finally understood that the Xiaohua in front of him was not as simple as the Xiaohua he had inquired about. If he wasn't a peak foundation establishment cultivator and only lacked the opportunity to condense his core, he would have already been defeated by Xiaohua's endless magic power. Seeing that Xiaohua's magic power didn't show any signs of weakening, and his own magic power was nearly exhausted, and his protective magic weapon was nearly worn out by the dream executioner, Qian Yuhua unconsciously wanted to retreat. But at that moment, a strange change occurred. Xiaohua circulated his arcane energy and waved the sun leaf fan with all his might. Most of his arcane energy was formed from his own true qi, and some of it was formed from the fire marrow flame crystals that he had yet to refine. After a long period of fighting, the sun leaf fan in his hand could no longer withstand the pressure. As he waved, the sun leaf fan first emitted a strand of orange light, igniting itself. This is bad. Seeing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but complain. He threw away the yang leaf fan and immediately took out the aquamarine pearl from his space. However, right now, the Eastern Ridge is the world of fire-type spiritual energy. Xiaohua also has the fire origin chasing after him. And, not to mention the fire-type spiritual energy in Xiaohua's meridians, this aqua blue pearl can only display 20% of its power. The blue watery light couldn't block the sword dance, and several sword lights fell on Xiaohua's shoulders. With a zing-zing sound, the spiritual armor on Xiaohua's body emitted a fiery red brilliance and blocked the sword lights. Oh my, he also has a magic weapon. Qian Yuhua was already used to this, but he was still a bit surprised. This is it. Qian Yuhua took advantage of the moment when Xiaohua withdrew the aquamarine pearl and took out the demonic hammer to throw the sword dance. It turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced towards Xiaohua's face. Then, he clapped his hands and took out a shiny talisman. Qian Yuhua spat a mouthful of essence blood on the talisman, and the talisman turned purple. Go! Qian Yuhua's face darkened. He chanted a mantra, and the magic energy in his body surged into the talisman. The talisman turned into a 3-meter-long purple-red hand that grabbed at Xiaohua like a giant boulder. Ah! The giant purple hand carried an incomparable might, making Xiaohua feel like he couldn't resist. Moreover, under the giant hand, his whole body seemed to be imprisoned, making it impossible for him to resist. Xiaohua wanted to use his phoenix avatar to block the giant hand, but the giant hand was too fast, and his avatar was on the other side of Qian Yuhua. Dang! The sword dance hit Xiaohua's hastily taken out demonic hammer, and Xiaohua's figure was knocked down several feet. All right. Success or failure, let's do it again. Seeing that Qian Yuhua's giant hand talisman was something he couldn't contend against, and then seeing that Qian Yuhua was a bit weak after using the talisman, Xiaohua steeled his heart and waved the devil hammer in his hand. His body suddenly moved, and the bright thunder escape that he had been holding back for a long time suddenly erupted. He rushed towards Qian Yuhua like a meteor. Ah! Bright thunder escape. Qian Yuhua's shock was not as great as before. He clearly saw that the bright thunder escape he had dreamed of was actually used by a peak chi refinement disciple. The bright thunder escape was indeed worthy of its reputation. Even as Qian Yuhua tried to use the hibernating thunder escape to escape, Xiaohua was already in front of him. Chapter 1814. Qian Yuhua was shocked when he saw the devil hammer flying toward him, but he didn't panic. Although the devil hammer was heavy and Xiaohua was strong, it couldn't break through his magic power defense. Sure enough, with a muffled bang, Qian Yuhua's body flashed with brilliance. Qian Yuhua had only used a bit of magic power, but the giant hand in the air was already chasing after him. Xiaohua's body could no longer move. Right at this moment, Xiaohua opened his mouth slightly, and another red and green ray of light shot out from his mouth. Qian Yuhua heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the same sword light. Although this sword light was aimed in the direction of the devil hammer, which was also where his heart was, he had no doubt that his protective treasure would be able to block it. Therefore, Qian Yuhua's gaze landed on the purple-red giant hand with ease. He poured all of his magic power into the giant hand. This was his last resort and also a life-saving measure. He would not use it until the last moment. If Xiaohua had not been so strong today, he would not have used his blood essence. For a cultivator like him who was close to the end of his life, blood essence was much more precious than magic power. Seeing that the huge hand was about to land on Xiaohua's immobile back, Qian Yuhua's body also flashed with a protective brilliance. However, the moment the brilliance flashed, the cyan-red flying sword suddenly burst into an abnormally brilliant fiery red color. The originally insignificant flying sword's aura instantly soared by more than 10 times. Qian Yuhua's magic power defense only resisted for a moment before it was completely destroyed. Not good. Qian Yuhua's divine sense could not follow the flying sword. Seeing the abnormality with the flying sword, he immediately used his divine sense secret technique and did not hesitate to use all of his magic power to mend the pen after the sheep was lost. Unfortunately, the consumable magic treasure that Xiaohua had hidden for a day and a night was refined by a golden core cultivator. Its power was too overbearing. Qian Yuhua's divine sense had only just touched the magic treasure. Even his right hand gave up on resisting the phoenix celestial body and tried to grab the magic treasure. All of this was in vain. The magic treasure hummed and disappeared into Qian Yuhua's body. With a muffled bang, a large bloody hole appeared in Qian Yuhua's chest. Not only was there a hole in his magic treasure, but his chest was also pierced through. Ah! Qian Yuhua's eyes were filled with disbelief. He stared at Xiaohua's joyful face and slightly raised his finger. He was still somewhat unwilling to fall from the sky. At the same time, the joy on Xiaohua's face disappeared as his body suddenly fell. He paid the price of falling into the trap to kill Qian Yuhua, but this trap had already landed on his back. With a loud bang, the huge hand struck Xiaohua's back at an extremely fast speed. Xiaohua's back was instantly covered with a flash of lightning. The defensive effect of the protective armor on his back had taken effect. However, the giant hand's power was too great. Following a series of crackling sounds, all of the lightning was extinguished by the giant hand. Xiaohua screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was even faster than Qian Yuhua's corpse as he was smashed into the mountain rocks of the eastern mountain. After the giant hand hit Xiaohua, a golden light flashed and it turned into a tattered spirit talisman. It floated down from the sky and floated down. Coincidentally, the fire origin also caught up with Xiaohua. Xiaohua spat out a mouthful of blood into the pitch-black void, and at the same time the red blood was burned away, the golden threads within the blood also entered the fire origin, disappearing without a trace. Then, the fire origin changed its direction and flew towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua's entire body was smashed into the mountain rocks. He only felt his vision darken, and he almost fainted. Before he could even groan and move his hands and feet, a scorching heat descended from the sky, pouncing towards his back. Damn it! Is there an end to this? Xiaohua bitterly smiled and forcefully circulated his true qi and magic power. His body flew down the mountain rocks. Who would have thought that after the fire essence obtained the golden threads in Xiaohua's blood, its movement speed would actually increase? It followed Xiaohua and flew down. The mountain rocks it touched were all turned into magma in an instant. Most of them were also vaporized. Oh my god, this fire essence, how powerful is it? Xiaohua grasped the fire essence's speed and flew in front while secretly looking back. He was shocked. How do I temper such a ferocious thing in the world? Xiaohua thought about the light escape technique in his heart. It seemed to only talk about practicing the 5 elements escape technique, tempering the 7 colors of the bones, and using the 5 elements to temper the bones. As for how to temper the bones and how to use the 5 elements, it didn't mention a single word. It was as if it was an extremely easy and simple matter that was not worth mentioning. The only thing a cultivation technique needed to provide was a direction to practice. As for how to practice, it was a trivial matter. Damn it! What kind of cultivation technique is this? Xiaohua felt as if he had boarded a pirate ship. This was the fire essence that even a late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator was helpless against. He wanted to temper it into his bones. How ridiculous was this? Oh right, since this Foundation establishment realm cultivator came to collect the fire essence, he must have made a lot of preparations. This young master doesn't understand, but I can look for his jade slip. Xiaohua suddenly realized and immediately flew to the side of Qianyuhua's corpse. He took out the giant hand talisman and his storage pouch. There were many things in Qianyuhua's storage pouch. Xiaohua only took a rough look. He first took out the jade slip and looked at it for a long time. Finally, he found the content he wanted to know in an inconspicuous and mottled jade slip. However, when he finished reading the contents, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alas, this guy, he really died in vain. Xiaohua smacked his lips and looked at Qianyuhua's corpse. He threw a fireball at it and shook his head. No wonder this guy called the fire essence when he saw it. It turns out this guy thought it was a fire essence flame crystal. This method of using the fire essence is similar to this young master's method and Zhong Yao's method. This cultivation technique can't temper a fire essence flame crystal. If this young master let him take away the fire essence, he would definitely be burned to a crisp by the fire essence. Xiaohua thought without malice. But soon after, he became worried. This fire origin was like a small tail that couldn't be shaken off. It followed him from underground to the surface, and then from the surface to the air. No matter how he tried, he couldn't shake it off. Moreover, Xiaohua also tried using the bright thunder escape to fly to another part of the Eastern Medicine Garden in a short period of time. But although the fire origin was moving slowly, the direction it was flying in wasn't slow at all. Xiaohua simply couldn't shake it off. Chapter 1815. This is good. Xiaohua was helpless. If he didn't deal with the fire origin, he wouldn't be able to go anywhere. He could only fly around the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden and play with the fire origin. Qianyuhua's corpse had already been incinerated, leaving only a 1-foot-long spirit armor on the ground. Xiaohua took the time to put away the spirit armor and saw a hole the size of a baby's fist in the middle of the armor. It was Xiaohua's consumable artifact that broke it. Fortunately, I had the magic tool refined by a golden core cultivator. Xiaohua still had some lingering fear. If it weren't for that magic tool, he would have been imprisoned by the golden hand. His life and death wouldn't have been up to him. Not necessarily. Don't I also have a spiritual armor? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. He then put away Qianyuhua's sword, Yi Yang Fan, and the talisman he used before. Afterward, he looked at the ground and saw that there were no more traces of Qianyuhua. Only then did he think about how to deal with the fire origin. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't know how many methods he came up with, but he didn't have absolute confidence. This thing couldn't be tested, so Xiaohua could only fly around the eastern ridge herb garden. After flying for a day and a night, when the first ray of sunlight shone on Xiaohua's body from the eastern horizon, he took in a breath of the sun's essence. When his gaze fell on his flying shadow on the ground, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be? Immediately after, the scene of his mind seeing the light escape technique appeared in his mind. It was a figure that looked like a human, but not a human. It was currently raising its hands and gesturing with its feet. Xiaohua couldn't understand its movements. Big Dipper Divine Fist? Xiaohua somewhat understood. But, if I practice the Big Dipper Divine Fist on my own, then how will I refine the fire origin? Xiaohua was confused again. However, he couldn't not do it. His current thoughts were the closest to the truth. Moreover, they were somewhat similar to the light escape technique. After contending with the fire origin for a while, Xiaohua landed on the ground. He looked at the fire origin and held his breath. When he was about 1 qi away from the fire origin, Xiaohua spread his arms and moved his feet on the ground. This was the starting stance of the Big Dipper God Fist. As Xiaohua struck out with the Big Dipper God Fist, a warm current emerged from Xiaohua's left foot and began to slowly temper his bones along with his moves. Xiaohua stared at the gradually approaching pitch-black hole. He was waiting for anything to go wrong, and he would immediately jump up. However, a miraculous scene appeared. The origin of fire first slowly flew towards Xiaohua's body, and Xiaohua could almost feel the incomparable heat of the origin of fire. Just as Xiaohua was about to give up, the origin of fire actually slowed down and finally stopped. There's hope. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He didn't dare to stop his starting stance, and immediately followed up with the second move. However, the second move required him to use his fist. If the fire origin didn't move, Xiaohua probably wouldn't be able to use the second move. At this moment, the fire origin moved, as if there was a suction force emerging from the bottom of Xiaohua's left foot. The fire origin rushed into the ground at an even faster speed than before. Soon after, it followed Xiaohua's bones, where the warm current had appeared, and entered. Ah! Suddenly, a pain that Xiaohua had never felt before came from his left foot. The fire origin seemed to be melting Xiaohua's bones inch by inch. Inch by inch, the bones were peeled off from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's entire body was trembling. Beads of sweat, which had never appeared before, covered his entire body. The Eastern Ridge's medicinal garden was no longer in front of his eyes. His entire body seemed to have fallen into a scorching, tearing space. Xiaohua's arms and legs were trembling. He was almost unable to continue with the Big Dipper Divine Fist, but his heart was like a mirror. The Big Dipper Divine Fist was his life-saving straw. At this moment, it was different from usual. He couldn't be the slightest bit careless. As long as there was a single mistake in the Big Dipper Divine Fist, the fire origin would immediately turn his bones into nothingness. Therefore, he forced himself to endure, and his teeth creaked as he clenched them. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was an aura-refining cultivator after all. His patience was really limited. As his arms trembled, the warm current faintly seemed to be about to stop. In his panic, Xiaohua suddenly remembered the Buddhist sect's Vajra Dharma body. Now, he couldn't care too much. His body shook, and the Phoenix Dharma body immediately broke free from his body. With a resounding cry, it spread its wings in midair. As soon as the Phoenix Dharma body appeared, the pain in Xiaohua's bones seemed to lessen by half. The warm current continued to move forward. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. At the same time, the Buddhist sect's Heart Sutra began to circulate without caring about anything else. The Phoenix Dharma body also began to dance along with Xiaohua's fighting god fist in midair. The Heart Sutra that Xiaohua used was naturally wrong. It didn't have any benefits for the Phoenix Dharma body's cultivation. However, it was quite effective in eliminating the pain. Moreover, as the Heart Sutra circulated, the 132 million slightly condensed dots in the Phoenix Dharma body actually slowly pulled apart. The entire Phoenix Dharma body gradually grew larger. Since the pain had lessened, Xiaohua's heart also calmed down. Although the bones seemed to disappear every time the fire origin passed by, Xiaohua still stood on the eastern ridge and continued to perform the Big Dipper magical fist. Therefore, Xiaohua was very much looking forward to seeing what the fire origin would look like after tempering the bones. Xiaohua might be able to see it with his delirium eyes, but he didn't have time to spare at this moment. The pitch-black collapse of the fire origin passed through Xiaohua's bones. Every time it passed, Xiaohua's bones, which had already returned to their original gray-white color, once again turned scarlet red. However, this scarlet red color was only 99%. Moreover, the scarlet red color wasn't spread evenly. The scarlet red color was formed by thin red threads. The pitch-black collapse passed through the bones, and the bones that passed through all emitted a transparent color. The red threads began to spread and began to merge with each other. It was as if the red color was gradually sprinkling on Xiaohua's bones. However, the fire origin passed through too quickly. The red fusion wasn't completely uniform, and also didn't completely fill up all the white areas. Very quickly, the 108 moves of the Big Dipper magical fist were finished. Xiaohua didn't dare to stop. With a wave of his hand, he began to perform the Big Dipper magical fist from the end to the end. The fire origin followed the warm current and tempered the bones once again. When the complete Big Dipper magical fist was finished, Xiaohua faintly felt that the pain had lessened by a bit. Moreover, he could also feel that his bones had also improved a bit. Continue. Xiaohua made a decision without the slightest hesitation. His hands and feet didn't stop as he continued to perform the Big Dipper magical fist. Over and over again, every time he struck, the heart-wrenching pain would lessen a little bit, and his bones would appear a little bit more. After striking 360 times, which was the number of cycles, the pain finally disappeared without a trace. The instant Xiaohua stopped, an incomparably comfortable feeling spread out from his bones. Xiaohua felt as if he was about to ascend to the heavens, as if he was about to become an immortal. At this time, all the bones in Xiaohua's body were completely red. Moreover, they were almost red and transparent. Roar! Xiaohua didn't hesitate to let out a long roar. Following his long roar, the Phoenix Dharma body, which was already 10 zhang in size, also let out a long roar. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua laughed loudly. Just as he was about to withdraw his Dharma body, pain came from the bones of his left foot again. This pain was different from before. It was actually the pain of his flesh being torn apart. Damn it! Xiaohua grimaced and cursed. Why, is it not done again? Fortunately, Xiaohua had already experienced incomparable pain just now. This pain was still bearable. Knowing that the Big Dipper magical fist wouldn't work anymore, Xiaohua simply sat down cross-legged, just like when he was refining the fire essence and flame crystal. He still operated the Buddhist Heart Sutra and let the Phoenix Dharma body cultivate outside his body. The fire origin was also strange. The path it traveled was very regular. It started from one of the small dots in Xiaohua's body, one after another, one after another. Everywhere it passed, the small black dot would give birth to a wisp of black flame. Then, the flame would be annihilated by the black dot. As the flame was annihilated, the black dot turned red, the same color as Xiaohua's bones. After an unknown amount of time, the fire origin passed through all the 132 million small dots that made up Xiaohua's body. These small dots all turned red. But this wasn't the end. Just as the last small dot turned red, the fire origin actually flew out of Xiaohua's body and rushed towards the Phoenix Dharma body. At this time, the Phoenix Dharma body was already 20 zhang in size. When the fire origin entered the Phoenix Dharma body, the Phoenix Dharma body also shook violently and almost collapsed in an instant. Xiaohua felt the same way. His entire body trembled again. Buddhist sect, Buddhist sect. Xiaohua couldn't help but tremble. He shouted in his heart and did his best to operate the Buddhist Heart Sutra. The time taken was several times longer than before, and the fire origin had also walked through the 132 million virtual points of the Phoenix celestial body. The small dots of the Phoenix Dharma body were originally empty. After passing through the fire essence and flame crystal, they showed signs of condensing. At this time, they had completely condensed and emitted a bewitching red brilliance. This time, it should be over, right? Xiaohua didn't have much confidence in himself. This was because he knew that the heat of the fire origin source was still in the Phoenix Dharma body. If this heat didn't disappear, then the fire origin source wouldn't be used up. Sure enough, the fire origin rushed into Xiaohua's meridians. Xiaohua almost cried. The pain of bones melting and flesh tearing had passed. Now, it was time for the pain of meridian splitting. Helpless, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and didn't withdraw the Phoenix Dharma body back into his body. The dragon transformation art circulated. This dragon transformation art was originally circulated automatically by Xiaohua using the blood shadow art. At this time, under Xiaohua's gaze, the fire origin followed the circulation of the dragon transformation art and unhurriedly tore apart Xiaohua's originally incomparably tough meridians. Chapter 18:16. Fortunately, it was night at this time. When Xiaohua closed his eyes, the stars in the sky shrouded him as usual. The power of the stars in the sky nourished Xiaohua's meridians like rain, causing them to once again be tenacious between tearing and healing. Of course, after being tempered by the fire origin, Xiaohua's original meridians were completely integrated with the dragon vein, forming a single meridian. And this meridian was covered with crimson. Just like a fire dragon. After an unknown period of time, all of Xiaohua's meridians were completely tempered. However, just as the fire origin was about to pass through the hidden meridians and rush into the middle dantian that was connected to the meridians, a mysterious fluctuation suddenly appeared in Xiaohua's space. Heavenly Dao? Xiaohua was shocked. He clearly felt that this fluctuation had a great connection with the heavenly Dao that he would take time to comprehend every day. As soon as the fire origin touched this fluctuation, it immediately rushed into Xiaohua's space as if it had heard its mother's call. Its speed was much faster than before. Pain. Xiaohua felt the heat all the way up, and there was only one thought in his mind. Oh no, there's still one more. When the fire origin reached the Buddha fire, Xiaohua suddenly remembered that he still had the empty shell of the spirit fire in the demon realm. Now that he had the fire origin, wouldn't he be able to ignite the spirit fire? In a flash, Xiaohua quickly moved the spirit fire to the fire origin. With a ting, the entire spirit fire was ignited, showing an extremely pure red color. The red color was so pure that it was almost transparent, and it was so beautiful that it could frighten people's souls. Great! Xiaohua saw that the spirit fire was ignited, and he was overjoyed. He placed the spirit fire back into his body to nourish it, and then paid attention to the fire origin. Since then, he had obtained endless benefits from the fire origin source, and he was already extremely satisfied. However, based on his intuition, Xiaohua felt that the fire origin source hadn't been consumed much. In fact, it was as if it hadn't been consumed at all. Since it was not consumed, how could Xiaohua send the fire origin away? Could it enter the space? Oh no, little yellow. My spiritual grass. My spirit stones. Xiaohua suddenly thought that the fire origin was so hot, as long as it entered the space, wouldn't everything turn into nothingness? What should we do? The space is filled with Xiaohua's treasures. Xiaohua panicked. He quickly immersed his consciousness into the space, wanting to move Goldie out of the space first. But everything was too late. When Xiaohua's mind entered the space, the fire origin also followed the fluctuations and entered the space. Alas! Xiaohua sighed, and prepared to welcome the calamity of the space. Rumble. Sure enough, the entire space started to shake. It was a kind of shaking that was close to the shaking of mountains and earth. Although Xiaohua's mind was formless, it was still shaking endlessly. Then, the pitch-black collapse gradually enlarged from a small dot. At the same time, it rapidly moved towards the higher part of the space. A kind of desire, a kind of joy, and a kind of peace filled the entire space. That pitch-black dot enlarged at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it submerged Xiao Hua's mind and filled the entire space. At this moment, that joyful aura disappeared again. Another kind of wild, scorching, fearless, pursuing, and rampant will wreak havoc in the entire space. This is fire. The true fire origin. The golden threads in Xiao Hua's blood were absorbed by the fire origin, and his mind was submerged in the fire origin. It was extremely easy for him to sense the true essence of the fire origin. Previously, all the bone tempering, body condensation, and red spirit fire were only the appearance of the fire origin. They were not the essence of the fire origin at all. The reason why the fire origin became an origin was because it was the beginning of fire. It contained the will of fire, the spirit of fire, and the origin of fire. This was a part of the heavenly Tao. This was the most precious part of the fire origin. If Xiao Hua only obtained the previous benefits and threw away the fire origin, then it would be like picking up a sesame seed and throwing away a blade of grass. When the heavenly Tao contained within the fire origin was infinitely enlarged in the space, the fluctuations of the heavenly Tao strengthened again. The fire origin that had already turned into the heavenly Tao was sucked into the starry sky and fused with the heavenly Tao in the space. Rumble. The entire space shook again. Flames suddenly appeared, and the entire starry sky was lit up. Xiao Hua's mind was in the space. He could even feel the heavenly Tao burning in the starry sky. His mind was like an ant, looking up at the boundless volcano. Although there was no hope of conquering this volcano, but the volcano was deeply engraved in the mind of an ant. Xiao Hua's mind was also burning. It burned without pain, and it burned with joy. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly woke up. It seemed like he had been reborn, but it also seemed like he had just woken up. The flames that stretched across the entire sky had long disappeared. The heavenly Tao's starry sky above the space was a lot brighter. Many places that were previously blurry were now clear. The orbits between the stars were also clear. Xiao Hua even had a feeling that he was in the starry sky. Great! Great! At this moment, Xiao Hua was already indescribably happy. He already somewhat understood the reason. It should be the heavenly Tao contained within the fire origin that had fused with the heavenly Tao's starry sky. The fire origin had absorbed the golden threads in Xiao Hua's blood, and brought Xiao Hua's thoughts and other things into the heavenly Tao. This was far stronger than when Xiao Hua only immersed his mind in the heavenly Tao to cultivate. Of course, this was only Xiao Hua's own understanding. As for whether it was true or not, how could he say for sure? Mother. Little Yellow's voice rang out. Xiao Hua instantly came to his senses and was overjoyed. He smiled and said, "Are you all right?" Little Yellow. Of course I'm fine. Mother, why did you come in? Are you taking me out to play? Little Yellow asked. Hee, didn't you feel anything different just now? Yes, as soon as Mother came in, the ground started to shake, and then the sky started to burn. After that, Mother fell asleep. How long did Mother sleep? In a while, after Little Yellow answered. Xiao Hua was amused. Of course, how could Little Yellow know how long she had slept? Let's go out. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Squeak squeak, Little Silver also seemed to understand. He had just been hugging his two paws and staying next to Little Yellow, but at that moment, he scurried onto Little Yellow's back. When Xiao Hua's mind left the space, everything in front of him had changed again. The flames that had been hovering around him earlier had now completely disappeared into his meridians. The prairie fire mantra was still running inside his body, and his cultivation had already reached the middle stage of level 18 of the Qi refinement realm. Furthermore, the chaotic and violent spirit Qi of heaven and earth in East Ridge's herb garden had already calmed down, and that scorching heat had also disappeared. Chapter 1817. It seems that the changes in the Eastern Ridge herb garden were caused by the origin of fire. This kind of vision must have landed in. Who is this guy? Xiaohua thought and was about to take out the token from his storage pouch, but when his hand touched the token, his heart stirred. True Samadhi fire appeared in his hand and instantly burned Xian Yuhua's token into nothingness. Who cares who he is? I don't want to know. If I do, it'll be a knot in my heart. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Anyway, I just need to kill a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. This guy must have seen the vision in the Eastern Ridge herb garden and thought of the so-called fire essence. He wanted to use the fire essence to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. But how did he know the origin of fire had appeared? Xiaohua thought and his eyes turned. His figure escaped into the ground. When he carefully investigated, he found the formation Xian Yuhua had set up. Good, this guy really put in a lot of effort. Such a big formation, I don't know how long he set it up. Xiaohua was flabbergasted. And he said those aura-refining disciples weren't killed by him. He must have been afraid that people would discover his formation and kill them, so they didn't dare to come over. The token for the herb garden's formation must have been taken away by him at that time. This guy actually knows how to set up formations. He must have these jade slips in his storage pouch. Xiaohua was delighted and thought, no wonder Chang Huan and the others like to kill people for their belongings. Every time they kill someone, they get endless benefits. How could it not attract him to kill people? It's just that this guy is a late-stage Foundation establishment senior. He seems to be from the Heavenly Thunder Palace. This guy's death will definitely cause a lot of panic. His things should all be stored in the space. Xiaohua knew the importance of Qian Yuhua's storage pouch. He threw everything into the space and burned the storage pouch with true Samadhi fire. Seeing the huge storage pouch get destroyed, Xiaohua's heart ached, but there was nothing he could do. This storage pouch couldn't be put into a storage pouch, and he couldn't, Thinking that the storage pouch couldn't be put into a storage pouch and couldn't be put into the space, Xiaohua was stunned and thought, storage pouches can't be put into storage pouches, but who said they can't be put into the space? Why am I acting up again? Don't jump to conclusions without trying. Thinking of this, Xiaohua untied a storage pouch from his waist and took out all the things he had hidden. With a thought, the storage pouch was smoothly put into the space without any changes. That's great. Xiaohua laughed, then pulled out his bag of holding to try again. The result was the same. Damn it, if I had known earlier that storage bags could be stored in the space, why would I have burned them? Looking at the ashes of the storage bag that had just been burned, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Little yellow and little silver seemed to be very fresh. The two little things flew around East Ridge's herb garden and seemed to be having a lot of fun, so Xiaohua didn't put them into his space. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Although the origin of fire caused a great commotion, its effects were all basic. Xiaohua had entered the middle stage of the 18th layer of the aura refining realm, and its effects were still in the fire marrow flame crystal. If he wanted to increase his magic power, he still had to temper the fire marrow flame crystal. A few more days passed. Xiaohua sensed that the formation was moving, so he withdrew his command token with the intention of opening the formation. However, the command token was actually ineffective. Oh no. Xiaohua immediately understood why Qian Yuhua had burned the other command token and said that he wouldn't need it anymore. It turned out that this guy had already tampered with the formation. I'm trapped inside. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and flew out again to carefully inspect the formation. Xiaohua had already set up the heavenly fire formation and refined the rabbit talisman before, so he had some understanding of formations. Moreover, Qian Yuhua had acted in a hurry, so he only changed the key areas and left most of the formation untouched. Xiaohua referred to Qian Yuhua's formation Jade Slip as the foundation and used more than 10 days to restore the formation of East Ridge's herb garden. When Xiaohua opened the formation, 2 crimson communication talismans flew in. They were both messages from Xiangyang in Myriad Thunder Valley. The first communication talisman said, Junior Brother Xiao, Junior Brother Chui has already sent back a thunder sound transmission talisman. He has already established his foundation and will return in 5 days. Master is very happy and wants us to go to the mountain gate to welcome him. The second communication talisman said, Junior Brother Xiao, Junior Brother Chui has already returned. Master is preparing to hold a celebration in Myriad Thunder Valley in 10 days. You have to come early. And last time you didn't come and didn't send a communication talisman, so Master was very angry. I said that you sent a communication talisman and were in seclusion, but Master didn't say anything. This time, Master said that no matter what kind of seclusion you are in, you have to come to the celebration. After all, this is a joyous event that hasn't happened in Myriad Thunder Valley in 100 years. You have to come early. Don't make Master angry again. Xiao Hua rubbed his hands, and the 2 communication talismans turned into ashes. He thought to himself, eldest senior brother is wholeheartedly protecting me, but Master, because Junior Brother Chui established his foundation, he doesn't care whether I'm in seclusion or not. I'm afraid he has already forgotten whether I can establish my foundation or not. What's the point of me going there? Alas, what a pity. I'm a disciple of Myriad Thunder Valley. Master has a plan, so I can't not go. Xiao Hua sighed and turned to look at Eastern Ridge. A year ago, I thought I could stay in Eastern Ridge for a while longer. Now that the origin of fire has disappeared, the fire-type spiritual energy won't be as dense as before. I'm afraid Shaoyan grass won't be able to grow in the future. However, there are still other spiritual plants. I also have puppets in my space, so it'll be easy to plant more spiritual plants. Just as he was thinking this, another thunder sound transmission talisman flew over from a distance. Xiao Hua frowned and took a look. It was the 3rd sound transmission talisman from eldest senior brother Xiangyang. Junior Brother Xiao, what the hell are you doing? Are you really going to establish your foundation? If not, hurry over. Today is Junior Brother Chui's celebration. Master already flew into a rage when he didn't see you this morning. It's actually today. Xiao Hua thought the sound transmission talisman had already been sent for a long time, but he didn't expect it to only be a dozen or so days ago. Thus, without thinking, he called for Little Yellow and Little Silver to enter the space. He sealed the array in Eastern Ridge's medicine garden and used the bright thunder escape to fly along a shortcut to Myriad Thunder Valley. The path Xiao Hua was flying on was the shortest, but there was also a forbidden area of the Imperial Thunder sect on it. This was the black-gray mark on the token, and at the same time, Xiangyang had very solemnly warned him not to approach it no matter what. In the past, when Xiao Hua flew to and fro Myriad Thunder Valley, he would always avoid it. Today, in order to be faster, he was taking a risk. Fortunately, when Xiao Hua flew past the forbidden area, he didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It was only after he had flown far away that the faint rumbling of thunder from the bright thunder escape reached a secret place in the forbidden area. A palm-sized thing with faint green patterns on its body trembled slightly, as if it had just been awakened from a deep sleep. Xiao Hua anxiously rushed to Myriad Thunder Valley. He didn't dare release his divine sense rashly, but when he landed in front of Helpless Cave Dwelling, there was still no divine sense. Moreover, the front of Helpless Cave Dwelling was the same as usual, and there wasn't any jubilant atmosphere at all. Xiao Hua looked at the quiet cave dwelling in puzzlement. His divine sense swept over it, but there was a restriction protecting it, so he couldn't see clearly. Strange. Xiao Hua immediately flew to Xiang Yang's cave dwelling, but there was also no one there. Strange. Did something big happen? Xiao Hua suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. After all, this guy had killed several disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Could it be that someone had come to find him? But, even if they found him, we still have to go to the eastern mountain range? Xiao Hua was puzzled, so he quickly sent a thunder sound transmitting talisman. The sound transmitting talisman had just flown out, but it immediately flew back. It was from Xiangyang, stating his location. I'm confused. Xiaohua slapped his forehead, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Foundation establishment cultivators all have their own cave dwellings. Since junior martial brother Cui has built his foundation, he naturally has to live in his own cave dwelling. How could the celebration still be held in master and senior martial brother's cave dwelling? Soon after, Xiaohua flew up again, still using ordinary flying techniques, and flew towards Di Hongshan's cave dwelling. After a short while, a small cave dwelling appeared in front of Xiaohua in a place filled with spiritual energy. That cave dwelling was exactly halfway up the mountain. There were some green pines and green cypresses on the left side, but there were even more green bamboos as thick as a bowl. Wherever the wind passed, there was a rustling sound, like the soft whispers of waves. Good, I didn't expect junior martial brother Cui to be such an elegant person. Xiaohua looked at the cave dwelling, which had a completely different style from Xiang Yang's cave dwelling, and couldn't help but feel surprised. At this time, on the cave's stone wall, there were actually several large bright red lanterns hanging. A long red cloth wrapped around the entrance of the cave dwelling, just like a secular family's wedding ceremony. Not far from the entrance, that azure ape was also looking left and right, bored to death. This. Xiaohua looked at Di Hongshan's cave dwelling, and in his mind, Qian Diheng unconsciously appeared. In his mind, Qian Diheng was also wearing red and green clothes, with an extremely awkward appearance. Xiaohua thought of this, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Humph, a sneer sounded in Xiaohua's ear. It was Xiang Yang's extremely angry voice. Xiaohua was startled, and hurriedly descended from midair. At the same time, Xiang Yang's familiar divine sense swept over. Junior martial brother Xiao. Seeing Xiang Yang rush out, he hurriedly blinked at Xiaohua and said, "How was your seclusion this time? Did you make any progress?" Progress? Xiaohua said in his heart, "What progress? I just casually used the fire origin to temper my bones, and while I was at it, I also killed a late Foundation establishment old bastard." But the expression on his face was just as Xiang Yang thought, somewhat gloomy, and he sighed, "It's a long story, senior martial brother." Hee, since it's a long story, then don't say it. Xiang Yang was secretly happy in his heart and hurriedly blocked Xiaohua's words, saying with a smile, "Foundation establishment isn't a simple matter. Earlier, I already told you the things you need to pay attention to clearly. Among them, the most important thing is to not be impatient. If you can go into seclusion, then go into seclusion. If you can travel, then travel. This is the way to relax. And, now my 10,000 Thunder Valley has another junior martial brother who has reached Foundation establishment. This is a big matter for 10,000 Thunder Valley, so your seclusion can be put aside first. Let him come in." A helpless voice sounded beside the two people's ears. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiang Yang blinked his eyes, and hurriedly replied. Chapter 18:18. When Xiaohua followed Xiang Yang into Di Hongshan's Immortal's Cave, he realized that the Immortal's Cave wasn't big, but the inside of the Immortal's Cave was huge. Xiaohua couldn't see the inside of the Immortal's Cave, but there were several jade chairs in the hall. Helpless, Zhuo Minghui, and a few other cultivators were sitting on them. Beside them were some jade tables with some spirit fruits and spirit wine on them. On both sides of the hall, there were also some cultivators sitting on 2 rows of jade chairs. They were Di Hongshan's group. At this moment, Di Hongshan was whispering to these cultivators, laughing from time to time. He didn't seem to care about Xiaohua's arrival. Beside Di Hongshan and the rest, there were also some fragrant spiritual herbs placed near the jade table. There were even some gorgeous flowers decorating the surroundings of the hall. Motherfucker, he really does have some background. Xiaohua sighed as he looked at the scene. Why did you only come now? Xiang Yang, who was sitting on one of the chairs in the hall, asked coldly. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Disciple is untalented. I was in seclusion during this time. The summoning talisman sent by eldest senior brother, Even if you were in seclusion, you still had to receive the summoning talisman. If I sent you a message, would you dare not come? Helpless asked again. Disciple, not waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Helpless cut him off. Since you went out for several years and went through life and death situations, you still haven't built your foundation. You should stop and think about why you can't build your foundation. How can someone like you who only knows how to cultivate in seclusion succeed? Your junior brother Chui has built his foundation and returned to the mountain. Such a big event, all the disciples of my myriad Thunder Valley went to welcome him. Only you weren't there. Moreover, your junior brother Chui's foundation building ceremony is so important. Only your eldest senior brother and eldest senior brother's wife are busy. Do you think it's appropriate? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and bowed. Disciple obviously knows it's inappropriate. But Disciple really didn't know that junior brother Chui built his foundation so quickly. You think everyone is like you? Helpless sneered. This is your senior brother who failed to build his foundation? He looks like he's in such a sorry state. Not only is his hair gone, even his eyebrows are gone. Looks like an unlucky guy. He's not even as good as your eldest senior brother, he's also an aura refiner. You're also an aura refiner. What do you have to say about him? Tisk tsk, I am a descendant of a cultivation family. How can I not build my foundation? It was just that the time wasn't right yet. Compared to those rogue cultivators who have cultivated for more than 10 years and still haven't built their foundation, they are more than 100 times stronger. The several disciples beside Di Hongshan were obviously on good terms with him, and they spoke without any scruples. Although they spoke in a low voice, everyone in the Immortals' Cave was a cultivator, so who couldn't hear them? When these words fell into Xiaohua's ears, it did not mean much. However, when Xiaohua heard these words, his expression had already become somewhat unnatural. Helplessness, is this the disciple you accepted last time? The old man sitting in the middle beside Helplessness said with a smile. That's right, it's him. Helplessness said, almost gnashing his teeth. The one I chose that day was Wang Yunxiao, but Jinyue beat me to it and took him as his disciple. I had no choice but to accept him. Yes, Xiaohua is also not bad. I heard that he suppressed the disciples of the Cleansing Flower sect at the Feather Immortal Assembly and brought a strange treasure back to the Imperial Thunder sect. The old man said with a smile. What's the use of having? Helplessness smiled apologetically. When he came back, he showed signs of building his foundation. I even specially sent Xiangyang to protect him. However, I heard from Xiangyang that this guy's foundation building momentum was not small, but in the end, he just couldn't complete it. I don't need to say the reason, but senior brother also knows. It's definitely because his cultivation method is not thorough, and he places too much importance on external objects. Yes, the old man nodded. We know about these things, and the disciples of the immortal clans also know. As a rogue cultivator, Xiaohua probably doesn't know. You should teach him more. I naturally said that. Helplessness smiled apologetically. Unfortunately, this guy never listens. Then, he turned to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, why haven't you come to greet Senior Zhenmo yet? Seeing Helplessness's respectful appearance and also calling him senior brother, Xiaohua immediately knew that this Zhenmo was a foundation-building senior of the Thunder-Shaking Palace. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets Martial Uncle Zhenmo. Yes, stand up. Zhenmo waved his hand and said very kindly, I'm the same as you. I've also been at the peak of the foundation-building realm for more than 100 years, but I still can't condense my gold core. I know you, and I know the anxiety in your heart. You want to build your foundation at all costs. However, cultivating the Tao is not only about diligence, but also about luck. Without luck, even if you cultivate for 1,000 years, it'll be in vain. Martial Uncle Zhen is indeed amiable and approachable. Xiaohua didn't say anything, but Di Hongshan said with a smile first, I've often heard Ancestor talk about Martial Uncle's graceful bearing, but I still don't believe it. A peak foundation building cultivator is exactly what we juniors admire the most. Now it seems that ancestors' description is still inferior to seniors by a lot. It really makes me inconceivable. Ancestor? Xiao Hua instantly understood. This Zhen Mo probably had an old relationship with the Cui family of Kuan Yu. Today, he specially came to support Di Hongshan. No wonder he never heard Xiang Yang mention that he had a particularly good martial uncle in the thunder-shaking palace. Alas, speaking of your ancestor, that was a matter of more than 100 years ago. Of course, I met your ancestor in one of the 10 great danger zones, Weeping Moon Abyss, and even fought with him. Yes, my Cui family's ancient records still record that battle. Di Hongshan said with a smile, they say that friendship grows after a fight. However, ancestors said that if it weren't for martial uncle's broad-mindedness, he probably wouldn't have been able to return. Ha ha ha, your ancestor overpraises me. Thinking about how he was actually recorded in the ancient records of the Cui family of Kuan Yu and praised by hundreds of generations, Zhen Mo himself was a peak foundation establishment cultivator. He couldn't help but beam with joy. It's all the preposterous actions of youth and vigor. Unexpectedly, this old man really can't accept it. Soon after, Zhen Mo's voice naturally turned to Di Hongshan. He threw Xiao Hua to the side, and helplessness whispered to a cultivator next to him. That cultivator sat next to Zhen Mo and was also a guest. He was a cultivator with the same cultivation as helplessness. Seeing that he was being ignored, Xiao Hua walked in front of Zhuo Minghui and Yan Qinglian. After bowing and greeting, he stood to the side and quietly listened to their conversation. After a moment, he heard Zhuo Minghui transmit her voice. Xiao Hua, today is the opening day of the Hongshan Palace. You have to take out a gift. If you haven't prepared one, I have one here. Find an excuse and leave. I will give it to you. Oh, there's no need. Master's wife, disciple has prepared one here. In a moment, disciple will give it to junior martial brother Cui. Let him grow some face. Xiao Hua was stunned at first, then nodded. Chapter 18-19. That's good. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, my myriad Thunder Valley has few disciples, and there's usually no celebration. Your master also doesn't have any good friends. Today, there's finally some excitement. Although they're all Hongshan's old friends, it can still be considered lively. If you have something good to take out, it can also give your master face. There were many things in Xiao Hua's space, and it wasn't like there weren't any that were suitable for early-stage foundation establishment. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, he heard an awe-inspiring voice again, Hongshan, you've already reached foundation establishment, but your master still has disciples who haven't reached foundation establishment yet. You can guide them and share your experience of foundation establishment with others. Yes, this junior understands. Di Hongshan said with a face full of smiles. Hearing this, Xiao Hua stepped forward and said with a smile, Junior Martial Brother Cui, congratulations on reaching foundation establishment. I have prepared a gift here, please kindly accept it. Saying this, Xiao Hua was about to take out an item from his space that was effective for early-stage foundation establishment and could give Di Hongshan a lot of face. Unexpectedly, Di Hongshan waved his hand and said with a smile, Xiao Hua. What did you call I just now? What? Xiao Hua's hand froze, and he subconsciously said, what? Junior Martial Brother Cui? I called you. Di Hongshan's face was full of pride as he said with a smile, Xiao Hua, this form of address is naturally fine before this humble Daoist left the sect to gain experience. But now that this humble Daoist has succeeded in building his foundation, if we follow the rules of my Xiaoyu continent, you have to address this humble Daoist as senior. Of course, in my Imperial Thunder sect, I also know the rules of the sect. You and I are both master's disciples, so we can call each other senior and junior martial brothers. However, do you think you can call I junior martial brother Cui? This. Xiao Hua's face flushed red. He had always called Xiang Yang eldest senior martial brother, and at the same time, he also knew that foundation establishment cultivators were seniors, but he never thought that Di Hongshan would make things difficult for him on the spot. Xiao Hua glanced at Di Hongshan. There was no expression on Di Hongshan's face, as if what Di Hongshan said was a matter of course. Then, he looked at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang frowned slightly, as if he was unhappy. As for the several cultivators beside Di Hongshan, they had smiles on their faces as they watched with interest. What about you? This young master has just killed a late Foundation establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivator. You are but a mere early Foundation establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivator, and you actually want this young master to call you senior brother? Extreme disgust arose in Xiao Hua's heart. Seeing Xiao Hua's distressed state, he helplessly said, Xiao Hua, in the cultivation world, those who reach the top are the teachers. Since Hongshan reached the Foundation building stage before you, he's a senior. You can't avoid this title. Since Hongshan doesn't want you to call him senior, you can just call him senior. No one else can interfere. Junior brother Xiao doesn't seem to be able to say the word senior brother. A Foundation establishment cultivator next to Di Hongshan smiled and said, I have an idea. If Junior Martial Brother Xiao and Junior Martial Brother Cui exchange pointers, Junior Martial Brother Xiao only needs to defeat Junior Martial Brother Cui, and he won't be called Senior Martial Brother anymore. Yuan Tua, what are you talking about? The late Foundation establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivator next to him scolded, how can you casually exchange pointers with your fellow disciples? Master, this disciple is just joking. The early Foundation establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivator immediately smiled apologetically and said, Junior Martial Brother Hongshan just said that Junior Martial Brother Xiao defeated all the heroes in the Feather Immortal Assembly and won the heart of Fairy Hong Xia from the Washing Flower sect. We are all envious, and a few of us still want to exchange pointers with Junior Martial Brother Xiao. That's right, Senior Martial Brother Xiao, this little brother has long admired your ability. Why don't you give this little brother a chance? A peaked 12th layer Qi refining disciple next to Di Hongshan said with a smile. Xiao Hua's gaze was calm. He looked straight at that disciple and said expressionlessly, I never exchange pointers with fellow disciples. If Junior Martial Brother is interested, you and I can go to the Thunder Arena. Thunder Arena? Hearing this, that disciple's expression changed slightly. Little brat. He helplessly scolded, your Senior Martial Brother Cui is having a good day, why are you mentioning the Thunder Arena? Why aren't you apologizing to your Senior Martial Brother? Master, there's no need. Di Hongshan smiled with a magnanimous expression. He turned his head and said to Xiao Hua, Junior Martial Brother Xiao, what have I never seen before? I also don't want any gifts from you. You just have to call me Senior Martial Brother Cui, and that's that. Damn it, you're looking for a beating. Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. He had already thought it through. If he didn't beat this so-called Quan Yu Chui family into a pig's head, he would never give up. But just as he was about to open his mouth and invite a battle, a tyrannical divine sense swept in from outside the cave. Then, a valiant voice sounded, is Junior Martial Nephew Helplessness here? Who? Helplessness was shocked. He glanced at Zhen Mo, and the three late Foundation establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivators hurriedly stood up. All three of their faces were filled with panic. It was obvious that the person who came was a golden core cultivator. Who could it be? Helplessness thought as he flew out of the cave. He simply didn't think about inviting a golden core senior to participate in Di Hongshan's Foundation establishment ceremony. Then, he looked at Di Hongshan and saw that he was also at a loss. Obviously, he also didn't invite him. Zhen Mo, Helplessness, and the other three late Foundation establishment Heavenly Thunder Palace cultivators stood in the front. Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and the others stood behind them. Behind them were Di Hongshan and the other early Foundation establishment disciples. Xiao Hua and two other aura refining disciples stood at the back. After waiting for a while, they saw four cultivators flying in the air. The person in the front was abnormally tall, and his attire was also strange. It wasn't an ordinary Daoist robe. Instead, his arms and legs were bare. The muscles on his arms and legs bulged, making him look very robust. Moreover, that cultivator's face was also fierce. He had broom-like eyebrows, bell-like eyes, and a cold gaze. At first glance, one could tell he wasn't someone easy to get along with. Junior Helplessness greets Martial Uncle Xianxia. When Helplessness saw that person's face, he hastily took a step forward and bowed in greeting. However, his heart was tense. Last time, when Xiao Hua went out to gain experience, he taught Zhenihong a lesson. After that, he also wondered why Zhenihong, a foundation establishment senior, made things difficult for Xiao Hua. When he asked Xiang Yang about it, Xiang Yang naturally told Helplessness everything he knew. At that time, Helplessness just laughed it off, thinking that Zhenihong might have been entrusted by Zhenqikue to teach Xiao Hua a lesson. Even when he learned that Zhenming also died in Mingxi, he still didn't associate Swallow Thunder Ridge with Xiao Hua. Moreover, he taught Zhenihong a lesson because Zhenihong taught Xiao Hua a lesson first. Helplessness never thought Zhenjia would personally come forward. Zhen Mo and the others also stepped forward to greet him. Everyone was confused, but Xiao Hua's heart was clear. He didn't know Zhenjia, but he knew two of the three people behind Zhenjia. One was Zhenjia's fourth disciple, Zhen Weisheng, and the other was Zhenjia's youngest disciple, Zhenqikue. However, Zhenqikue was the same as him, he also hadn't built his foundation. Wait a moment. Zhenjia waved his hand and helped Helplessness and the others up. He said with a smile, this old man heard that martial nephew Helplessness's disciple actually built his foundation. This old man's youngest disciple hasn't built his foundation for many years. This old man brought him here to learn a thing or two from your disciple. I don't dare. Helplessness's heart relaxed, and he hurriedly turned his head and said, Hongshan, come and greet Grandmaster Zhenjia. Yes, disciple Cui Hongshan greets Grandmaster Zhenjia. Cui Hongshan hurriedly walked over and bowed. Not bad. Zhenjia said with a smile, you're indeed a dragon among men. Martial nephew Helplessness is so lucky. I don't dare, I don't dare. Helplessness's face bloomed with a smile. Martial Uncle Zhen, please come inside to talk. Good. Zhenjia flicked his sleeve, turned his head and said to Zhen Weisheng, give the gift to Hongshan, and then greet the other junior brothers. Then he stepped forward. Yes, master. Zhen Weisheng replied respectfully, and then took out a jade bottle from his storage bag and handed it to Cui Hongshan. He said, I am Zhen Weisheng, the fourth disciple of my master. Junior brother Cui, this is the Elaine pill, which is used to condense true essence. It is also a rare item in my Swallow Thunder Ridge. I hope you can use this pill to enter the gold core stage as soon as possible. Cui Hongshan's face showed joy, and he reached out to take it. He hurriedly said, thank you, senior brother Weisheng. This pill is very precious. I am really flattered. This is a gift from Swallow Thunder Ridge. Please accept it. Zhen Weisheng said, and pointed his finger. This is I's youngest junior brother, Zhenqikue. I hope you can give me some advice. I don't dare. Senior fellow apprentice Chi Kuei's reputation has already resounded like thunder when I joined the thunder-controlling sect. I was just lucky enough to leave first. Maybe senior fellow apprentice Chi Kuei will reach the Zhuji realm tomorrow. I can't give you any advice. Zhenqikue's face was not very good at first, but after hearing Cui Hongshan's words, he showed a smile and cupped his hands. You are indeed a disciple of an aristocratic family. You have an outstanding demeanor. I will have to keep in touch with you in the future. I can't ask for more. Cui Hongshan smiled and returned the salute. By the way, I have a small personal request. Zhen Weisheng said in a low voice. He pointed at the last Qi refining disciple and said with a smile, this is my disciple, Yan Xifeng. He is also about to enter the foundation establishment stage. I brought him here secretly, so you can't hide it from me. I don't dare. Cui Hongshan's face was very bright, as if he was really the main character of today's One Thunder Valley. Disciple Yan Xiafeng greets martial Uncle Chui. Yan Xiafeng also stepped forward and bowed. He, martial nephew Yan, you must be a disciple of the Yan family in Minghe. Chui Hongshan quickly helped him up and said with a smile, I think you look familiar. Martial Uncle Chui is really observant. I entered the Imperial Thunder sect 3 years earlier than you. I saw you when you entered the sect. Yan Xiafeng smiled apologetically. I see. He. Chui Hongshan nodded and cupped his hands. Let's go inside and talk. Please. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian were standing in front of Chui Hongshan, but because of Jinjia's call, Chui Hongshan walked in front of Xiangyang. At this time, Jin Weisheng pulled Chui Hongshan and talked to him, completely ignoring Xiangyang and the others. When Chui Hongshan invited them into the cave, Jin Weisheng raised his head and cupped his hands. Junior martial brother Xiangyang is also here. I haven't seen you for a long time. You have reached the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. Congratulations. He said congratulations, but there was no congratulation in his tone. It was almost like he was mocking him. Chapter 1820. Xiangyang was also used to hearing this. He said with a smile, I don't dare. I am too far away from senior brother Zhen. I don't dare to be proud of my little cultivation. This is Xiao Hua, who shocked the Feather Immortal Assembly a long time ago. Jin Weisheng looked at Xiao Hua and said. Xiao Hua didn't feel any burden when facing Jin Weisheng. He bowed and said, Junior is Xiao Hua. Greetings, Senior Zhen. Get up. Jin Weisheng flicked his sleeve. I didn't expect that the outstanding person of the Feather Immortal Assembly back then still hasn't built his foundation. The heavens are really unfair. I'm afraid I'm not the only one who complains about the heavens being unfair, right? Xiao Hua glanced at Jin Qikue. Jin Qikue, who was originally in a slightly relaxed mood, was immediately enraged. He shouted, Who are you talking about? Xiao Hua scratched his head and said curiously, Could it be that I'm the only one who can't build my foundation after refining qi for several years? Senior brother, did you also complain about it back then? Xiangyang was caught off guard and said hesitantly, The heavens have its own reasons. I don't seem to have complained about the heavens being unfair, right? Please, let's talk inside the cave. Chui Hongshan hurriedly said, not allowing Xiangyang and Xiao Hua to say another word. Inside the cave, Jin Jia was obviously sitting in the seat of honor. Everyone was already talking about something. Looking at the careful appearance of Jin Mo and the others, they obviously didn't dare to offend this Gold Core senior. Chui Hongshan asked Jin Weisheng and the others to take a seat and glanced at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was somewhat baffled. When Xiangyang went over and took out some spirit tea and other things, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. No, this matter seems to be done by me. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't have this kind of awareness at all. He didn't even bother to take half a step forward. Seeing Xiangyang serving the spirit tea and other things, Chui Hongshan didn't say anything. He just whispered to Jin Weisheng. Jin Qikue didn't even care about Chui Hongshan. It didn't seem like he was here to ask for advice. On the contrary, Yan Xiafeng very cooperatively asked a few questions. However, it was no different from not asking anything. Seeing that the situation was very strange, Xiao Hua's mind was in chaos. After thinking about it for a while, he prepared to scold Weisheng. However, Xiao Hua was still wrong. Jin Jia spoke up, Nephew, I heard that last time when Xiao Hua left the mountain to gain experience, this old man's disciple actually made things difficult for Xiao Hua. If it wasn't for nephew taking action and teaching him a lesson in this old man's place, the other lightning palaces would have laughed at our Thunderclap Ridge, causing our Thunderclap Ridge to have a bad reputation of bullying the weak. How could that be? Junior brother Ihong was just joking with Xiao Hua. Junior was just telling them not to joke too much. Helplessly, he hurriedly said. Martial nephew helplessness is still the most sensible. Xianxia smiled and said, however, this old man has only recently learned about this matter. Today, I have come here for a few things. One of them is to make Zhou Kuei apologize to Xiao Hua. Previously, Zhou Kuei was insensible and made such a big fuss. Look at what Martial Uncle is saying. We are all disciples of Thunderclap Palace. What's wrong with ordinary jokes? Helplessness said again, this junior has also asked Xiang Yang. It's not a big deal. Huh, that won't do. A mistake is a mistake. Zhou Kuei, come forward and apologize to Xiao Hua. Xianxia flicked his sleeve and said. Yes, master. Zhenqi turned around and bowed to Xiao Hua, junior martial brother Xiao, I was too narrow-minded and caused trouble for you. In addition, senior martial brother Zhenihong was also instigated by me. I made you feel wronged. Junior martial brother Zhenihong is here to apologize. Seeing Zhou Kuei like this, how could Xiao Hua say this? Without waiting for Xiao Hua to think more, Zhenjie scolded, Xiao Hua, quickly return the courtesy. Yes, master. Xiao Hua hurriedly replied and returned the courtesy. It's not all senior brother Zhen's fault. This junior brother also didn't think carefully. Huh, very good. Zhenjie laughed. After Zhou Kuei sat down, his face gradually became cold again. He said word by word, martial nephew helplessness, as you said just now, we are all disciples of Thunderclap Palace. Ordinary disputes are nothing. Even if it's a big matter, we can put it in front of the elders of the sect and reason it out. Yes, it's all right. Helplessness said with a strange expression. Even if it's a big matter, my Thunderclap Palace has Thundermeng Immortal and my Imperial Thunder Sect has sect leader. Zhenjie became louder and louder, there must be a way to solve it. You can't casually kill your fellow disciples. You can't treat the lives of your fellow disciples as nothing, right? Helplessness looked at Zhenjie with a strange expression. He really didn't understand what he was talking about. He stole a glance at Zhenimo and another fellow disciple. They all had a strange expression on their faces. Helplessness could only smile apologetically and say, Martial Uncle Zhen is right. We are all fellow disciples. Whenever there is a dispute, we must find a proper way to solve it. Junior really admires Martial Uncle Zhenjie for bringing a disciple like you. Since senior martial brother Helplessness is so magnanimous, then junior martial brother Helplessness has a question for you. Zhen Weisheng said with a smile. In the vicinity of Eastern Mountain Range, has senior martial brother Helplessness seen my 15th junior martial brother Zhen Ming and 17th junior martial brother Zhen Hao? Junior martial brother Zhen Ming? Junior martial brother Zhen Hao? Eastern Mountain Range? Helplessness suddenly understood that Zhenjie didn't come just to congratulate Cui Hongshan on building his foundation. He also brought Eastern Mountain Range into the picture. Helplessness couldn't help but glance at Xiao Hua. At this moment, Xiao Hua, this guy, was looking down at his nose and down at his heart. He was extremely well-behaved and looked like a genuine aura-refining disciple. Helplessness calculated the time Zhen Weisheng mentioned, then said with a smile, on the day senior martial brother Weisheng mentioned, I was on duty in Myriad Thunder Valley. I basically didn't go to the vicinity of Eastern Mountain Range. However, Xiao Hua was on duty in Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden. I wonder what the two junior martial brothers went to Eastern Mountain Range for? The two of them just went on a business trip near Eastern Mountain Range. It wasn't Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden. Zhen Weisheng chuckled and said, however, senior martial brother Helplessness said you were on duty in Myriad Thunder Valley. Do you have any proof? Proof? Helplessness smiled and said, being on duty is my duty. Out of 10 days, I was in Myriad Thunder Valley for 9.5 days. I also don't have the so-called proof. Zhenjie sneered. Martial nephew, are you telling the truth? In an instant, Zhenjie released his spiritual aura and completely covered Helplessness. Helplessness didn't dare to resist. His face was deathly pale and bean-sized drops of sweat fell from his temples. At the side, Zhou Minghui was shocked. She hurriedly said, Martial Uncle Xianxia, hee, it's nothing. I just wanted to see if Martial Nephew Helplessness was telling the truth. Xianxia said with a smile. His spiritual aura immediately disappeared. Junior can swear a blood oath that I absolutely didn't see the two junior martial brothers on that day. Helplessness's lips trembled slightly as he said in a low voice. Swear a blood oath. Xianxia said coldly. Helplessness was slightly stunned. He just wanted to prove his innocence. He really didn't expect that he would have to swear a blood oath. Being forced to swear a blood oath in his own disciple's immortal's cave by someone else, even if it was his martial uncle from the same sect, this kind of humiliation was unbearable. Martial Uncle Zhen. I wonder if the two junior martial brothers. Zhua Minghui's expression also changed slightly. She asked very puzzledly. Chapter 1821. My two junior brothers were killed near the eastern ridge. Zhen Weisheng said coldly. Ah. Everyone was stunned. Xiaohua also opened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, Martial Uncle, where is it in the eastern ridge? I don't know either. Zhen Weisheng snorted coldly. If you know, you can tell me. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. Kid. I've always been in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden and didn't even dare to come out of the formation. How would I know where it is? Forget it. Seeing that it was related to the lives of Xianxia's two disciples, Helpless could only smile bitterly and swear a blood oath in a low voice. Ha ha ha! Xianxia's expression eased and he laughed. Martial Nephew Helpless, I can't do anything about it. My two disciples disappeared without a trace. Even you would be worried, right? I hope you can understand my feelings. Helpless could only smile bitterly and express his understanding. Alright, since this has nothing to do with Martial Nephew Helpless, I still have one more thing. Xianxia raised his head and looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart trembled. He bowed and said, Senior, what is it? Show me your storage pouch. Yes, Xiaohua took off his storage pouch without hesitation. Xianxia waved his hand. Zhen Weisheng took it and opened it to take a look. Then, he handed it to Xiaohua and said curiously, I heard that you obtained a treasure in the Feather Immortal Assembly? Why isn't it in your storage pouch? Yes, Martial Uncle knows. That thing is extraordinarily heavy and can't be placed in a storage pouch. I've already lost a few storage pouches because of it. My heart ached so much that I threw it in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden long ago. If Martial Uncle wants to see it, I can show it to you, Xiaohua said seriously. No need. Zhen Weisheng waved his hand and said, I'm sure you know that when you were training in the Netherworld, you met my sixth disciple, Zhendong. I came here personally because I want to know, who was the Foundation Establishment Cultivator who killed Zhendong? Since this person could kill Zhenming and hundreds of disciples from other sects, why did he leave you alive? You, and that cultivator, what kind of deal did you make? Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. Soon after, he raised his eyebrows and said, I'll let Grandmaster Zhen know. On that day, Junior was coerced by that cultivator to swear a hard oath. I can't reveal half a word about that cultivator. I hope Grandmaster can forgive me. Not waiting for Xianxia to speak, Zhen Wei snorted coldly and released the pressure of a foundation building stage cultivator, suppressing Xiaohua completely. He sneered, how can my junior brother die in vain? Even if I have to ascend to the 9 heavens or descend to the 9 underworlds, this old man will still capture that cultivator for revenge. My master won't lower himself to your level, but this old man doesn't care about face. Today, whether you say it or not, you have to say it. Seeing that Xianxia and Zhen Weisheng were putting on a show and interrogating him, Xiaohua sneered in his heart. This Swallow Thunder Ridge is really too overbearing. They clearly know that I've already made a hard oath, yet they still insist on interrogating me. They have long stopped treating me as a fellow disciple. Presumably, they also went to look for Sun Shu and Qian Diheng. Firstly, the two of them didn't know the truth. Secondly, they also had backers. If they didn't say anything, then they wouldn't say anything. Xiao Hua couldn't compare to the two of them. At the same time, he also understood why Imo Qingyuan let the four of them go so easily after casually making a hard oath. It turned out that Imo Qingyuan simply wasn't afraid of what the other three would say. As for Xiao Hua, who knew the inside story, he didn't have enough confidence to capture him, so he could only give him a warning. Grandmaster Zhen. Helpless and Zhuo Minghui both pleaded, since Xiao Hua has already made a hard oath, if he goes against it, I'm afraid it'll be detrimental to his cultivation. Alas, this old man doesn't care. Jinjia casually shook his head. But the relationship between those two is very deep. This old man. I'm afraid I can't interfere too much, right? What's there to worry about an aura-refining cultivator's hard oath? Zhen Qikue sneered and said, moreover, Xiao Hua hasn't built his foundation for so many years. How could he still have any hope of building his foundation? His cultivation can be considered to have come to an end today. It'd be better for him to tell us about that cultivator's situation and let our Swallow Thunder Ridge owe him a favor. That's right, junior martial brother Xiao. You're always trying to side with him. Now that Grandmaster Zhen has personally come here, such a big favor, if you don't say it now, when will you? Cui Hongshan glanced at Helpless and echoed. As for Helpless and Zhuo Minghui, although they didn't say anything, their expressions and gazes clearly showed that they had also somewhat given up. Wei Sheng, don't scare Xiao Hua. Zhen Qikue said in an extremely amiable tone, Xiao Hua, you can rest assured and speak. Our Swallow Thunder Ridge will repay you generously. Moreover, from now on, you'll stay in Myriad Thunder Valley. If that cultivator comes to seek revenge, this old man will be the first to not let him off. However, no matter how one looked at it, his fierce expression was still sinister. When Zhen Wei heard this, he withdrew his spiritual aura and glared fiercely at Xiao Hua. However, Xiao Hua just stood there calmly. His gaze shifted back and forth between Jinjia, Zhen Mo, Helpless, and the others, not saying a single word. After waiting for a while, Xiao Hua shook his head and said, this junior has already made a hard oath. Forgive this junior for not being able to speak clearly. Jinjia's gaze flashed and he stared at Xiao Hua like a knife. Although he didn't release his spiritual aura, the entire Immortal's Cave was already filled with a kind of silent oppression. What should I do? Xiao Hua knew that Helpless was powerless to protect him and could only find a way out himself. He unconsciously glanced outside the Immortal's Cave. However, he didn't know what kind of divine ability a golden core cultivator could have to block his bright thunder escape. And once his strength was exposed, the matter of Zhening and Zhenhao would inevitably fall on his head. He feared that he couldn't stay in the Imperial Thunder sect any longer. Is Martial Nephew Helpless here? Just as he was extremely nervous, another crisp voice came from outside the Immortal's Cave. At the same time, a divine sense swept through the cave. The restrictions inside the Immortal's Cave didn't seem to have any effect. Hearing someone call him Martial Nephew again, Helpless felt even more helpless. His mouth was filled with endless bitterness. No one had ever come to Myriad Thunder Valley. He had always been tyrannical. Unexpectedly, today, when he wanted to borrow the strength of his disciples' foundation building to gain face, he was repeatedly called Martial Nephew. Moreover, he was forced to make a hard oath. Who knew who would come again? What was going on? Jinjia's face also showed a trace of surprise, but then he suddenly understood. Without getting up, he flicked his sleeve and ordered, Wei Sheng, go greet Martial Uncle Sun Ming on behalf of Master. Sun Ming? When Xiao Hua heard this, he was overjoyed. If Sun Ming came, how could Sun Shu be far away? He probably didn't need to be a stray dog anymore. Everyone also heard this. Helpless knew the relationship between Xiao Hua and Xue Xue. They were also secretly happy, knowing that nothing bad would happen. Thus, they hurriedly got up and followed Zhuo Minghui, Zhen Mo, and the others to greet Sun Ming. Xiao Hua himself was very clear, standing in place without moving. Not long after, Sun Ming entered the Immortal's cave under the escort of Helpless and the others. Behind Helpless and the others, Sun Shu and Xue Xue also followed. The two of them clearly saw Jin Weisheng and guessed the reason for this matter. Two pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Hua with concern. Sun Shu also slightly nodded at Xiao Hua, obviously to let Xiao Hua be at ease. Chapter 1822. Junior Sister Sun, how come you have time to come to my Thunder Shock Palace today? Jin Jie stood up and cupped his hands. Hee, since senior brother Jin can come to 10,000 Thunder Valley, what's so strange about little sister coming to take a look? Sun Ming returned the greeting and said with a smile. Although she was slightly younger than Jin Jie, her cultivation was not weak. Moreover, Deafening Thunder Palace and Sun Thunder Palace had similar statuses. Sun Ming did not care that Jin Jie said she came to Deafening Thunder Palace and immediately retorted. I came to ask my Thunder Shock Palace disciple if there is any news of Ai's disciple being killed. Jin Jie of course will not show weakness and keep mentioning Thunder Shock Palace. Sun Ming smiled faintly and casually sat beside Jin Jie. She pointed and said, just in time, I also have something to ask Xiao Hua. Junior Sister Sun, is this intentional? Jin Jie's face changed. Sun Ming rolled her eyes at him. Am I so bored? Moreover, I also did not know that senior brother Zhen is here. Ai's matter is not over yet. After I ask. Jin Jie said unhappily. You ask, I am not in a hurry. Sun Ming interrupted Jin Jie and said. Good. Jin Jie raised his head again and sneered, Xiao Hua, you really don't want to give this old man face? Xiao Hua quickly bowed and said, Ancestor Jin's face is naturally bigger than the heavens, but, this junior really does not dare to not give face to the heavens, does not dare to not give face to the heart's oath. Pa! Jin Jie slapped the jade chair and stood up. He finally released the aura of a golden core cultivator and said with a grin, although you are a junior, if you don't know how to respect, then this old man will also. However, at this moment, Sun Ming also released her aura and blocked Jin Jie's aura to the side. What? Junior Sister Sun wants to interfere with my Thunder Shock Palace's affairs? Jin Jie said with a grin. So it's your Thunder Shock Palace's internal affairs? Sun Ming was very surprised. She deliberately covered her mouth and said, looks like senior brother Jin took Thunder Meng's order. This. Jin Jie was somewhat embarrassed. Let little sister see the order. Little sister definitely won't take half a step out of line. Sun Ming said in all seriousness. Jin Jie's eyes constricted, and he said coldly, Junior Apprentice Sister Sun, are you not planning to give I face? It's nothing, it's nothing. Sun Ming hurriedly waved her hand and said, I also have an extremely important matter to ask Xiao Hua. Senior brother Jin treated Xiao Hua like this, how can I still ask about my matter? Good, good, good. Jin Jie said good 3 times in a row, then waved his hand and said, then this old man will give you face and let you ask first. This is not good. Sun Ming also waved her hand and said, Xiao Hua is your Thunderquake Palace's disciple. Moreover, senior apprentice brother Jin also came first. Regardless of sentiment or reason, it should be senior apprentice brother Zhen who asked first. How could little sister dare to walk in front of senior apprentice brother? You. Jin Jie was very embarrassed and angry. It was a bit difficult to deal with. Oh, Martial Uncle Zhen, please allow Junior to ask. At this time, Sun Shu opened his mouth and said, the matter Martial Uncle asked, it seems that Junior has already answered that day, right? Junior and Xiao Hua were together. What Junior saw is what Xiao Hua saw. Junior doesn't know who the cultivator who killed senior apprentice brother Jin Jie was, and Xiao Hua naturally doesn't know either. You seem to have nothing to ask, right? Junior apprentice Sister Sun, when seniors are talking, it seems that there's no reason for juniors like us to interrupt. Zhen Weisheng sneered and said, besides, you're not Xiao Hua. How do you know that he doesn't know that cultivator? Ha ha ha. Senior apprentice brother Zhen is wrong. Sun Shu laughed and said, in front of facts, regardless of whether it's seniors or juniors, they're all the same. No one can say that white is black. Moreover, although I'm not Xiaohua, I was with Xiaohua in the netherworld. I clearly know all of his actions and deeds. I can guarantee with my life that Xiaohua absolutely doesn't know that Cultivator. To guarantee with your life, you're quite generous. Zhen Weisheng sneered. That's right. Xiaohua's conduct is magnanimous. Even I admire him. Since I's disciple can guarantee it, I can also guarantee it. Sun Ming said with a smile. Shui, who was standing by the side, had a worried expression on her face. Unfortunately, her cultivation was too low and she couldn't interrupt. She could only stick her gaze on Xiaohua and place her love in Xiaohua's heart. Sun Ming, are you going to oppose me today? Jinjie finally couldn't help but stare at Sun Ming and ask. Seeing Jinjie standing in front of her and lowering his head to show off his might, Sun Ming's expression also turned cold. She stood up and said, What? Jinjie, I'm going to go against you? What can you do to I? Audacious. Jinjie's beard and eyebrows fluttered, magic power surging around his body. Sun Ming's body also faintly flashed with brilliance. Clearly, she was also preparing. Two seniors. Seeing this, Helplessness hurriedly stood up, bowed and said, Let's talk things over. He was actually happy that Sun Ming came, but two golden core cultivators fighting, he couldn't stand it. Helplessness, is Marshal Nephew here? While swords were drawn, another voice rang out in the cave. Why are the two of you here? Who is it? Helplessness was completely speechless. The strength in his body seemed to have suddenly completely disappeared. The situation in this 10,000 Thunder Valley had long been out of his control. Zhen Mo, Zhuo Minghui, and the others were naturally astonished. Their moods had never been as strange as today. A small foundation establishment cultivator celebration, actually, 3 golden core cultivators came. As for Sun Ming and Jinjie, their expressions also changed. They said in unison, Gantian. Senior brother Qian? The two of them cried out. They didn't dare to be negligent. Ignoring the conflict between the two of them, they hurriedly walked out of the cave and went outside to welcome them. When Helplessness heard that it was actually a Heavenly Thunder Palace disciple, he was even more shocked. This Gantian was a late-stage golden core cultivator of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. In the past, Helplessness had only heard of him. Even if he had met him a few times, he simply wouldn't pay attention to him. He didn't expect that he would actually come today. Could it be, still for Xiaohua? However, Xiaohua's face was also filled with confusion. He was currently looking at Sun Shu. Sun Shu slightly frowned, seemingly deep in thought. This time, even Zhen Weisheng and the others went out to welcome them. Xiaohua naturally didn't need to stay in the cave and stood behind everyone. After waiting for half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they saw 2 cultivators flying over from the distance. Their appearances were actually extremely similar. The person in front was around 50 years old. He was wearing a green Daoist robe. His hair and beard were all white, but his face only had slight wrinkles. His facial features, the arrogance in his eyes, and the way he moved, was exactly the same as that Qian Diheng behind him, that senior brother Qian who had followed Xiaohua all the way to the netherworld to gain experience. In an instant, Xiaohua understood why this Qian Diheng was so favored in the Heavenly Thunder Palace. Why was he able to obtain a high-level protective magic treasure as early as the beginning of the 12th layer of the Qi refining stage? Chapter 1823. Greetings Senior Brother Gantian. Jinjie and Sun Shu bowed respectfully. And Gantian's arrogance was ingrained in his bones. He waved his hand slightly and helped the two up. When Helplessness and Zhen Mo bowed and greeted him, Gantian actually took a step forward and used his hand to block Helplessness's arm. He squeezed out a smile, no need to be so polite. I heard that junior nephew's disciple reached Foundation establishment, so I came over to take a look. I have long heard that junior nephew Helplessness has been guarding 10,000 Thunder Valley. You have worked hard and contributed a lot. Today I am here. As expected, a good teacher produces a good disciple. Helplessness panicked. Just like when he went to see the sect leader with Xiao Hua, he stuttered, Junior. Junior doesn't dare to accept such praise. 10,000 Thunder Valley used to be the core of our lightning-controlling sect. Now, its use is slowly disappearing. Kiki, that's why I value your steadiness. Gantian smiled. If it was a proper and important matter, the sect leader would pay attention to it every day. Anyone would feel that it was worth it. As for 10,000 Thunder Valley, it has already faded from the sect leader's attention. You have been guarding it for decades and centuries. This is the true backbone of our lightning-controlling sect. Thank you, Senior Master, for your praise. Helplessness was about to cry. Senior Brother Gantian, let's talk inside the cave. Jinjia said softly. Gantian nodded his head and entered first, not bothering with anyone else. Qian Diheng appeared in midair of 10,000 Thunder Valley. He had always been obedient. However, when Gantian was swarmed in and Jin Weisheng and the others raised their hands to invite him in, he showed his true nature. Qian Diheng waved his hand and said impatiently, You all go in first. I just reached Foundation establishment and can't walk in front. Jin Weisheng didn't dare to show any unhappiness on his face, laughing softly, Junior Brother Qian really knows etiquette. Then, he also entered the cave. When Cui Hongshan smiled and wanted to talk to Qian Diheng cupped his hands and turned his head towards Sun Shu, Senior Sister Sun. I didn't expect you to have reached Foundation establishment. When did you reach Foundation establishment? Perhaps I can change my way of addressing you as Junior Sister Sun. Sun Shu pulled Shui forward and told them the time with a smile. Qian Diheng was dumbfounded. He said with a dispirited face, Damn it, are you kidding me? The time is the same. I still want to call you Senior Sister. Haha, cultivate well. Sun Shu covered his mouth and laughed. When it's time to condense your Dan, you still have hope. Hee, it's nothing. Qian Diheng winked and waved his hand. Junior Martial Brother Xiao, come here quickly. Accompany your Senior Martial Brother into the cave. Damn it, even if I can't be Sun Shu's senior brother, I'm more than qualified to be your senior brother. Upon seeing Qian Diheng smile, Xiao Hua faintly shook his head. He took a few steps forward and bowed. Junior Xiao Hua greets Martial Uncle Qian. Junior is currently an aura refining cultivator, so I don't dare to call any foundation building seniors Senior Martial Brother or Junior Martial Brother. Ah. Qian Diheng's face stiffened. After all, when Xiao Hua sent him a message earlier, he still called him Senior Martial Brother Qian. Why did he suddenly change now? But when he heard Xiao Hua say, call any foundation building seniors Senior Martial Brother or Junior Martial Brother, he immediately understood. He turned to look at Cui Hongshan with a sinister look on his face. Although Cui Hongshan was a disciple of the Cui family, he still couldn't be compared with Qian Diheng, a direct disciple of a cultivation sect. When he saw that Qian Diheng, who he usually couldn't get close to, was glaring at him, his heart skipped a beat. But Qian Diheng's sinister look only appeared for a moment before it was replaced with a smile. He patted Xiao Hua's shoulder and said, Junior Martial Brother Xiao. I'm not the kind of person who forgets my roots. Only those beasts who just reached the foundation building realm don't know how to respect themselves, don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and don't treat Junior Martial Brother Xiao as a Senior Martial Brother. Didn't I say it already? Even if I reach the Great Ascension stage, you're still my Junior Martial Brother. Bah. Xiao Hua didn't say anything, but Sun Shu spat and said angrily, Why are you only thinking about reaching the Great Ascension stage? What if Junior Martial Brother Xiao reaches the Great Ascension stage before you? TSK. Qian Diheng shamelessly said, I'm older than him. Even if he reaches the Great Ascension stage, he still has to call me senior martial brother. This shameless. Xiaohua secretly laughed in his heart, but he also felt a burst of warmth in his heart. Just as Xiaohua was about to say something, Qian Diheng's expression changed again. He looked like a child who had admitted his mistake and said in a low voice, Junior martial brother Xiao, Sai, don't blame me. Grandfather, Sai, I didn't want to say it, but you know. I can't help it. Qian Diheng's words were said without reason. Cui Hongshan and the others were puzzled, but Xiaohua immediately understood. At the same time, Sun Shu also smiled bitterly and said, Junior martial brother Xiao, I am also ordinary. Then he looked at Xue Xue as if he wanted to ask for help. Xue Xue didn't say a word. Her eyes never left Xiaohua. At this time, her bright eyes were slightly swaying, like rippling waves of a spring. Xiaohua could see Xue Xue's infatuation with a glance. Hee, it's okay. Xiaohua put his hand on Qian Diheng's shoulder and said with a smile, You're my senior martial brother. It's a pity that my grandfather is not your grandfather. Qian Diheng was very distressed and tapped his forehead with his finger. I've already delayed for so long, I understand. Xiaohua smiled at Sun Shu, and the smile in his eyes made Sun Shu's heart feel at ease. Senior martial brother Qian, why aren't you going in? Xiaohua loosened his arm. Yes, I'll go in now. After Qian Diheng finished explaining the matter, he obediently led the way into the immortal's cave, followed by Sun Shu. Xue Xue also went in with Xiaohua, leaving them behind. Cui Hongshan and the rest of the gang of scoundrels looked at each other in dismay, their eyes revealing a trace of puzzlement and also a lot of regret. They never thought that the Heavenly Thunder Palace's dandy would actually have such a good relationship with the shocking Thunder Palace's loose cultivators. Jin Chikue gritted his teeth. After all, when Qian Diheng appeared, he immediately stole the limelight. Moreover, Qian Diheng didn't even look at him. However, even if he hated, what could he do? He could only follow Cui Hongshan into the cave and obediently stand at the two sides. At this time, there was a late-stage Jindan cultivator sitting in the cave. Who among the disciples dared to sit down? At the head of the cave, Gantian sat in the middle. Sun Ming and Jin Jia accompanied him on the two sides. Helplessness and Zhuo Minghui sat on the chair on the right. Jin Mo and the others carefully sat on the left. Junior martial brother Zhen, why did you come to 10,000 Thunder Valley today? Gantian and the others had finished their greetings and asked with a smile. Chapter 1824. Jin Jia was thinking about it and couldn't understand why Gantian came. Naturally, he didn't dare to say much. Just as he was about to reply, he saw Xiaohua walk in with Qian Diheng and Sun Ming. He frowned and looked at Jin Weisheng, giving him a signal. He then smiled. 10,000 Thunder Valley is the most important place in Arjanlei Palace. I heard that junior nephew's disciple reached foundation building, so I came over to congratulate you. Also, I wanted to ask Xiaohua a few things. And, did junior brother ask someone to ask Heng? Gantian asked directly. Jin Jia felt a little awkward, but he didn't dare to not reply. He smiled. I had a disciple fall, so I can't not ask. Is it because of the nether lotus? Gantian said impolitely. No, that thing is useful for foundation building, but what can it do for golden core cultivators? Jin Jia didn't dare to say anything else and could only argue. And, have you finished asking? I also have things to ask Xiaohua. Gantian's overbearingness was obvious. I have finished. Jin Jia looked at Sun Ming opposite him and said softly. Oh. What did you ask? What did Xiaohua reply? Gantian asked him politely. Jin Jia smiled, like what Diheng said, due to an oath, Xiaohua couldn't say much. Moreover, he didn't know. Seeing that, I didn't ask any more. Damn, this fellow. Xiaohua was speechless. Jin Jia didn't ask, but Jin Weisheng did. However, Xiaohua couldn't say and others wouldn't either. Not bad. Zhenjie nodded. As seniors, we should understand that. Since the disciples have made a hard oath, they should say many things that they should, and don't say anything that they shouldn't. Yes, I understand. Zhenjie didn't have the arrogance from before and said with a smile. Are you done with your matter? Yes, I don't have anything else. Zhenjie's fierce face became unusually friendly in front of Gantian. What about you? Gantian turned his head and said to Sun Ming straightforwardly. Sun Ming smiled bitterly. I probably came for the same reason as senior brother Gantian. Gantian Ao glanced at Sun Ming and said mercilessly, when I saw you here, I knew. Have you asked Xiaohua? Not yet. So you're saying that this old man will be one step ahead of you? Yes, senior brother Qian is indeed one step ahead of I. Senior brother Qian, please. Sun Ming's mouth was bitter, but she didn't dare to say anything. Gantian and Sun Ming's words were really weird. No matter if it was Zhenjie or helplessness, they couldn't understand what was going on. However, they understood that since even Gantian, who was at the late Golden Core stage, had come, what they wanted to ask wouldn't be a small matter. All right. Gantian looked around and said coldly, since everyone is here, I won't chase you away on behalf of junior nephew Wuji. Apart from Xiaohua and Heng, all of you swear a hard oath. You can't tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, even if a hard oath is useless, this old man will still take his life. Helplessness was stunned. This was the second time he was forced to swear a hard oath today. However, looking at Zhenjie's dark and gloomy face, he felt refreshed for no reason. His mood was 100 times better than the first time. Cough cough. Helplessness stood up and bowed. Junior Master Qian, Junior is the master. Junior will swear a hard oath. Left and right, one hard oath was a hard oath, two was the same. Helplessness didn't have any burden and swore it right away. Zhuo Minghui saw her husband stand up and also swore a hard oath. After waiting for everyone to swear, Sun Ming sighed and also opened her mouth. Zhenjie's face was already torn to shreds. However, he didn't dare to not swear a hard oath. He only hesitated slightly. Gantian scoffed coldly, and the entire cave seemed to become colder. Yes, senior brother Qian, don't be anxious. Zhenjie hurriedly opened his mouth and swore a hard oath. However, when the hard oath was swore, his heart relaxed for no reason. Since everyone here swore a hard oath, who would say that he was forced to swear a hard oath? And Gantian was very satisfied. He looked at Xiaohua with a gentle gaze and said, Xiaohua, come over for a moment. Yes, Junior greets Senior Master Qian. Xiaohua hurriedly went up and bowed. Very good. Xiaohua, I heard Heng talk about you. You took care of Heng a lot during the trial. I will remember it in my heart. Although Gantian was thankful, his tone was calm. I think you already know why I came here today, right? Junior knows. Xiaohua's face revealed a bitter smile. Then, Gantian's voice actually trembled as he hesitated. That thing, do you still have it? Even if it's half a drop, it's fine. Xiaohua saw that Gantian's gaze seemed to be able to pierce through him. He knew that if it wasn't for Qian Di Heng or if Gantian still had a bit of morality, he would have already snatched it. Thus, he reached out and touched his nose, smiling bitterly. Okay, Senior Master knows. If Junior doesn't have it, would Junior still be a Qi Refinement Realm cultivator? Good. Gantian let out a long breath, his expression relaxed a lot. Where is it? It's in Junior's storage bag. Xiaohua raised his brows and said. Hearing this, Zhenjie's eyes flashed as he glanced at Zhen Weisheng. Zhen Weisheng also bit his lips. He didn't expect that the storage bag that passed through his hands would have a treasure that even a late Golden Core Realm cultivator would covet. Take it out. Gantian smiled. Junior will give it to Senior right away. Xiaohua said, Junior originally wanted to give this thing to Master, but because there is only one drop, Junior is in a difficult position. Just now, I wanted to give it to a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator as a congratulatory gift, but he didn't want it. This is also Senior Master Qian's fate. What? Xiaohua wants to give this thing to me? Cui Hongshan was dumbfounded on the spot. I actually pushed away a treasure that even a core formation senior wanted? But then, Cui Hongshan laughed hoarsely. How is that possible? Xiaohua doesn't want such a precious thing. Why would he give it to me? However, another voice crazily shouted in his heart. How is it so impossible? Didn't he want to take it out just now? Sigh, Xiaohua's words. Let's not talk about Cui Hongshan. Just one sentence from Xiaohua already made him worried. Moreover, Xiaohua said that he would take it out, but he didn't take it out. Gantian's face couldn't help but turn cold. Senior Master Qian, don't panic, Junior thinks so. Xiaohua hurriedly said, just now, didn't Senior say, even half a drop is fine? Can Senior just take half a drop? Gantian said coldly, what I want, there is no reason to bargain. Chapter 1825. Gantian coldly laughed as he rejected. However, after he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Qian Diheng and said, I promised Heng, that I wouldn't make things difficult for you. Your request isn't too much. After all, you also need this item. Forget it, I will agree to your request. Thank you, Senior Ancestor Qian. Xiaohua bowed happily. I won't take it for free. You can ask Heng, for the benefits I'll give you later. Gantian continued. Junior understands. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a jade box. It was obvious that this jade box was the same as the ones in his storage bag. The moment the jade box was taken out, Gantian stretched out his hand and a huge force appeared. Xiaohua didn't have any strength to resist as the jade box flew into Gantian's hands. Ha ha ha. Gantian swept it with his spiritual sense and immediately laughed. He waved his hand and a restriction blocked him. No one knew what he was doing within the restriction. After a while, Gantian removed the restriction and took the jade box in his hands. With a wave of his hand, the jade box flew into Xiaohua's hands. Xiaohua, who took the jade box, turned his head and bowed toward Sun Ming. Senior Ancestor Sun, I think you came for this, right? Sun Ming was slightly taken aback. She didn't hide it and nodded, indeed. I have such intentions. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Qian Diheng said it clearly and he had delayed for a long time before he had no choice but to tell Gantian. Sun Shu was probably the same, which was why Gantian and Sun Ming gathered in 10,000 Thunder Valley. However, this was also good. Xiaohua passed the jade box to Sun Ming and smiled bitterly. Junior didn't dare to use it because I was afraid that my talent wasn't good enough. If I still couldn't reach Foundation Establishment, my last hope would be destroyed. Since Senior came today, Junior knows that I have no fate with this item. I'll give it to Senior Ancestor Sun. Xiaohua. Shui, who was originally very calm, couldn't help but cry out. She couldn't believe that Xiaohua didn't use it. Although Sun Ming's brows slightly furrowed, her hand still firmly caught the jade box. Moreover, she was still worried and opened the jade box to take a look. Only then did she put it into her storage bag and said, Xiaohua, this poor Daoist has received your favor. Ai's gift is also with Shui. I'll get her to give it to you later. Thank you, Grandmaster. As long as Grandmaster treats Shui well, Junior will be perfectly satisfied. Xiaohua said very calmly. Pfft. Sun Ming laughed, Ai's own disciple, how can I not treat him well? Your words will make others think too much. If it were any other day, Shui would definitely be flushed with embarrassment, but at this moment, she was looking at Xiaohua with worry. After all, Zhongyao milk was a shortcut to the Foundation Establishment stage, and it was gone just like that. Xiaohua smiled, following which he took off his storage bag and placed it in front of Gantian. Senior Ancestor Qian, please take a look. I don't have anything else. I don't want others to make things difficult for me. All right. Gantian took it and opened the storage bag. After checking for a moment, he nodded. I know what you mean. Then, he turned around and looked at everyone, saying coldly, this matter ends here. Not to mention the oath you all made before, if any disciple makes things difficult for Xiaohua because of this, then they are making things difficult for me. Xianxia and the others looked at one another. Gantian had been so mysterious for such a long time that he didn't know what to say. However, one thing he was sure of was that this thing was related to the foundation establishment stage and the pregnancy of a baby. Something that even Sun Ming could use, he could use it too. However, Xiaohua's actions were obviously telling him that he only had the last drop. There was nothing else. Since Gantian was so happy and took over this matter, Gantian's cultivation would probably improve again. After the late Golden Core stage was the nascent soul stage. Although Xianxia was domineering, he was also an extremely smart person. He wouldn't make any unnecessary sacrifices for something that he didn't have anymore, so he closed his eyes in his heart. Xiaohua took the storage bag that Gantian threw over and bowed once more. Thank you, Senior Ancestor Qian, for helping me. And I hope that you will train hard. In the future, when you reach the foundation establishment stage, I will also congratulate you. Gantian was in a good mood as he waved his hand and smiled. It was obvious that he was preparing to leave. However, at that moment, a timid voice sounded out, Senior Ancestor Qian, I want to spar with Senior Brother Xiao. Is there a problem? Gantian, who was about to stand up, paused. He looked at the last disciple standing on the right and asked, whose disciple are you? I am a disciple of Thunder Palace's Yanlei Ridge. My master is Jin Weisheng. It was Yen Xiafeng who spoke. This is the disciple of Ai's fourth disciple. Xianxia smiled apologetically. This child participated in the Feather Immortal Gathering last year and actually got second place. He really helped my thunder-controlling sect. Moreover, he is a thoughtful kid. When he heard that Xiaohua got first place in the Feather Immortal Gathering, he had the idea of sparring with him. Today, he insisted that I bring him over to get to know Xiaohua. I thought that this was a good chance to spar with someone from the same sect, so I agreed. I didn't think that senior brother would help Xiaohua and scare him. Only then did he gather his courage to ask for an idea, right? Damn, what does this have to do with me? Gantian waved his sleeves. His tone was the same as Qian Diheng's. I just don't want to make things difficult for Xiaohua. I didn't say anything else. If you all want to spar, then spar. The moment Gantian said this, the entire cave became lively. The disciple who was insulted by Xiaohua wanted to show off in front of Gantian. He smiled. Senior brother Xiao is a genius and doesn't want to spar with someone from the same sect. If you want to spar, you can only go to the Thunder Field. Thunder Field? What do you little kids know? You keep talking about Thunder Field. Xianxia smiled. Junior doesn't dare. Xiaohua hurriedly bowed and said, this junior is just speaking from the bottom of his heart. Since many disciples wanted to invite my myriad Thunder Valley's disciples to the Thunder Arena, then this junior might as well follow their wishes. Don't engage in some superficial exchange of pointers. This junior will directly accompany them to the Thunder Arena. Ha ha ha. Damn, you really have guts. Gantian obviously understood the situation of 10,000 Thunder Valley before coming and also knew about Xiangyang. At this moment when he heard what Xiaohua said, he rubbed his palms and sat down with interest. This. Yen Xiafeng obviously didn't expect that they would directly go to the Thunder Field. He looked towards Jin Weisheng. However, how would Jin Weisheng dare to do anything in front of Gantian? He acted like he didn't hear anything. Little kid, you. What's wrong? You don't dare to go to the Thunder Field? Gantian smiled as he looked at Yen Xiafeng. Junior naturally dares. Yen Xiafeng raised his chest and said. Good boy, things are getting out of hand. Xiaohua thought without any evil intentions. I have only entered the lightning-controlling sect for a few years and I have already taken the lives of several lightning-controlling sect disciples. It seems like, it isn't any less than killing disciples of other sects, right? This Yan Xiafeng. Why doesn't he know if he is dead or alive? Chapter 1826. Actually, if it was a normal day, Xiaohua could wave his hand and deny it, treating it as a joke. He was just mocking that fellow, but he didn't expect him to pick up the bait. Now, it made things difficult for him. What a joke! Who would have the patience to fight with an energy training cultivator to kill a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator? Xiaohua wasn't even interested in a foundation establishment initial stage cultivator. However, Gantian late golden core stage cultivator was present, so Xiaohua couldn't go back on his words. Hearing Yan Xiafeng agree, Xiaohua could only smile bitterly. Great! Gantian smiled. When I was young, I was also this impulsive. Sigh, it's good to be young. Looking at the situation, Qian Diheng's unafraid attitude came from Gantian. However, Yan Xiafeng saw that Gantian was happy, so he gathered his courage and said, since it's a competition, then, Junior also has a condition? And, tell me, let me hear it. Seeing such an interesting matter, Gantian was interested and asked. I heard that senior brother Xiao obtained a divine item from the Feather Immortal Gathering. Junior was thinking, can I use that item as a wager? If Junior is lucky enough to win, can senior brother Xiao part with it? Yan Xiafeng seemed to have thought about this countless times, saying it without hesitation. Even Zhen Weixing was stunned. Interesting. Gantian seemed to have heard of the Great Wisdom Sword, turning his head and asking, Xiaohua, I heard that the item is extremely heavy. Why didn't I see it in the storage bag? Xiaohua looked at the fanaticism in Yan Xiafeng's eyes and laughed coldly in his heart. A peak energy training cultivator actually dared to think about the Great Wisdom Sword. He was tired of living. Alright, I'll let Senior Master Qian know. That thing is too heavy and useless, so I threw it in the East Ridge Herb Garden. Xiaohua smiled. However, that item is an item from the heavens. Someone wants me to use it as a wager, then, shouldn't that person also take out something similar? Junior has a magical item that I obtained from the Feather Immortal Gathering, and I'm willing to use it as a wager. Yan Xiafeng clapped his hands and took out a rectangular magical item that shone with a faint light. With a pft sound, Qian Diheng burst out laughing. With a face full of disdain and contempt, he said, Martial nephew Yan really knows how to joke. He actually used a magic tool to make a bet with junior martial brother Xiao. How could that thing be as valuable as an extraterrestrial divine object? Back then, even the elders of the Tai Ching sect were full of praise for the otherworldly divine item. This. Yan Xiafeng was at a loss for words. He'd only heard his senior brothers mention Xiaohua's Great Wisdom Sword, yet he truly didn't have any impression of what it looked like or what it could be used for. However, according to his thoughts, the magic tool he obtained from the Feather Immortal Gathering should be able to compare with the Great Wisdom Sword, right? If Swallow Thunder Ridge doesn't have anything good, why don't you let me take one and give it to Martial Nephew Yan? Qian Diheng was overjoyed and continued to tease. Gantian scolded, how can you say that about Swallow Thunder Ridge? That's where Thunderclap Palace refines their weapons. Although he was scolding, his tone was filled with doting love and he didn't try to hide it at all. Furthermore, he turned his head and said to Xianxia, Er's words are rough but logical. Junior martial brother Zhen, for something that even the elders of the Tai Ching sect said was good, if your Swallow Thunder Ridge doesn't take out anything, they won't be convinced. This tone, it was standard to stir things up, standard to not be afraid of things getting out of hand. This. Xianxia hesitated. It was Zhen Weixing's idea to have Yan Xiafeng test Xiaohua, and he would have approved of it. After all, Swallow Thunder Ridge's disciples had disappeared one after another because of Xiaohua. Even if Xiaohua was an aura-refining disciple, they still had to check his actual strength. However, the situation had already gotten out of his control and it made him scratch his head. You have to take out a magic tool, right? Even if it's a low-grade one. Gantian suggested. There's no need for any magic tool. Xiaohua hurriedly said, Junior already has a hard time using the cloud-suppressing seal, why don't we change to something else? Hearing this, Xianxia's anger rose. He had never met a cultivator who didn't like having too many magic tools. He stared at Xiaohua and laughed coldly, you haven't even reached foundation establishment and you already know how to be picky? I don't dare. Xiaohua lowered his brow and didn't retort. He knew that Gantian would definitely side with him, not for other reasons but because the more fun things were, the more Gantian would support him. That's true. Gantian smiled, Xiaohua got a magic tool last time in the Feather Celestial Gathering, so what's the point of giving him another one? He can't use it. Then I will take. Jinjia's face turned green from being mocked. He slapped his storage bag and wanted to take out something but Jin Weisheng stepped up and smiled, Master, did you forget? Last time you went out and got something good from the Xianin illusionary realm and placed it with me. Isn't this thing the same value as the item from beyond the heavens? As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized jade pendant from his storage pouch and handed it over. Isn't this for you to comprehend? What did you see? Jinjia was stunned and then scolded, how can you take this thing out? Seeing his master continue the conversation, Jin Weisheng panicked, disciple is stupid, this thing is an ancient fire-controlling technique. With disciple's talent, it is hard to comprehend. Jinjia took the jade amulet and scanned it with his divine sense. A smile appeared on his face as he said to Xiaohua, this is an ancient divine artifact. It is a perfect match for your divine artifact. If you don't agree, this old man has nothing else to take out. Xiaohua saw the two of them acting and knew that there was something fishy about this thing. He immediately waved his hand, then forget it. Senior Master Zhen, I was joking about going to the lightning field. It's fine if I don't go. When Jinjia heard that, he smiled, why do I listen to what you say? You said you wanted something of similar value, so I found something of similar value. If you don't want to go to the lightning field, then I won't let my disciple go there. Although senior brother Qian is here, I want you to make things clear. Damn it. Xiaohua was about to jump up and down, who knows what is written on the jade? Do you think it is ancient just because you say so? What use do I have for an ancient thing? However, the ancient god item was compatible with his item from beyond the heavens. Anyone who heard it would think that it was of similar value. Let me take a look. Gantian stretched out his hand. Senior brother Qian, please take a look and see if it is an ancient fire-controlling technique. Although it wasn't suitable to show it to Gantian now, Gantian wanted to see it. Jinjia didn't dare to go against him and passed it over. As expected, when Gantian scanned with his spiritual sense, he frowned. However, he smiled and sighed, Junior brother Zhen is right. This is an ancient god item. Xiaohua, you can't go back on your words. Chapter 1827. It can't be. Xiaohua was somewhat anxious, but he turned his eyes and slightly tilted his head. Sure enough, Qian Diheng, who was not far away, was giving him a slight wink. Thus, Xiaohua's heart moved, and he could only helplessly say, all right, since Grandmaster Qian has said so, how could this junior dare not agree? Ha ha ha, great. Gantian rubbed his palms and stood up. He didn't return the jade to Jinjia and said, I haven't been to Lightning Field in a long time. Let's go and have some fun. I'll help you all make a decision. Today? Helplessly he frowned. The main character today was Cui Hongshan, it was his opening day. Who knew that all the glory would turn to Xiaohua? Now that he was going to enter Lightning Field, this wasn't a good sign for Cui Hongshan's opening. Only, looking at Gantian's excited look, how would helplessly dare to say anything? He could only turn around and smile bitterly at Zhuo Minghui. Her expression was the same. Junior will go and get that item. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. I'll go with you. Xiangyang smiled. Don't, I will go. Qian Diheng interrupted, if you all run, what will happen to my great-grandfather? You? Zhen Weixing was about to smile crookedly. Xiang Yang definitely wouldn't let Xiao Hua run. However, if Qian Diheng followed, the chances of Xiao Hua running would be much higher. You go with Xiao Hua. Come back quickly. I'll wait for you all at Lightning Field. Gantian waved his hands. Disciple. Disciple also wants to go. Sun Shu and Xue Xue said at the same time. Sun Ming looked at Gantian. Gantian waved his hands and smiled. It's good that two people go to Xuanlei Palace. Yes, two crisp voices like that of Orioles rang out. Not to mention Zhen Weixing teaching Yan Xifeng secrets and finding a way to win. Not to mention Zhen Jia and Sun Ming accompanying Gantian to Lightning Field, Qian Diheng accompanying Xiao Hua out of the cave. He immediately grabbed Xiao Hua and asked in disbelief, Junior brother Xiao, you really didn't use Zhongyao milk? Of course I didn't. Xiao Hua shook his head. Sigh, then, it's all my fault. Qian Diheng said dejectedly, I delayed using it for a long time because I was afraid that he would ask about it. Who would have thought that you haven't used it after so long? I feel the same. Sun Shu bit his lips, which were somewhat pale. I didn't tell you the truth until junior sister Xue's escape technique suddenly improved. Master, only noticed it. Huh, it's nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand, it has nothing to do with you, it's all my fault, I was too worried about personal gains and losses. Alas, Qian Diheng sighed again. He clapped his hand and took out an item from his storage pouch, handing it to Xiao Hua. He said, this is from your grandfather. I thought you wouldn't need it. This. Xiao Hua looked at it and a strange expression appeared on his face. Hee, how is it? Who would have thought that it would really become yours? Qian Diheng seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of craftiness appeared on his face. Xue Xue didn't ask much, and also took out an item and handed it to Xiao Hua. This is also I's choice. Sun Shu also smiled bitterly and said, however, if junior brother Xiao didn't speak up today, I'm afraid my master would have returned empty-handed. I believe that in a few days, my master will give you a great reward. Then let's make the reward even greater. Xiao Hua received the two items with a smile. After Xiao Hua put away the two items, he said, little brother didn't do it entirely for martial ancestor Sun Ming. The majority of it was for my own sake. I understand this. Sun Shu glanced at Xue Xue and said in a low voice, you only have one drop left. You gave half a drop to Ancestor Qian, but without my master's share, I'm afraid junior sister Xue will be wronged. Moreover, this half drop is also a disaster. If you don't give it all to others, no one will come to find trouble with you. Exactly. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, in the future, I will have peace of mind. No one will come to find me because of this. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng's faces were slightly bitter. Wasn't this all because of them? Of course, after Xiao Hua told them what happened, if Sun Ming and Gantian didn't come, they wouldn't know how Jinjie would deal with them. Only then did the guilt of the two slightly ease. That's right, the thing that Zhen Weixing gave Jinjie is obviously something that Jinjie doesn't know. How did it become some ancient god technique? If it's nothing, wouldn't Xiao Hua be at a disadvantage? Xue Xue's eyes turned slightly, changing the topic. Don't worry, junior sister Xue. Qian Diheng patted his chest and said, since great-grandfather nodded his head and agreed, your item can't be wrong. Moreover, although Jinjie doesn't know what it is, he is a golden core cultivator. If he says it is, then it is. Great-grandfather can only agree. Oh, that's good. Xue Xue smiled sweetly at Xiao Hua. Ancient fire control god technique, this Zhen Weixing really knows how to make things up. Qian Diheng curled his lips, if it's true, he would have comprehended it long ago. Why would he take it out? Moreover, even Jinjie doesn't know, but why did great-grandfather agree? Junior brother Qian, don't forget that Ancestor Qian didn't let go once he took it. It seems, it really is a good item. Sun Shu noticed the details. I understand great-grandfather's words. My question is, what is in this jade? Qian Diheng scratched his head. Won't it be fine after Xiao Hua wins against that guy? What's the use of thinking about it now? Sun Shu said in annoyance. Xue Xue was a little worried and said in a low voice, Xiao Hua, are you confident? Him? Qian Diheng curled his lips again. This Xiao Hua is the #1 expert under Foundation establishment in the Imperial Thunder sect. Oh, he should be the #1 expert under Foundation establishment in the Xiaoyu continent. If he can't do it, no one can. Sun Shu also nodded his head, thinking back to that year. Junior brother Xiao killed 4 Qi refining stage 12 cultivators by himself. That prestige, TSK, even I feel satisfied when I think about it. Yan Xiefeng of Swallow Thunder Ridge was like an egg striking a rock. Junior brother Xiao, do you think you should use the flying sword talisman to assassinate that guy, or use the cloud suppressing seal to smash that guy to death? Or use that black thing of yours to smash that guy into meat paste? Qian Diheng was planning a way for Yan Xiefeng to die. And I know what to do. Xiao Hua didn't express his opinion. His gaze was calm as if he was considering something. Qian Diheng was overjoyed when he saw the situation. He knew that there would be an exciting battle to watch. Along the way, he talked a lot and taught Xiao Hua how to kill Yan Xiefeng. Like Gantian, he wasn't afraid of things getting out of hand. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Thunder Arena was a special place in the Imperial Thunder sect. Even the low-level disciples didn't know where it was. Within every lightning palace, there was a place where one could teleport to the Thunder Arena. This teleportation place was called the Life and Death Temple by the disciples. The disciples who entered the Thunder Arena had to be accompanied by their elders. The most important thing was that every disciple had to have a life and death contract. Without the contract, the Life and Death Temple wouldn't open. Chapter 1828. Seismic Thunder Palace's Life and Death Temple was in a side hall, guarded by disciples on duty. The disciples on duty didn't recognize Sun Shu and the others, but they recognized Zhenjia, Zhen Weisheng, and helplessness. Seeing Zhenjia come with Gantian, they knew he was a teacher. One of them bowed and asked respectfully, Ancestor Zhen, why did you come to the Life and Death Temple? I have a disciple who wants to enter the Life and Death Temple. Go and call the deacon on duty today. Zhenjia said solemnly. Please wait a moment. Disciple will go and find Uncle Zhen Hongwen. The disciple was very smart, smiling and leaving. Not long later, Zhen Hongwen came. He was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing that the person in front was Gantian from Qian Thunder Palace, he quickly walked over and bowed. Forget it. Gantian flicked his sleeves. I'm here to make a decision, no need to be so polite. Uncle Qian is going to make a decision? Zhen Hongwen was stunned, looking at Zhenjia and Sun Ming. He muttered in his heart, it can't be these two seniors, right? However, he didn't say much, at the same time greeting Sun Ming and Zhenjia. After the greetings, Zhen Hongwen looked at helplessness and Zhen Weisheng, thinking maliciously, could it be these two? But even so, there's no need for Uncle Qian to make a decision, right? Senior brother Zhen. Zhen Weisheng cupped his hands. I have a disciple who wants to enter the Thunder Arena with a disciple of senior brother helplessness. Senior brother Zhen, please make some preparations. What? Your disciple? Zhen Hongwen was confused. Zhen Weisheng was only at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. His disciple was at most Qi refinement. A competition between Qi refinement disciples. Did a late-stage Golden Core cultivator need to participate? Helplessness's disciple. Zhen Hongwen was still thinking, Xiang Yang definitely isn't. Could it be? At this moment, Gantian laughed coldly. Why is your Seismic Thunder Palace's Life and Death Temple so slow? Making preparations so slow? Yes, disciple will deal with it now. Zhen Hongwen's expression froze, and he immediately replied. After speaking, he patted his hand and took out a triangular jade plate from his storage bag. He pressed his hand on one of the corners and a finger-shaped imprint appeared on it. Red and blue light emitted from the edge of the imprint and slowly spread towards the other two corners. When one of the two corners turned pure red and the other pure blue, Zhen Hongwen said in a low voice, "Which two disciples want to enter the Thunder Arena? Please take out your identity medallion and imprint your imprint on this life and death contract." "Yes." Yan Xiefeng responded and stepped forward. He took out his identity token and activated it with his Fa Li. A misty brilliance appeared on the token and went into one of the pure red horns. Where the brilliance fell, it was like a stone falling into water, creating a layer of ripples. When the brilliance calmed down, 3 black words appeared on the pure red horn. It was Yan Xiefeng. "Where's the other disciple?" Zhen Hongwen raised her eyes and asked again, but her gaze was fixed on the several aura-refining disciples next to Cui Hongshan. "Junior brother Zhen, I's disciple isn't here yet," Helplessness quickly said. Although Helplessness was the senior brother, Zhen Hongwen was the deacon of the Life and Death Temple. His position was much higher than Helplessness's. His face was obviously cold. "Since he isn't here, why did you ask I to come? Also, why did you ask Senior Uncle Qian to come too?" His tone wasn't polite at all. This little fellow is really long-winded." Gantian coldly snorted and said, "I haven't been impatient, but you're the first to be impatient. You can just wait here." "Yes, disciple understands." Zhen Hongwen's heart tightened. He definitely didn't expect Gantian to speak for Helplessness. He hurriedly bowed and replied. Thus, the group of people stood in front of the Life and Death Temple quietly. No one dared to speak. Not long later, another 5 cultivators came over. They were all at the Foundation Establishment realm. The 2 at the front were at the Foundation Establishment realm. Their faces were also ugly. They probably wanted to enter the Thunder Arena to settle their grievances. "Who's on duty?" One of the thin cultivators looked weak, but his temper was explosive. Before he even got close, he scolded. "Junior is on duty. Does Senior want to enter the Life and Death Temple?" The disciple who welcomed them immediately walked up. "Nonsense, if I'm not entering the Life and Death Temple, why am I here?" "Junior brother, I am here." Zhen Hongwen hurriedly walked past them and cupped his hands. "I Su Ming greets Senior brother." That cultivator was obviously unhappy and wasn't too respectful. He slightly bowed. "I want to enter the Thunder Arena with this fellow." "Senior brother, please handle it." "This." Zhen Hongwen was a little hesitant. Gantian was standing in front of the Life and Death Temple and was blocked by several people. He wanted to enter the Thunder Arena to rule others. Should he enter first? What's wrong? The person in front hasn't died yet? Su Ming asked him politely. Zhen Hongwen seemed to understand the feelings of the cultivators who came to the Thunder Arena. He wasn't angry and smiled. "That's right. Junior brother Su, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a while." Su Ming glanced at the cultivator on the left and laughed coldly. "Then let this fellow live a little longer. We still don't know who will live and who will die." That cultivator didn't seem to be afraid and retorted. The 3 people behind were obviously the teachers of the 2 and knew each other. Their faces were filled with worry. Seeing that there were people in front of them, they exchanged glances and walked in front of the 2, whispering something. However, it was obvious that Su Ming was impatient. His face was filled with respect and he seemed to listen to everything they said. However, his eyes occasionally glanced at the other party and flashed with a vicious light. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, there was still no movement in front. Su Ming couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Senior brother Zhen. The people in front. Why are they dying so slowly? Why aren't you moving aside?" A sound rang out and Su Ming's brain exploded. It was as if an awl had pierced into it. "Io," Su Ming cried out and fell to the ground. "Where are you from? Don't you know first come, first served? Why aren't you being respectful in front of us seniors?" It was actually Xianxia's voice. "Since you want to die, I'll let you die now so that the seniors of the Heavenly Thunder Palace don't have to watch the show." Xianxia. Martial Uncle Zhen? Only now did Su Ming's teacher see Xianxia in front of the crowd, followed by Sun Ming and Gantian. The three of them were shocked and wanted to bow and greet in a panic. "You wait first." How could Xianxia let them go forward? He flicked his sleeves and said, "Wait until I'm done with senior brother Qian, then it'll be your turn." "Yes, yes." Su Ming's teacher hurriedly nodded and then helped Su Ming up. Su Ming's face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. This golden core stage cultivator's ability was really strange. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, with the persuasion of teacher Su Ming's expression actually eased up. The two opponents who had previously been ready to fight to the death on the thunder field, under the escort of the teachers from both sides, cupped their hands towards Shen Hongwen and turned to leave the side hall. However, when they left, they didn't dare to say goodbye to Xianxia. Chapter 1829. The five of them left the side hall and didn't walk far when they met two men and two women. One of them was a tall and thin aura refining disciple holding an extremely ugly sword embryo. He asked very respectfully, "Martial uncle, may I know how to enter the view of life and death of my thunderous palace?" Needless to say, this aura refining disciple was Xiaohua. This guy also just found out that entering the thunder field required passing the view of life and death, and he didn't know about the thunderous palace's view of life and death. "Yes, it's just ahead." Su Ming's master pointed and then advised, "There is a Jindan martial uncle in front of the view of life and death. If you want to enter the thunder field, come back later." "Yes, thank you, martial uncle." Xiaohua cupped his hands and led Xian Dihang and the others in the direction of the view of life and death. Alas, why are the disciples nowadays all the same as Su Ming? Su Ming's master sighed, "You can't even listen to the words of your elders. It's obviously not a big matter, but you have to make a big fuss. If it weren't for the delay in front of the view of life and death today, you two who were originally on good terms with each other would be separated by life and death. Master, can't you say a few words less?" Ouch. Su Ming held his head and whispered in shame and anger, "We were just talking about others. Why are you talking about disciples again?" Immediately, Su Ming came to his senses and turned to look at the backs of Xiaohua and the others. They shouldn't be the disciples that martial uncle Xianxia is waiting for? No, two aura refining disciples, two disciples who just entered the Foundation establishment realm. How could they be worthy of waiting for Heavenly Thunder Palace's Jindan cultivators? Another cultivator said resolutely. "Why not?" Su Ming asked again, obviously unconvinced. "What?" Still. That person also asked back, but before he could speak, Su Ming's master quickly pulled the two people and said, "Who cares who they are waiting for, let's go first." Xiaohua and the other three had just entered the side chamber when they were greeted by Xiang Yang, who had been waiting for them. Xiang Yang's first words were, "Junior brother, the Thunder Arena is not that easy to enter and exit. You should carefully consider it. Just now, I saw with my own eyes that the two senior and junior brothers who were originally going to enter the Thunder Arena, after a period of delay, have both calmed down and now have returned." Looking at this elder martial brother who always tried to be nice, Xiaohua said with a smile, "Now that things have come to this, can this little brother withdraw?" Exactly. Qian Diheng didn't like Xiang Yang and said snappily, "Wait until junior brother Xiao kills that guy, then it won't be too late for you to say this." Xiang Yang sighed and brought Xiaohua to Xianxia and the others. "This is the item from beyond the heavens?" When Gantian saw the great wisdom sword in Xiaohua's hand, he was stunned. Xiaohua handed Hanya over with a smile and said, "It's this thing. However, other than the fact that it's especially heavy, it's just that it's not controlled by divine sense. There's nothing special about it." And Gantian swept with his spiritual sense, and as Xiaohua said, He reached out to take it. Grandmaster Qian, this thing is really heavy. Xiao Hua reminded. Gantian glanced at Xiao Hua. If it was someone else, he would have scolded them. Xiao Hua didn't dare to say anything more and released his hand. Unexpectedly, Gantian casually picked up the Great Wisdom sword and even waved it around in his hands. His face didn't reveal any weird expression as he nodded his head. As expected, it is heavy. However, to say that it's an item from beyond the heavens is a little too mysterious. Hee, it's just like that ancient god technique, it complements each other. Hee, when Jianxia heard those words that were obviously mocking him, he acted like he didn't hear anything. Gantian looked at Jianxia and said, this thing obviously has nothing to do with spells. Even if Xiao Hua got it, he would just throw it to the side. Junior brother Jin decided to use the jade to bet with this thing? Jianxia didn't hesitate and smiled. I have stood with senior brother Qian for so long, how can I not count? Wouldn't that be letting senior brother see my shocking Thunder Palace as a joke? Okay. Gantian smiled, I am just a judge, giving you guys a reminder before entering the Life and Death Temple. Then, he said to Xiao Hua, go, I will take this thing first. If you can't come down from the lightning field, I will pass it to junior brother Zhen. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua bowed and turned around to look at the cultivator guarding the Life and Death Temple. Zhen Hongwen walked over and took out the triangle and asked, are you Wu Hai's disciple? Junior is Wu Hai's disciple Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua replied. Do you want to sign a life and death contract with Yan Xiafeng to enter the Life and Death Temple and enter the lightning field? That's right. Okay, take out your identity token and sign on this life and death contract. Zhen Hongwen said expressionlessly. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and immediately understood the spell. He took out his identity token from his storage bag. The spell was the same as Yan Xiafeng's. A misty light flashed from the token and landed on the life and death contract. However, when the red and blue light surged, it spread to the last corner of the contract until it was completely blue. Two black words, Xiao Hua's, appeared there. The masters of the two disciples, please come over. Zhen Hongwen raised her head again. Wu Hai and Jin Weixing had already come forward. They each took out their tokens and signed their names in the middle of the life and death contract where Yan Xiafeng and Xiao Hua's names were respectively. Three martial uncles, please wait. Zhen Hongwen walked to the front of the Life and Death Temple. It was originally a very ordinary projector wall. Zhen Hongwen walked to the front of the projector wall and took out a diamond-shaped token. She cast a spell on the token and the token immediately emitted an emerald green light beam. After the light beam reached the air, it gradually condensed into the shape of a ball. Zhen Hongwen snorted and changed the spell in her hand again. She slowly pushed the ball toward the projector wall. When the ball entered the projector wall began to slowly vibrate like a chicken being split open. From the middle, a crisscrossing gap appeared. Go! Zhen Hongwen didn't dare to be negligent. She threw the token in her hand into the gap and it turned into an emerald green light and disappeared. After the light disappeared, the gap gradually split open. It revealed a flat surface that was as smooth as a bronze mirror. This is the Life and Death Temple? Xiao Hua looked at it without blinking and said in his heart. The surface of the mirror was oval, and there were many runes engraved on the surrounding frame. These runes were also emerald green and faintly flowed in the brilliance. Even in the mirror, there was no reflection at all, only some runes were faintly discernible. Zhen Hongwen paused for a moment and threw the life and death contract in her hand into the mirror. With a shwa sound, like the surface of the water being lifted, a red and blue brilliance appeared from the place where the life and death contract fell. This brilliance was like a door, red on one side and blue on the other, slowly moving to both sides. Chapter 1830. When the mirror was divided into red and blue, Zhen Hongwen turned around and said, Yan Xiafeng, Xiao Hua, the life and death view has been opened. You too can enter the thunder field according to the color shown by your names. I want to remind you that as long as you step into the life and death view, the life and death inside, you are not responsible. Do you want to go in? Thank you, Martial Uncle, we will go in. Xiao Hua and Yan Xifeng bowed. And Zhen Hongwen didn't know how many times he had heard this reply. He casually nodded and waved his hand, retreating a few steps. Senior brother Xiao, please. Yan Xifeng looked at the red and blue doors and raised his hand. Okay. Xiao Hua didn't hold back. Looking at Yan Xifeng, who was like a dead person, he stepped into the blue side. Xiao Hua only felt his vision darken. Instantly, a kind of teleporting pressure came from all directions. However, in the blink of an eye, the pressure disappeared. When Xiao Hua focused his eyes, he saw that he was inside a light barrier flickering with a light blue brilliance. And the countless lightning on the light barrier was the restriction outside the light barrier. Xiao Hua released his spiritual sense and felt that the space inside the light barrier was extremely large. His spiritual sense couldn't reach the end. Space magic. Xiao Hua immediately understood. Xiao Hua, Yan Xifeng, are you two ready? Zhen Hongwen's voice came again. Xiao Hua raised his head and said, Disciple is ready. After 10 breaths, an illusion will appear in the thunder field. As for what illusion, I don't know. You can do whatever you want in this illusion. All magic tools and treasures won't be affected. Zhen Hongwen's voice was like the sound of nature. You two, either one dies, one admits defeat, or the other accepts. Otherwise, you can't leave the thunder field. Of course, I, Uncle Master Zhen, and the others all saw your fight. Now that Uncle Master Gantian is here to judge, he will definitely give you justice. Then, Zhen Hongwen's voice disappeared. After 10 breaths, Xiao Hua only felt that his eyes were bright. It was so bright that he couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In front of Xiao Hua's eyes was a beautiful immortal world. Not to mention the extremely majestic immortal mountains in the distance, not to mention the boundless surging Milky Way near the immortal mountains, not to mention the heavenly maidens washing themselves and bathing by the Milky Way. Just the leisurely flying immortal birds and immortal beasts in front of Xiao Hua made him feel as if there was too much for his eyes to take in. Damn it, is this really the original appearance of the immortal land? Xiao Hua's gaze couldn't help but glance towards the bank of the heavenly river. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out. In the sky above the celestial realm, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the clouds of the 9th heaven. It rapidly struck towards Xiao Hua's forehead. No way. I'm just looking, and I haven't even seen. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He was just about to use the bright thunder escape, but when he thought about how Xianxia and the others were in the thunder arena and could see his every move, his figure unconsciously became sluggish. At this time, if he took out a flight talisman, it would probably be too late. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He clapped his hands and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out. However, just as the cloud-suppressing seal flew into the air, before Xiao Hua could activate his spiritual power, that bolt of lightning had already struck Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and hurriedly dodged. Pa! A loud sound rang out as the lightning struck his shoulder. Just as Xiao Hua was about to be injured, a tricolored brilliance flashed from the spot where the lightning struck, blocking the lightning out of thin air. The lightning immediately disappeared into thin air. Xiao Hua was very familiar with this tricolored brilliance. It was the defensive magic treasure that Qian Diheng wore during his experiential learning. That's right, this protective treasure was chosen by Qian Diheng for Xiao Hua. It was the treasure that he had always used to protect his life. At this moment, Xiao Hua was wearing this treasure. No wonder Qian Diheng had been plotting how Yan Xifeng would die. Outside the illusory realm, Jinjia's face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it. He snuck a glance at Qian Tian and said intentionally or unintentionally, Senior brother Qian? This treasure, seems to be what senior brother used when he was young. Isn't that right? I was wondering why it looked so familiar. This little brat, I only said that I would give a treasure to Xiao Hua and he actually took it out. What a prodigal thing. Qian Tian scolded. However, he immediately asked, this treasure of Yan Xifeng seems to be what junior brother used in the past. I had already given this treasure to my disciple. I'm afraid that Weishen gave it to Xifeng. Zhen Jia said embarrassedly. Sigh, just a qi refining disciple and he has to use a treasure. It's not good for the meridians. Qian Tian said sincerely. Zhen Jia's lungs were about to explode from anger. He naturally knew that this was his disciple's arrangement. Moreover, Zhen Weisheng also knew that Xiao Hua had the cloud-suppressing seal. However, none of them expected that Qian Diheng would give Xiao Hua a protective treasure. Although protective treasures also needed magic power, they used less magic power than attacking treasures. With this treasure, Xiao Hua was at least in an undefeatable position. Zhen Jia wanted to say something, but, before entering the Thunder Arena, Zhen Jia had already given this protective magic weapon to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had taken advantage of the time when he went to the Eastern Ridge to retrieve the Great Wisdom Sword to refine it for himself. What could he say? Damn it, no wonder Qian Diheng wanted to follow. Zhen Jia couldn't help but scold. And within the illusion, Xiao Hua, who was struck by a bolt of lightning, quickly fell down several feet. Only then did he stabilize himself. When he raised his head, Yan Xifeng's figure appeared high up in the sky. Humph, Xiao Hua sneered. He slapped his hand and took out a flying talisman from the space. He slapped it on his body and then urged his magic power to fly high up in the sky. Moreover, while flying, he held the cloud-suppressing seal in his hand. When the two people approached, Yan Xifeng's hand had already changed into a gourd-shaped magic treasure. Looking at Xiao Hua's figure flying over, his face was abnormally heavy. Needless to say, his sneak attack just now was precisely because of Zhen Weisheng's instructions. Relying on some of his experience with the Thunder Plains illusory realm, he hid in the shadows and then used his secret technique to activate his magic weapon, wanting to give Xiao Hua a fatal blow. But in the end, Yan Xifeng consumed a lot of magic power. For a short period of time, he temporarily couldn't control his magic treasure. He could only use his magic treasure, the Thunder Spirit Gourd, to fight the enemy. As for the Thunder Spirit Gourd, it definitely couldn't break Xiao Hua's protective treasure. But what else could he do? If he didn't want to sit and wait for death, he could only compete with Xiao Hua's magic power and see whose magic power would be consumed first. This was obviously the sorrow of an aura-refining disciple, and it was also something he could think of in advance. But what about Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua didn't know about his challenge. Thinking of this, Yan Xifeng's mouth hung a cold smile. Chapter 1831. Therefore, when Yan Xifeng flew down, he had already taken a pill to recover his true energy and quietly waited for his spiritual power to recover. Thinking of this, the corner of Yan Xifeng's mouth slightly rose. Yes, for this battle, Zhen Weisheng gave him a lot of pills. Even though Xiao Hua went to the Eastern Ridge, after all, he wasn't with Zhang Wuji. In terms of pills, he definitely couldn't compare to Yan Xifeng. Xiao Hua and the others approached. With a wave of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal let out a wang-wang sound. In midair, it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and gradually enlarged. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the cloud-suppressing seal also began to condense into a tiny ribbon shape. Go, Xiao Hua's face gradually turned pale, seemingly due to the consumption of his spiritual power. Seeing the cloud-suppressing seal slowly pressing down on him, Yan Xifeng couldn't help but feel a burst of palpitations in his heart. That kind of feeling seemed to be an invisible rope firmly binding him. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. Yan Xifeng's forehead was instantly covered in sweat. This was the first time he encountered this kind of situation. Pooh! Yan Xifeng suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. A stream of blood essence spurted out, startling him for a moment. Quick! Taking advantage of this precious moment, Yan Xifeng already formed a seal on the Thunder Spirit gourd in his hand. From within the gourd, a purple brilliance sprayed out. Within the brilliance, there were dozens of flashing lightning bolts. They were like exquisite little dragons that danced and rushed towards the cloud-suppressing seal. As the lightning bolts danced, the purple brilliance converged into the lightning bolts. Those lightning bolts absorbed the abundant lightning energy of the thunder arena and rapidly expanded. When they flew close to the cloud-suppressing seal, they had already become lightning bolts as thick as an arm. Ka-cha-cha, ka-cha-cha, a dozen sounds in a row. Those lightning bolts hit the bottom of the cloud-suppressing seal, smashing some of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into tiny ribbons. However, these lightning bolts only slightly prevented the cloud-suppressing seal from falling. The remaining lightning bolts gradually shrank under the might of the cloud-suppressing seal, and were even annihilated. This is the difference between a magic treasure and a magic tool. Fall. Not far away, Xiaohua's face showed joy. Urging the spiritual power in his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal sped up and smashed towards Yan Xifeng's forehead. Go! Yan Xifeng had long expected this. Taking advantage of the fact that the cloud-suppressing seal's infinite karma power was slightly weak, he tried his best to activate the flight talisman to escape. Unfortunately, how could a 12th-layer Qi refinement cultivator like him escape from the boundless power of karma? Even if Yan Xifeng exerted all his strength, he only managed to fly a few feet. Pa! The cloud-suppressing seal landed on Yan Xifeng's forehead. However, just as Xiaohua had expected, a layer of lightning also appeared on Yan Xifeng's forehead. This lightning quickly covered Yan Xifeng's entire body and firmly protected him. No matter how much the suppressing cloud seal flipped in the air, it could not land. Hee, senior brother Zhen, you've made a lot of preparations. Sun Ming couldn't help but say in amusement. Both of them had magic treasures to protect themselves, so in the end, the only thing that mattered was their transcendence energy. Furthermore, they were both at the peak of the 12th layer of aura refining, so their transcendence energy, was there even a need to mention it? There was definitely not much difference between them. In Sun Ming's mind, the biggest possibility for these two people was already a tie. This old man also doesn't know. It's all thanks to Professor Wei Xing's methods. Zhen Jie naturally pushed away all responsibility. However, just as Sun Ming was speaking, a strange change occurred again. Xiaohua's hands spread out, and like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, dozens of fireball talismans covered Yan Xifeng's entire body. Only to hear a series of rumbling sounds, like the firecrackers of the mortal world during the new year, ringing non-stop. With great difficulty, it finally stopped. At the place where the flames were extinguished, Yan Xifeng revealed an expression of having a card up his sleeve, and the lightning around his body did not decrease in the slightest. However, just as Yan Xifeng once again struggled free from the might of the cloud-suppressing seal and had just flown a few feet away, Xiaohua once again waved his large hand, closely followed by a dozen or so fireball talismans pouncing over this. Sun Ming was somewhat speechless. This was almost a scoundrel's way of fighting. But thinking about it again, relying on the might of a magic weapon to trap the opponent, and then using yellow talismans to wear down the opponent's magic power, it was also an extremely normal train of thought. Others had just woken up, but Wu Qi, Zhe Minghui, Xiang Yang, and the others had already thought of it when Xiaohua threw out the first batch of fireball talismans. Didn't Xiaohua use this move to deal with Xiang Yang that day? Even the early-stage foundation establishment Xiang Yang was somewhat exhausted. Could Yan Xifeng do it? Of course, this depended on how long Yan Xifeng's magic power could support the magic weapon protecting his body, and also how many fireball talismans Xiaohua had. But how many fireball talismans did Xiaohua have? No one seemed to know that every time Yan Xifeng relied on this protective magic treasure to block the fireballs that came crashing down on his head and face, and then barely managed to move a few feet, Xiaohua would immediately wave his hand in an extremely confident manner, and another dozen or even dozens of fireball talismans would surround Yan Xiafeng. This cycle repeated over and over again until everyone was tired of watching, but Xiao Hua's movements were still as joyful as ever. Obviously, this most basic attack method, the most clumsy fireball talisman, was the most effective way to consume magic power. Every time, the light protecting Yan Xiafeng's body would admittedly decrease by a small amount, but it was still decreasing. Moreover, following the consumption of his magic power, the light would decrease even more. After a long time, the lightning finally weakened, just when Sun Shu and the others were extremely puzzled, but sometimes they were somewhat happy. The cloud-suppressing seal that Xiao Hua relied on to suppress Yan Xiafeng's movement suddenly lost its sound, and silently fell from the air. Obviously, it was because Xiao Hua's magic power was insufficient. Oh no! Xiang Yang was the first to cry out in alarm. Junior martial brother Zhao's true qi is exhausted. Right now, Xiao Hua's cultivation was at the 12th layer of qi refining, not much different from Yan Xiafeng. Yan Xiafeng only used his magic power to defend himself, so the consumption was naturally smaller. How could Xiao Hua last? The cloud-suppressing seal falling at this time was already very rare and commendable. However, Xiao Hua didn't seem to be flustered at all. At the same time, he withdrew the cloud-suppressing seal with one hand, and at the same time, threw out a fireball talisman with the other hand, and then took out a few medicinal pills to consume. Rumble. A series of loud sounds rang out, but Yan Xiafeng's heart was already at ease inside the fireball. Just now, the cloud-suppressing seal above his head made him unable to retaliate at all. He had persevered for a long time just for this moment. I want to see how long your magic power can last. An evil grin gradually appeared on Yan Xiafeng's face. Half of the true qi in his meridians was activated. While maintaining the protective magic treasure, he had already accumulated enough strength to activate his magic power. Once the fireball was about to explode, he would rush out and give Xiao Hua a head-on blow. Seeing that the surrounding fire was decreasing, Yan Xiafeng let out a long whistle, and his figure suddenly flew up. With a wave of his hand, the thunder spirit gourd that was not suppressed by the cloud-suppressing seal until now flew up, and the gourd's mouth once again burst out with a purple brilliance. However, just when Yan Xiafeng was about to cast a spell on the thunder spirit gourd, he suddenly felt a black shadow streaking across his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the shadow had already flown to a distance of about 1 zhang in front of him. Io, this guy is really so fast. Yan Xiafeng's heart was slightly startled, and he secretly pondered, as expected by Master, he is really faster than me by 30%. He's so close, could it be that he still has some trump card? Without waiting for Yan Xiafeng to finish thinking, he saw Xiao Hua wave his hand, and a pitch-black spear point appeared in his hand. Xiao Hua's face suddenly turned blood red, and his figure sped up again. With a "hoo" sound, the spear point quickly pierced Yan Xiafeng's body defense. Demonic weapon. Yan Xiafeng's eyes narrowed. No wonder Master said that Xiao Hua's strength is huge, and that he might have some trump card. Using his outer space object as a stake, 1 can try to increase his cultivation, and 2 can weaken his strength. It really is useful. I'm afraid this demonic weapon is his final trump card. With a "pa" sound, a huge force hit Yan Xiafeng's chest. Although Yan Xiafeng's figure retreated a lot, the light protecting his body flickered, and his body didn't suffer any damage. Ha ha ha. Yan Xiafeng, who thought he already figured out Xiao Hua's details, laughed wildly a few times, and said sternly, "You think only you have fireball talismans?" While speaking, he waved his hand, and the same large amount of fireball talismans sprinkled out. Although the quality was far inferior to Xiao Hua's fireball talismans, the exploding fireballs also blocked Xiao Hua inside. Xiao Hua's magic power seemed to be insufficient, and when he was flying just now, he also seemed to have urged a secret technique. At this time, his figure was somewhat clumsy, and he actually couldn't dodge. One fireball after another exploded near his body. Of course, the light protecting his body overflowed and easily blocked these fireballs. Quick, hearing Yan Xiafeng's incantation in his ears, he saw that inside the thunder spirit gourd, another 4 or 5 lightning bolts grew in the wind, and like small dragons, pounced towards Xiaohua. In a hurry, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the spirit crow fire net rushed into the sky. Under the urging of his magic power, more than 10 fire crows flew out from the fire net, and faced the lightning bolts with a whistle. Ka-cha-cha, several thunderous sounds rang out, and the lightning bolts and fire crows were annihilated at the same time. The power of these two artifacts was exactly the same. Xiaohua was already full of fighting experience. Early on, at the same time that he shot out the spirit crow fire net, his figure once again flew. Taking advantage of the fact that Yan Xifeng hadn't taken out his yellow talisman, he once again flew to his side. With an angry roar, he swung the tip of the demonic spear in his hand, and like a little chick pecking at rice, he consecutively stabbed towards Yan Xifeng's waist more than 10 times. With every stab, Yan Xifeng would fly back a foot, and Xiaohua would follow like a shadow, sticking close to his body, and stab a second time. Admittedly, the demonic spear tip was unable to pierce through the defense, but the strength in Xiaohua's hand could not be faked. The defensive brilliance could not completely block it, and more than 10 strikes landed on Yan Xifeng's body that had not been tempered in the slightest. It was already painful to the point that his face turned deathly pale. And at the same time that he was in pain, his magic power was already insufficient. The thunder spirit gourd stopped in the air, and no more lightning bolts flew out. Looking at Xiaohua again, he was incomparably refreshed. At the same time that he stabbed Yan Xifeng, he didn't forget to point his finger. The spirit crow fire net covered the thunder spirit gourd, and that purple brilliance could no longer leak out. Chapter 1832. Ouch! Yan Xifeng endured the pain and clapped his hands again. A large amount of yellow talismans flew out, wanting to force Xiaohua to retreat. Who would have thought that Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness? He stretched out his left hand, grabbing Yan Xifeng's neck as if he was catching a fish. Yan Xifeng was shocked. He swung his hand upwards, wanting to block, but Xiaohua's arms seemed to be soft. It swayed in front of his eyes and easily dodged. Yan Xifeng simply didn't have time to react. With a "pa" sound, Xiaohua grabbed Yan Xifeng's neck. Naturally, Yan Xifeng's protective light rippled and blocked Xiaohua's hand. But immediately after, Xiaohua's action made the onlookers dumbstruck. Pa pa pa. Xiaohua actually raised his fist and punched Yan Xifeng's neck. At the same time, he used his other hand to stab Yan Xifeng's waist with the tip of the demonic spear. What kind of fighting method is this? Even Gantian, an experienced and knowledgeable late Golden Core cultivator, was stunned. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Reporting to Senior Master Qian. Helplessly, his face was a little red. He said shyly, Junior's disciple, was originally a loose cultivator. His actions seemed to be similar to the martial techniques of the secular world. Martial techniques? Oh, I have some impression. Gantian came to a realization, it's similar to the body cultivators of the cultivation world, right? Maybe, disciple isn't too sure. Helplessly shrunk his neck. He felt ashamed that Xiaohua actually used the tricks of the secular world. Yan Xifeng was probably dizzy from Xiaohua's beating. He threw out large amounts of yellow talismans, but he didn't know where he threw them. He clearly felt that Xiaohua was on the left, but after he threw them out, Xiaohua ran to the right. When he hit the right again, Xiaohua appeared above him. In short, Xiaohua was like a cat playing with a mouse, doing whatever he wanted around Yan Xifeng. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. This sound was extremely soft, but in Yan Xifeng's ears, it was extremely ear-piercing. It was like a jade pillar suddenly collapsing. His heart instantly turned cold. This was the sound of Yan Xifeng's protective magical treasure being broken. This is bad. Yan Xifeng was so shocked that he decided to use the secret method taught by Professor Jin Weisheng regardless of anything else. However, just as he activated the secret technique, a powerful hand gripped his neck. The strength that was as hard as rock immediately made him feel suffocated. Yan Xiafeng had not experienced this feeling for a long time, but once this feeling appeared, he did not hesitate. Xiaohua only needed to move slightly, and his neck would be easily broken. Just like a weak little chick. Senior brother Xiao, please spare my life. Fear came as expected, not allowing Yan Xiafeng the slightest hesitation. Humph. Jin Jie's face instantly turned pale. He looked at Yan Xiafeng, who was struggling with all his strength but was unable to break free. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Junior brother Zhen? Gantian's voice spread over. It was really cold but also really excited. I haven't made my decision and junior brother is leaving? Are you not going to give senior brother face? Huh, not at all. I just want to ask Wei Xing how he teaches his disciples. Jin Jie smiled apologetically. Their cultivation is the same, and their spiritual power is about the same. How could he be defeated by such shameless methods? This kind of disciple, if he dies, then he dies. Is there a need for senior brother Qian to make a decision? Humph, take a look. Xiaohua didn't kill him. Gantian's brows rose, indicating for Jin Jie to return. Jin Jie didn't dare to disobey. He looked at Sun Ming, who couldn't help but laugh. He was abnormally embarrassed and angry, but his body still resolutely turned back. At this moment, Xiaohua's voice spread over. Zhen. Senior Uncle Zhen? Does it count as my win? That voice was both timid and excited, like, this victory was not easy to come by. Senior Uncle Qian, what do you think? With Gantian here, Zhen Hongwen naturally didn't dare to make a decision. Damn, do you still need me to make a decision? Gantian scolded with a smile. Xiaohua only needed to use strength and Yan Xiafeng's neck would be broken like a duck. No matter what, Xiaohua won. Yes, disciple understands. Zhen Hongwen hurriedly said. Following which, Zhen Hongwen waved his hand, and a red light pillar appeared from the illusion. He said, Xiaohua, you have already won. You just need to bring Yan Xiafeng into the light pillar. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua was afraid of changes and didn't dare to be careless. He still carried Yan Xiafeng like he was carrying a real duck. He pointed his finger, and the spirit crow fire net brought the lightning spirit gourd back, stepping into the red light pillar. The light pillar flashed, and Xiaohua's figure disappeared from the illusion. The entire illusion returned to red and blue. Senior Uncle Qian, Senior Uncle Zhen, Senior Uncle Sun, please. Zhen Hongwen said with a smile. Xiaohua's eyes darkened, and there was another teleportation pressure. An oval door appeared in front of him. Xiaohua understood that this was the life and death situation from before. When Xiaohua stepped out of the door, as expected, Qian Diheng and the others were already waiting by the side. Put on, Xiaohua shook his hand, throwing Yan Xiafeng to the ground. Yan Xiafeng seemed to have no strength left, unable to stand up. The others didn't dare to say anything. Qian Diheng had already walked up and looked at Yan Xiafeng, saying weirdly, Junior brother Xiao, are you sure? He already went up the lightning field, and you still don't want his life? Why would I want junior brother Yan's life? Xiaohua was very calm, and he said righteously, junior brother Yan wanted to spar with me, and he didn't even think about going up the lightning field. Moreover, we are all disciples of Thunder Palace, and we don't have any grudges. Why do we have to fight to the death? Then he looked at Gantian and smiled. Moreover, Senior Uncle Qian still has a bet, and I really can't bring myself to die. It can't be? Qian Diheng was stunned. When did you become so kind? I have always been kind, it's just that you didn't notice. Xiaohua said with a smile. Because of him, 3 of Jin Jie's personal disciples had already died in Thunder Ridge. If he killed Jin Weixing's disciple in front of him, would he still want to cultivate in Thunder-controlling sect? Wouldn't he attract the attention of Thunder Ridge? What if he attracted the attention of the Heavenly Thunder Palace or other teachers? Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to do such a thing that harms others without benefiting himself. Great. Gantian smiled, passing the Great Wisdom Sword and the jade to Xiaohua. I didn't expect that you would let Yan Xifeng go. Not bad, such a magnanimous cultivator with such methods, comparable to your senior brother. Ha ha ha, so what if he doesn't build his foundation? After saying those words that didn't know how to praise, Gantian didn't say anything more, turning around and leaving. Qian Diheng scratched his head, giving Xiaohua a look, and he hurriedly followed. Looking at the figures of the two leaving, their footsteps were exactly the same. Chapter 1833. Scoff. Once Gantian's body disappeared, Zhenjie scoffed coldly. His eyes circled Xiaohua's body before looking at helplessness. Although his gaze was like a knife, he was helpless. He waved his sleeves and left. Zhen Weisheng naturally followed. Yan Xifeng's face was ashen white as he followed behind. Ha ha ha, Sun Ming cupped his hands and said, "Nephew helpless, what a good disciple you took in." Even senior brother Gantian praised him. Congratulations. Helpless' face turned red as he returned the greeting. I don't dare, I made Senior Master Sun laugh. These are all methods that can't be seen by others, it's an unfair win. An unfair win? A thoughtful smile appeared on Sun Shu's face, and he didn't say anything else. He nodded slightly at Xiaohua, then led Sun Shu and Xue Xue away. Xue Xue's gaze was filled with reluctance, but she still walked further and further away. Zhenemo and the others also said a few words to Helpless and Zhuo Minghui before bringing their disciples away. Only the 10,000 Thunder Valley disciples were left in front of the Life and Death Temple. Xiaohua held the Great Wisdom Sword in one hand and the jade he won in the other. He looked at Helpless and smiled. Master, I won. Junior brother Xiao is indeed amazing, you are as fierce as before. Xiangyang saw that Helpless' expression wasn't right and immediately said, even if I faced junior brother Xiao now, I would have my hands tied. Scoff. Helpless was originally gloomy. At this moment, he rolled his eyes, sweeping a glance at Xiangyang and then at Xiaohua. He sneered and said, I originally thought that my myriad Thunder Valley's first disciple would reach foundation establishment in 50 years. Who would have thought that the second disciple might take even longer? Master. Xiaohua felt wronged and said softly. Helpless' gaze was filled with disappointment as he stared at Xiaohua. You said you won. Yes, you did win. However, don't you think that you won with an unfair win? Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out, what? Master, you actually saw through it? Hee, not only me, but Senior Master Zhen, Senior Master Sun, and Senior Master Qian, which one of them didn't see through it? Didn't you hear what Senior Master Qian said? Such methods, so what if you are energy refinement? Do you know how I felt when I heard those words? You've made me lose all face. Looking helplessly at Xiaohua's enlightened face, he said angrily, you have cultivated for so many years. Have you cultivated your cultivation to become a dog? Don't you know how to use some magic? Didn't they know how to accumulate more magic power and use magic treasures? Even if the transcendent artifact is not good enough, can't you use more transcendent artifacts? The magic tool your mistress gave you. Are you planning to use it to give birth to a child? I spent a large sum of spirit stones to refine these magic tools for you, and you let them sleep. Could it be that these Dharma artifacts became Dharma treasures when they fell asleep? It's fine if you use the Fireball Talisman. After all, it's still a cultivator's technique. But, you actually used a magic weapon and relied on your strength to win. Those were the methods that cultivators disdained. They were the brainless methods of the people of the devil world. You actually have the nerve to use it. And, even if you use a demonic weapon, that's fine. It's still considered a demonic technique. You can just borrow it and treat it as a body cultivator. I won't say anything. You actually disregarded your status as a cultivator and used the methods of a mortal martial artist. What do you want me to say about you? I originally thought that you would learn from your mistakes, but looking at your fighting methods, which one of them didn't rely on external objects? With such insignificant methods, even if you won, so what? What's the use of that so-called jade amulet? Can you build your foundation? Can you truly become a cultivator? A few years ago, you used this method to force your eldest senior brother to not dare to casually fight back. But, did he really not dare to fight back? That was because he was afraid of hurting you. And today, a few years later, you are still using the same method. You may have won against Yan Xifeng, but what about your eldest senior brother? He doesn't have as much strength as you, but would he be afraid of you? Why? Can't you think about it? Because he's already at the middle stage of foundation establishment. His cultivation has already improved. He can casually kill you with just a wave of his hand. Look at your senior brother Cui. Although he entered the sect later than you, he's already at foundation establishment. Do you think that your method can still defeat him? Actually, there's no need to think about it. Just by looking at this old man's heels, I can tell that you're just like last time when you forced Xiangyang to use the most basic of techniques to kill you. What's the use of your magic treasures? Then, he sized up Xiaohua again and sneered, look at my myriad Thunder Valley's disciple. He has an extraterrestrial divine object in his left hand and an ancient divine spell in his right hand. Anyone who sees it will feel that it's really, really impressive. Unfortunately, even if you have another 10 or 20 ancient divine spells, can you cultivate them? If you don't build your foundation, you'll never be a true cultivator. After he finished speaking, he helplessly flung his sleeves, turned around and left. His figure quickly disappeared outside the side hall. Xiao Hua was helplessly reprimanded, and his face turned ashen. He never thought that after defeating Swallow Thunder Ridge's provocation, he would actually end up like this. Xiao Hua. Your master is also doing this for your own good. Zhuo Minghui clearly wanted to say something, but when she saw Xiao Hua's expression, she sighed and also walked away. Yan Qinglian saw that her master's wife had left, and looked at Xiangyang who wanted to comfort Xiao Hua. She pulled Xiangyang and said in a low voice, Junior brother Xiao, I won't say anything. You won anyway, so don't think too much. Go back to the Eastern Ridges herb garden and rest for a while. When master's anger subsides, I'll let your senior brother send a message to you. Xiangyang also nodded, patted Xiao Hua's shoulder, and left with Yan Qinglian. Only Cui Hongshan was left. With a smile on his face, he said, Many thanks, junior brother Xiao. Today is a good day for me to open the sect. You also gave me such a victory, and it's also a gift that I like very much. However, master is right. If you don't build your foundation, everything is useless. You should stop trying to comprehend those messy things and think more about how to build your foundation. You also know about my cave, so if you have time, there's no harm in coming to my cave. I definitely won't keep it to myself. I hope that my myriad Thunder Valley won't only have 1,000 years of qi refinement, but 100 years of foundation establishment. Ha ha ha. Looking at Cui Hongshan's appearance, Xiao Hua's face faintly smiled, and he also said, what's this gift? If Zhen Jia and the others didn't come, I's gift to you, TSK. Hearing this, Cui Hongshan's expression slightly changed. He turned his head and said, Junior brother Xiao, are you sure you'll give that thing to me? What do you think? Xiao Hua said with a smile. How is that possible? Such a precious thing. Cui Hongshan shook his head, and then said in a low voice, I wonder what that thing is? I want to say, but, do you dare to listen? Xiao Hua said with great interest. Cui Hongshan thought of his oath, and his expression unconsciously changed. He clenched his teeth, and walked out of the side hall in a flustered and exasperated manner. After waiting for everyone to leave, Xiao Hua looked around. In front of the Temple of Life and Death, apart from a few disciples on duty, there was no one else. He also laughed at himself and walked away, laughing as he walked. Today is really interesting, Xiaohua thought as he flew back to the eastern mountain range. However, when he was still some distance away from the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden, suddenly, the divine senses of two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators swept over. Xiaohua immediately slowed down his flying speed, and when those two divine senses discovered Xiaohua, they immediately locked onto him. Damn it, it can't be Xianxia's backup, right? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His figure simply stopped in midair, and he coldly looked in the direction of the divine senses. Not long after, two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, one fat and one thin, cautiously flew over. While looking at Xiaohua, they also looked around. Which family's disciple are you? Why did you run to such a remote place? The fat cultivator asked absent-mindedly. Junior is a helpless disciple of Thunderclap Palace's 10,000 Thunder Valley. As Xiaohua spoke, he pointed in the direction of the eastern mountain range and said, Junior's errand job is to guard the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden. I just went to 10,000 Thunder Valley to participate in Junior Brothers Foundation establishment ceremony, and now I'm rushing back to the eastern mountain range. The eastern mountain range's medicinal garden? Isn't that abandoned long ago? The thin cultivator said somewhat strangely. Hee, I'll let Senior know. The eastern mountain range's medicinal garden's spiritual energy is tyrannical, and it's precisely suitable for the growth of flame dawn grass. That's why I've always planted flame dawn grass. Xiaohua smiled apologetically. Oh, so it's like that. The thin cultivator nodded, and glanced at the fat cultivator. The two of them exchanged glances, and asked again, in these 10 or so days, 20 or so days, have you been at the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden? Yes, Junior's duty is to guard the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden. If there are no special circumstances, I've always been at the eastern mountain range. Xiaohua said honestly. And then did you see a late-stage Foundation establishment senior? Near the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden? Xiaohua blinked and asked. Naturally. The fat cultivator's eyes slightly brightened. Unfortunately, Xiaohua shook his head and said, I'll let Senior know. When Junior received the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden's formation token, the martial uncle who assigned the odd jobs had already warned me. There are dangerous and forbidden areas nearby, and it's really not peaceful. If there's nothing, do not walk out of the formation. Junior has always stayed inside the formation, and did not dare to come out. Oh, no late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators have come to your eastern mountain range's medicinal garden? No. Apart from the Thunderclap Palace's senior brothers who come every year to get flame dawn grass, no other disciples have ever come. Lead us to the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden to take a look. Yes, please follow Junior. Xiaohua respectfully led the two of them to the eastern mountain range. When the formation was opened, the two of them looked at the neat medicinal garden, and asked curiously, what? The spiritual energy here is very abundant, and also very normal. I'll let Senior know. Since last year, this place has gradually changed. Junior also does not know why. Xiaohua was still as honest as before. Junior intends to use a year's time to level this place and plant other spiritual herbs. Not bad. The thin cultivator's divine sense swept over, and he immediately knew. He nodded his head in praise. Chapter 1834. After that, Xiaohua invited the two cultivators into his immortal cave and offered them some spirit fruits as well as some spirit wine from Xiang Yang's place. After tasting it, the two of them were very pleased and rested inside Xiaohua's immortal cave. The two of them no longer avoided Xiaohua and started chatting. Say, Senior Brother Qian. Why would he be near the eastern ridge? What is he doing here? Senior brother Qian? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat and his ears perked up. How would I know? The secret technique of the two grandmasters shows that senior brother Qian was last seen near the eastern ridge. We can just search for him. But the problem is, the grandmasters can't give us a definite location. It's nearly 100 miles away. How can we search for him? So what if we don't search? Sigh, it's just a senior brother who hasn't condensed his core for 100 years. There's no need to be so nervous, right? The other lightning palaces might be able to, but the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Earth Thunder Palace can't. If we don't find any clues, it'll be hard to explain to the sect master. Do you think the sect master will care? He's just a Foundation establishment disciple. Senior brother, we'll search for him, but we mustn't put ourselves in danger. Suddenly, the fat cultivator seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly and he whispered, "This place is so close to the Night Kite Valley. Do you think Senior brother Qian will go there?" Night Kite? The thin cultivator's expression changed drastically. He looked around and it seemed that Night Kite was nearby. He whispered, "I don't think he'll go there. Think about it, the Night Kite Valley is a forbidden area. Golden core cultivators usually don't go there. Why would he go there? Maybe the Night Kite Valley has a treasure that can help him condense his core. Maybe." The two cultivators were a little depressed. Night Kite? Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly. What's that? Or is it a forbidden area nearby? However, his heart was like a mirror. He only brought his ears with him and poured wine for the two cultivators from time to time without asking a single question. After waiting for an hour, the two cultivators left. Before they left, not only did they give Xiao Hua a few medicinal pills, they also said, "If there's nothing else, try not to go out. The Eastern Ridges formation has always been closed." Fear naturally appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He very respectfully thanked the two of them. Only when the two of them had flown far away did he seal the formation. He scratched his chin with his hand and said with a smile, "Could it be that Night Kite Valley was the previous forbidden area? Who cares? It's not like I'm going to provoke it. I'll just let it be the culprit that killed Senior Qianshi. However, I still have to take this opportunity to remove the formation that bastard set up. Sigh, it's not that I'm careless, it's just that the formation is too big, and I haven't had the time to deal with it." Of course, even if the two seniors discovered the formation, what does it have to do with me? This young master doesn't have an earth escape talisman, so it's impossible for me to escape underground. This young master doesn't know anything about what's underground. Following that, Xiao Hua formed hand seals, and his entire figure disappeared underground. Sigh, that's right. How could the disappearance of a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator have anything to do with a Peak Qi refining cultivator? The difference is really too big. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The Eastern Ridges herb garden had undergone a complete transformation. Because the fire origin had been taken away by Xiao Hua, the tyrannical and scorching fire attribute spirit Qi in the Eastern Ridge had lost its source. Naturally, it had returned to its original calmness. Xiao Hua also had a lot of puppets in his hands. When he sent them out, they had already leveled the herb garden and planted all the necessary spirit grasses. Presumably, in a few years, this place would become a real herb garden. At this time, Xiao Hua was sitting cross-legged in the cave. He clapped his hand and took out a jade slip. After he immersed his divine sense into it, he closed his eyes and pondered. After a while, he withdrew his divine sense. Then, he took out another jade slip and looked at it carefully. He looked at it for a long time. Needless to say, that jade pendant was the one he had won from Yan Shuifeng at Swallow Thunder Ridge. However, when Xiao Hua returned to the Eastern Ridge herb garden and carefully examined it, he discovered that there was indeed something recorded inside. However, the words recorded were far from what he could recognize. It looked somewhat similar to the Green Seal script, but there were also differences. At that time, Xiaohua's intuition told him that he had been tricked. However, Xiaohua didn't understand why Gantian Mountain recognized this jade slip. Until 10 days later, when Qian Diheng came to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden and gave Xiaohua a jade slip, Xiaohua finally understood what was going on. It turned out that although this jade slip wasn't a true ancient divine item, the words recorded inside were extremely ancient. These words had long been lost tens of thousands of years ago. The number of cultivators who could understand these words could be counted with one's fingers. Of course, Zhen Jia and Zhen Weixing didn't recognize them. They only understood a few words in the jade slip. Gantian Mountain just happened to have records of these words. Although they didn't recognize all of them, they understood a little. Of course, they knew that there was some content in the jade slip. Of course, what was inside, would Gantian Mountain care? Moreover, this jade slip of Gantian Mountain was only copied and given to Xiaohua by Qian Diheng after he went back. Compared to the records in the jade slip, Xiaohua slowly explored the cultivation technique in the jade slip. He had a rough understanding of it. What Zhen Weixing said was both right and wrong. This wasn't a fire-controlling technique, but a technique similar to Weeping Moon City's Luan family's Lingyu Zhuhua. As for the real name, Xiaohua didn't know. Because of the 4 words of the cultivation technique, the first 2 words couldn't be seen. Only the last 2 words, divine fire, could be seen. Moreover, the first half of the cultivation technique was severely damaged and couldn't be cultivated. Only the second half of the flame-controlling technique could be seen. Perhaps Zhen Weixing judged that it was a flame-controlling technique from this. Thunder Ridge naturally had many such flame-controlling techniques. An incomplete ancient god technique. Maybe Thunder Ridge didn't lack it. Therefore, Zhen Jia didn't hesitate to take this thing out. An ancient god technique was compatible with Xiaohua's heavenly treasure. After looking at it for a long time, Xiaohua showed a kind of understanding. He took out the jade slip of the Luan family's Lingyu Zhuhua and compared it carefully. As he compared, his face showed a happy expression. This Luan family's Lingyu Zhuhua seems to have been born out of this flame-controlling technique. Moreover, it's a lot lower level, only less than 10% of the flame-controlling technique in the jade slip. However, this 10% is completely connected. From this 10% of the Lingyu Zhuhua, I can faintly deduce the content of the flame-controlling technique. Although I can't completely comprehend it and can only understand 30%, it's still several times stronger than the Lingyu Zhuhua. I used the Lingyu Zhuhua to cultivate the flame seed of the Lingyu Zhuhua and then used the flame-controlling technique in the jade slip to cultivate the spiritual fire. Moreover, just by looking at the incomplete flame-controlling technique in the second half, I can see that the flame-controlling technique in the first half is definitely not simple. Chapter 1835. Soon after, Xiaohua stored the jade strip, jade pendant and other items into his space. Faintly furrowing his eyebrows, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend. As time passed, his frown grew even tighter. This so-called primordial fire art was indeed cryptic and difficult to understand. The sun set and the moon rose. The sky was already dark and the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden was completely shrouded in the darkness of night. Xiaohua closed his eyes to comprehend. His entire body was shrouded in the starlight that couldn't be seen by divine sense or the naked eye. The dragon transformation art within his body was still operating on its own. Currently, Xiaohua's meridians still had a lot of flames formed from fire essence flame crystals. It was enough for him to reach the final stage of the 18th layer of qi refining. Around midnight, the time when the yang energy subsided and the yin energy rose, outside the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden that hadn't moved for a long time, a palm-sized, bat-like spirit beast flashed out from the darkness. It came from a forbidden area near the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. This spirit beast was also the one that Xiaohua's lightning escape had awakened. This spirit beast floated in the night sky, almost blending into the darkness. There was no trace of it at all. The moonlight sprinkled down like water, but it was also absorbed by the spirit beast's fur, only projecting its figure to the ground. This spirit beast flew extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the distance of several zhang. Not long after, it approached the Eastern Ridge Herb Gardens array. The spirit beast obviously knew about the magic array. Its entire body was leaning against the outside of the magic array. Its entire body was swaying like a wave. At the same time, a wave was emitted from the spirit beast's body and projected onto the magic array. Just as the spirit beast's body was swaying, a strange scene occurred. The pitch-black layer around the spirit beast's body actually gradually wrinkled and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the spirit beast had already entered the array from outside. After entering the array, the spirit beast was still familiar with the path and flew towards Xiaohua's cave dwelling. However, just as the spirit beast approached the cave dwelling, its body suddenly stopped and quietly floated in the air, not moving at all. At this moment, Xiaohua, who was in the cave, suddenly had a warning sign in his heart. He couldn't help but open his eyes. After looking around, he released his Buddhist awareness and looked around again and again. He didn't find anything unusual. In the end, Xiaohua even checked the fire array and the rabbit array that he had set up before closing his eyes to cultivate again. As for the spirit beast that stopped in midair, it was as if it didn't exist. After a while, it quietly flew into the cave without any movement. When it reached the rabbit spirit formation, the spirit beast stopped once more and moved in that strange manner. The rabbit spirit formation also didn't have any resistance, and the spirit beast smoothly broke through. Needless to say, the heavenly fire array was also easily entered. Who? Xiaohua suddenly woke up with a start and opened his eyes again. At this time, the spirit beast was already crawling on the ground. That palm-sized shadow was contrasted with the darkness of the night. Xiaohua simply couldn't see it. Huh? What's going on? Xiaohua became very uneasy and stopped cultivating. He directly stood up and checked the inside of the cave dwelling. Then, he walked out of the cave dwelling and looked around. He even went to the bottom of the cave dwelling to search for a while, but there was still nothing wrong. Strange. Xiaohua patted his forehead. He had always been very confident in his acuity, but even though he knew that there was something wrong today, he couldn't find a reason. I'm afraid, the Heavenly Thunder Palace is looking for that Foundation Establishment cultivator? Xiaohua comforted himself, or maybe Swallow Thunder Ridge's Xianxia is plotting against me? He put a few more yellow talismans on his body and continued to comprehend with his eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart. Time slowly passed. The entire cave dwelling didn't have any movement, it was terrifyingly quiet. But in the night, that palm-sized spirit beast approached Xiaohua from the ground bit by bit. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy, there wasn't the slightest movement. It seemed that Xiaohua, who was paranoid, didn't keep his eyes closed during this period of time, but his naked eye and divine sense could easily pass by this spirit beast. Very quickly, another 2 hours passed. Seeing the darkness before his eyes, even if he was a cultivator, it was time for him to relax his mind. Suddenly, without any warning, without the slightest sound, a black shadow reflected between Xiaohua's eyebrows. It was as abrupt as the shadow under the moonlight. Xiaohua, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, didn't feel it in the slightest. Although the starlight in the sky was currently wrapping around Xiaohua, it couldn't stop this spirit beast's strange movements. Following the strange swaying of the spirit beast, the light and shadow in front of Xiaohua's forehead slightly distorted. Looking in the direction of the spirit beast, this spirit beast was like a pitch-black membrane, an extremely thin membrane. In the center of that membrane, there was a round hole the size of a thumb. That round hole was full of wrinkles. As it trembled slightly, it emitted a mysterious fluctuation. And this fluctuation gave birth to a thin pitch-black silk-like object, which entered Xiaohua's forehead. This spirit beast's movements were like this, but Xiaohua didn't feel it in the slightest. He was still peacefully cultivating with his eyes closed. The spirit beast's black silk-like object easily penetrated Xiao Hua's forehead. It was precisely the imprint of the Dharma eye between the Buddha's eyebrows. Soon after, it gradually penetrated deeper into Xiao Hua's forehead, where no one had ever seen before. Right at this moment, Xiao Hua's forehead suddenly moved. The spirit beast's black silk-like object immediately produced an unfathomable suction force. The black soul silk-like object that Xiao Hua used to refine the soul-absorbing bell suddenly stretched out from the mysterious place the spirit beast was exploring. Moreover, it quickly intertwined with the spirit beast's black silk-like object. These soul silk-like objects were actually the same thing, and unknowingly mixed together. Moreover, these soul silk-like objects passed through the Dharma eye of the Buddha's relic. That Dharma eye was originally an imprint, but at this moment, as the number of soul silk-like objects increased, it actually gradually deepened. Xiao Hua felt that something was wrong. He only felt that his entire body was swaying, and it was extremely comfortable. It was as if his entire body and mind were flying to paradise. However, this kind of comfort was extremely ethereal and extremely subtle. It was far from something that the physical body could comprehend. Just as Xiao Hua was feeling this way, from the mysterious place where the soul silk-like object penetrated, a tiny crack was gradually torn open under the trembling and suction force of the soul silk-like object. That spirit beast's trembling became even more rapid, as if it wanted to tear that tiny crack open even more. However, right at this moment, the Dharma eye imprint that followed the trembling of the soul silk-like object suddenly trembled violently. An extremely faint silver light flashed from the Dharma eye imprint. This silver light was extremely similar to Goldie's silver eyes, but sometimes it was much fainter. This silver light seemed to be slow, but it was actually very fast. In an instant, it shone on the spirit beast's oval-shaped hole. That hole's wrinkles seemed to have received an extremely strong stimulation, and rapidly squirmed. This squirming obviously destroyed the spirit beast's previous mysterious trembling. The black soul silk-like object was immediately cut off, and the tiny crack in the mysterious place of Xiao Hua's brain also closed at an extremely fast speed in an instant. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes and saw that strange pitch-black object in front of his forehead. Moreover, it was as if his head was filled with magma, and it was incomparably heavy. Soul-absorbing bell? Xiao Hua immediately felt the strange movement of the soul silk-like object, and he cried out in astonishment in his heart. However, a cry of alarm was just a cry of alarm. His body seemed to be separated from his soul and senses, and he couldn't control it in the slightest. Oh no! Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. His mind turned rapidly, and he thought of Goldie, who could devour people's souls. With great difficulty, he moved his mind and entered the space. Xiao Hua almost weakly called out, "Goldie, quickly save Mother." Mother Goldie saw Xiao Hua's lack of strength and immediately jumped up. It followed Xiao Hua's weak primordial spirit out of the space. Just as Goldie flew out of the space, the silver light on the Dharma eye of the Buddha's Sarira disappeared, and that spirit beast's soul silk-like object trembled again. As soon as Goldie flew out of the space, the spirit beast immediately sensed it, as if it had seen its natural enemy. Its whole body suddenly bent, and like a wave, a layer of ripples appeared in the air, and then gradually disappeared. Goldie saw the spirit beast, and was extremely excited. It swayed its big tail, and flew over like the wind. The third eye on its forehead suddenly opened, and with a Z sound, a silver light flashed through the silver eye, penetrating into the ripples in the space. With a Z-la-la sound, like water falling into a pot of oil, the ripples boiled, and small bubbles appeared one after another. Within the bubbles, the spirit beast's extremely thin flesh membrane appeared again. Humph! Goldie snorted from its nose. A yellow light flashed, and a powerful suction force enveloped the spirit beast. Zhi. The spirit beast seemed to be struggling with all its might, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. Strands of black gas flew out from its oval hole, and entered Goldie's nose. In the end, a circular black gas was spat out from the hole. The spirit beast was completely motionless, and fell down from the sky. Mother, mother. Goldie was a bit speechless, and called out to Xiaohua in a low voice. It flew to Xiaohua's shoulder, tilted its head, and leaned against Xiaohua's neck, and fell asleep. After a while, there was actually a faint sound of snoring. Looking at Xiaohua again, his eyes seemed to be moving slightly, but his whole body was like a clay doll, and didn't move at all. This was even more powerful than a high-level confinement technique. But Xiaohua himself was very clear. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but that his thoughts were incomparably fast, as if he was passing through the boundless night sky, instantly crossing thousands of li, but he couldn't grasp his own body, and couldn't find the location of his own body. Suddenly, in this indescribable space, the same kind of vibration as before suddenly transmitted, and an incomparably powerful suction force came from far away. Xiaohua felt as if he was suddenly transported thousands of li away, and arrived at a strange place. He saw an incomparably huge dark cloud covering the sky, and within the dark cloud, there was a thick pillar hanging down from the dark cloud, and connected to another place far away. The suction force came from the dark clouds, and the vibrations came from the thick, long strips. Chapter 1836. What is this thing? Xiaohua was clearly shocked by this black cloud. The black cloud violently rolled, and a feeling of returning to its nest filled Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was thinking about it, the black pillar suddenly shook violently, and a thin crack appeared in the black cloud. An unparalleled suction force came from the crack in the black cloud, and Xiaohua was sucked in without any explanation. Ah! Xiaohua screamed in fear, but when he saw the dusky area within the black clouds, his mind suddenly sank. An indescribable feeling was transmitted through the black pillar, and Xiaohua's mind once again fell into his own body. Incomparably sleepy, incomparably obscure, incomparably heavy, incomparably, a series of mortal feelings that Xiaohua had never experienced since he started cultivating flooded his mind. Xiaohua forced himself to open his eyelids, and saw Goldie lying on his shoulder. His heart relaxed, and just like Goldie, he fell into a sweet sleep. Xiaohua fell asleep, but his mind was still slowly changing. The spirit beast attacked Xiaohua's black soul thread through the Buddha Sarira's Dharma Eye imprint, but because of the instinctive silver attack of the Dharma Eye imprint, it was cut off. Immediately after, Goldie came out and killed the spirit beast. The soul thread was still left in the Dharma Eye, and it connected the Dharma Eye with the soul thread's attack. What was even more amazing was that Xiaohua's soul thread was also sucked out by the spirit beast's soul thread. The two soul threads were now entangled together, and they were originally the same thing. One had lost the control of the soul imprint, while the other had the soul imprint. The spirit beast's soul thread naturally fused with Xiaohua's soul thread, and this fusion process was completed naturally while Xiaohua was in a sweet sleep. Xiaohua's practice of the soul-absorbing bell was originally a beginner, and he was abnormally shaky. The easiest way to deal with a soul technique's attack was to counterattack. Under the spirit beast's attack, Xiaohua's soul thread was easily drawn out, and his mysterious soul was easily opened by the spirit beast. Fortunately, Xiaohua still had the Dharma Eye imprint, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. After the black thread fused, it gradually faded, and gradually entered the mysterious soul. Xiaohua slept sweetly for 9 days. Only on the morning of the 10th day did he wake up with the first ray of sunlight. After waking up, Xiaohua's spirit was abnormally full. He first saw the spirit beast's body on the ground. It didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. Then, he saw Goldie was still sleeping soundly. Only then did he feel completely relieved. He put Goldie into the space, then cast a spell on the spirit beast's body. With a point of his hand, the spirit beast's body flew into the air. Xiaohua flipped it around and looked at it for a long time, but he still couldn't see what it was. It seemed that there were no similar records in the Imperial Thunder Sect's ancient books. This thing. It can't be the night kite that those two Foundation establishment seniors were talking about a few days ago, right? Xiaohua suddenly thought, that's something that even core formation cultivators don't dare to provoke. How did it end up in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden? Furthermore, the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's spirit formation and the spirit formation I set up are all unable to block it? Perhaps the chi refining disciples who died in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden were also killed by this thing. No wonder that Foundation Establishment cultivator didn't admit that he was the one who killed them. I thought he was just quibbling. Alas, fortunately, I still have Goldie. Fortunately, I still have the Dharma Eye imprint. Xiao Hua was still somewhat shaken. He put the spirit beast's body into the space. When he examined the Dharma Eye imprint on the Buddha Sarira, he shockingly discovered that the imprint had already taken shape. Presumably, the Dharma Eye imprint had been stimulated by the spirit beast's instinctive silver light. It's a daunting experience without any danger. There are even some gains. Xiao Hua happily thought, however, what are those black clouds and those black pillars? I feel they should be related to the soul. If those black pillars were enlarged, wouldn't they be similar to the soul strands? Damn it, those black clouds must be the mysterious place that hides the soul. The more Xiao Hua thought about it, the more excited he became. He cultivated a few soul cultivation techniques, but he still couldn't find the so-called 9 heavens of spirit origin. If those black clouds were the location of the soul, then the 9 heavens of spirit origin must also be inside those black clouds. It seemed that Xiao Hua still had some vague impressions of what was inside those black clouds. While thinking, Xiao Hua took out the soul-absorbing bell. A few soul strands that were several times thicker than before were released from the space between his eyebrows. It was extremely easy for them to shake the soul-absorbing bell. Ha ha ha, it's true that riches come from dangerous places. It wasn't easy for this young master to cultivate these soul strands back then. Now, they've unexpectedly become so thick all of a sudden. Xiao Hua said with a smile. But immediately, his brows wrinkled again. Huh? Why are these soul strands so thick? It's as if they were innate. Could it be that they were left behind by the spirit beast? Moreover, how did these soul strands fly out from the Dharma Eye of the Buddha Sarira? While thinking, Xiao Hua used his hand to rub his forehead again and muttered to himself in a low voice, "It seems that the spirit beast attacked. I have some impression, but it's also vague. Can't the Dharma Eye of delirium break? I can use the Dharma Eye to see." Oh, I have some impression. I seem to have seen it before. As Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, he recalled the scene he saw before. That set of red bones, a body of blood that flickered with specks of golden silk, moving meridians, and 13,200 pitch-black specks. Maybe I can even see the location of the soul. Xiao Hua thought and raised his left hand. He opened his Dharma Eye and looked very expectantly. Unfortunately, what appeared before his eyes wasn't what he expected, nor was it what he thought in his heart. In the Dharma Eye of delirium, what appeared before his eyes was truly a complete person. From head to toe, there wasn't a single spot that could be penetrated. Huh. That's strange. I clearly remember that I can penetrate inside. Xiao Hua was somewhat dazed. Right at this time, the spell formation outside the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden moved again. Xiao Hua hurriedly closed his Dharma Eye. When he arrived beside the spell formation, he saw that there were actually 2 more cultivators. One of them was actually even at the core formation stage. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly opened the spell formation and bowed in greeting. "You're called Xiao Hua?" That Foundation Establishment cultivator glanced at Xiao Hua and asked. "Correct, it's this junior." "I wonder if senior?" Xiao Hua asked respectfully. "This old man is a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. You can call me Martial Uncle Qian for the time being." That Foundation Establishment cultivator was clearly more amiable towards juniors. "Did 2 Foundation Establishment seniors come to your medicine garden a few days ago?" "Good, Martial Uncle Qian knows." There indeed were. Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile. However, the two seniors only rested at Junior's place for a while and immediately left. They also didn't leave behind their names. Junior doesn't know whether or not they were the people Martial Uncle is looking for. Did they say anything? Chapter 1837. Xiaohua thought for a while and nodded. The two seniors only told me to be careful of the door and not to go out. However, from what they said, it seems like they are looking for someone. Alright, please step aside. Martial Uncle Qian nodded. Xiaohua quickly stepped aside. Martial Uncle, please. Martial Uncle Qian said respectfully to the Golden Core Cultivator. The Golden Core Cultivator did not pay attention to Xiaohua at all. His eyes were wandering around. Xiaohua was not afraid. Last time, he had spent a lot of effort to destroy the underground formation of the Eastern Ridge. Even if he was discovered, he could say that he did not know. However, he did not think that these two people would discover anything. As expected, once they entered the formation, the Golden Core Cultivator and Foundation Establishment Cultivator released their divine senses and searched the entire Eastern Ridge. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator even used the 5 elements escape technique to investigate the underground of the Eastern Ridge. When the Foundation Establishment Cultivator came out, he transmitted a few words to the Golden Core Cultivator. The Golden Core Cultivator also entered the underground. When the two of them came out, it was already after a meal. Their expressions were normal. Xiaohua could not see what they discovered. However, since they did not attack him, presumably, even if they discovered something, it had nothing to do with Xiaohua, right? Seniors, Junior has some spiritual fruits and spiritual tea. Xiaohua stood in front of the Eastern Ridge Immortals Cave and waited for the two to come closer. He hurriedly tried to curry favor with them. No need, Xiaohua. You don't have to do anything. I will leave after a while. Martial Uncle Qian said with a smile. Then, he turned to the Golden Core Cultivator and said, Martial Uncle, there is nothing strange about this Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. If we really want to investigate, I am afraid we will have to use that thing. The Golden Core Cultivator frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he nodded and said in a hoarse voice, This is the only place within a few hundred miles around here. I don't even know how to attack the other places. With Eyes Cultivation, I can only use that thing 3 times. This place is the most suitable place. But, Uncle Master, this seems to be the most unlikely place, right? The Foundation Establishment Cultivator laughed. The Golden Core Cultivator rolled his eyes. The most unlikely place is the most likely place. This place used to be full of spiritual qi, but it suddenly became violent, making it impossible to cultivate. Now that it has returned to its original state, there must be something wrong. Perhaps Qian Yuhua died because of this. Then I'll have to ask Martial Uncle to give it a try. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator obviously didn't believe this and cupped his hands in greeting. The Golden Core Cultivator snorted and slapped his hand, taking out a palm-sized magic treasure from his storage pouch. Xiaohua's curious gaze swept over and he immediately cried out in astonishment in his heart, This! Why is this magic treasure so similar to that ferocious spirit beast? Sure enough, the edges of the palm-sized magical treasure were extremely thin, forming ripples. The entire surface of the magical treasure was pitch black, and within the pitch black, there were some runes similar to green seal script faintly moving. When the light of the day shone on it, there was no reflection at all. Even Xiaohua's gaze showed signs of being attracted. Looking at the center of the magic treasure, there was also an oval mouth that was slightly uneven. As for what was inside, Xiaohua's eyes couldn't see clearly. The magic treasure flew into the air, and the Golden Core Cultivator sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. At the same time, his hands formed different seals one after another. When each seal hit the magic treasure trembled slightly. After dozens of seals, the magic treasure actually began to tremble rhythmically, similar to the spirit beasts trembling from before. Ouch! Between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, the Dharma eye imprint on the Buddha Sarira trembled along with the trembling. Xiao Hua couldn't help but frown slightly. The Foundation establishment cultivator turned to look at Xiao Hua and smiled. This is a spirit treasure, how can you casually look at it? Turn your eyes away. Yes. Xiao Hua quickly turned his gaze away, and the Foundation establishment cultivator also formed a seal towards Xiao Hua. Immediately, the trembling sound disappeared. Damn it, a spirit treasure, I thought it was a magic treasure. Xiao Hua's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, but then he was shocked again. This is bad. Are they going to use this spirit treasure to find that guy, that cultivator named Xianyuhua's soul? Won't they be exposed all of a sudden? Immediately, the magic power in Xiao Hua's body gradually gathered, but at this time, the Foundation establishment Marshal Uncle Qian turned his head and asked thoughtfully, Xiao Hua, what are you doing? Let Marshal Uncle Qian know, this junior is a bit uncomfortable. Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile and pointed at the spirit treasure. Oh, Marshal Uncle Qian didn't comment and said casually, this is a spirit treasure, you can't use magic power. This thing won't harm you, you just need to ignore it. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he quickly dispersed his magic power. This is a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and a golden core cultivator. I can't fight against them, I can only act according to the situation. Xiao Hua laughed bitterly in his heart. I killed 2 Foundation establishment cultivators from Swallow Thunder Ridge, but the Heavenly Thunder Palace searched the entire Eastern Ridge for a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. This spirit treasure. I'm afraid this young master will be exposed. This young master won't say anything even if you beat me to death, I don't believe. Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. At first, he was unyielding, but the more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. A golden core cultivator had countless methods, not to mention the soul-searching technique, but this spirit treasure might be able to restore everything. How can I escape? Xiao Hua instantly began to plan. When the golden core cultivator activated his spirit treasure, the vibrations of his spirit treasure matched the vibrations of the spirit beast's vibrations more and more. When all the spells were cast, the golden core cultivator slapped his forehead, as if he was using some kind of secret technique. His face instantly turned pale. Immediately after, the golden core cultivator opened his mouth, and a mouthful of essence energy sprayed onto the spirit treasure. With a swoosh sound from the oval-shaped mouth of the spirit treasure, hundreds and thousands of black threads, visible to the naked eye, flew out. These black threads had already flown out, and immediately flew in all directions of the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. The Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes lit up. He saw that the thousands of black threads were originally flying in all directions of the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden, but there were actually many that were flying in the direction of Xiao Hua's abode, and they actually shrank together, rushing into the abode. This is your abode? The Foundation establishment cultivator's gaze was like a knife, sweeping across Xiao Hua's face. It is. What could Xiao Hua say? When this junior came, this abode already had one. For the sake of convenience, this junior directly lived inside. Follow this old man. The Foundation establishment cultivator said to let Xiao Hua follow him, but he didn't move, and instead let Xiao Hua walk in front. At this time, the golden core cultivator also stopped casting, and his gaze was very strange as he looked at Xiao Hua, as if he didn't believe it. What do I do? What do I do? Xiao Hua muttered in his heart. Needless to say, this mysterious spirit treasure had already discovered Xianyuhua's soul. In other words, Xianyuhua died in the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. Damn it, what do you mean what do I do? Of course I have to run now. Xiao Hua steeled his heart, don't tell me I have to wait for someone to search my soul. With that thought, Xiao Hua's magic power surged, and he was about to activate the bright thunder escape. But at this time, Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly lit up, and his magic power dissipated again. What are you doing? The Foundation establishment cultivator obviously noticed his abnormality, and he put his hand on his storage bag, and asked sternly. This junior is a bit scared. Xiaohua said pitifully, but thinking that senior is behind this junior doesn't dare to use any yellow talismans. Quickly go in, don't dawdle. The Foundation establishment cultivator berated. Yes. Xiaohua responded, but he still walked into the abode unhurriedly. However, just as he stepped into the abode, there were several swoosh swoosh sounds, and among the dozens of black threads, more than 10 of them actually flew out of the abode. The Foundation establishment cultivator was slightly taken aback, and he closely followed Xiaohua into the abode with vigilance. The inside of the abode was clean, and there wasn't a single black thread. Martial nephew Qian. Those soul threads should have passed through the abode and directly flew out of the cave. Outside the abode, the golden core cultivator's voice sounded. Oh, this junior understands. The Foundation establishment cultivator sized up Xiaohua's abode, and he used his divine sense to check inside and out, then he brought Xiaohua out. This senior was right. This senior killed Qian Yuhua outside the abode, so why did those black threads fly into the abode? Xiaohua sneered in his heart, if I hadn't thought of this, I'm afraid I would have already fled, right? But why did the dozens of black threads fly into the abode? Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly. Could it be because of that spirit beast? Of course. Xiaohua suddenly realized that the traces of Qian Yuhua's soul must have been left here, but didn't the spirit beast come that day? Wasn't the spirit beast killed by Little Yellow? Qian Yuhua's soul was either swallowed by the spirit beast or Little Yellow. At this time, the Heavenly Thunder Palace brought a soul treasure that could only be used 3 times by a golden core cultivator, so what could they find? Xiaohua's guess was indeed correct. When he came out of the cave, in the time it took to cook a meal, the thousands of black silks flew back and flashed back into the spirit treasure. Let's go. The golden core cultivator's face was pale. He waved his hand, and the soul treasure in the air flew into his hand and disappeared. Martial uncle, please. The Foundation establishment cultivator nodded in response. When they were outside the formation, Xiaohua suddenly asked, Martial uncle, martial ancestor, that soul treasure looks very strange. It's different from magic treasures, like a spirit beast. The golden core cultivator glanced at Xiaohua and chuckled, you have some insight. It was refined from the body of the spirit beast Yi Kite. Many thanks for martial ancestors' guidance. Xiaohua was startled and hurriedly bowed respectfully. You should also hurry up and cultivate. Although this eastern ridge herb garden has a formation, it's not too safe. Hurry up and build your foundation, then go to Myriad Thunder Valley to open the abode. The golden core cultivator clearly knew Xiaohua's background before coming and said with a smile. Chapter 1838. Upon hearing foundation establishment, Xiaohua's face immediately became bitter. He smiled apologetically and said, if I could build my foundation, of course I wouldn't stay here for long. Although I don't know who seniors are looking for, it's obvious, sigh. The golden core cultivator and foundation establishment cultivator didn't say anything else. After exiting the spell formation, they exchanged a few words with each other and flew towards the forbidden area where Yi Yuan was. Xiaohua's left hand, which he cupped his hands to send them off, slightly opened a slit. His silver eyes had just closed. That's strange. Xiaohua's expression was the same as usual. When he turned around and closed the spell formation, he was still pondering, in that golden core senior's meridians, the amount of true essence flowing like water doesn't seem to be as much as the foundation establishment seniors. However, in his lower dantian, there's a thumb-sized resplendent ball. That must be the golden core. In this foundation establishment cultivator's lower dantian, there's also some solidification. There are even some vortexes. I'm afraid he's also on the verge of condensing his golden core. But why, can't I see their bodies, bones, and other things? Why can my physical body see it? Moreover, my bones and other parts of my body are blocked. In addition, one of these two seniors' meridians is the same. It's exactly the same as the meridians I tempered at the 12th layer of chi refinement. However, the second meridian is different. Presumably, the foundation establishment cultivators choose different mental cultivation methods, so the meridians they open are also different. Xiaohua flew towards the immortal's cave while thinking, I haven't seen a golden core cultivation method, but from what I saw with my delirium eyes, it should be to refine the true essence in the two meridians that have already been opened, condensing the true essence into a golden core. It shouldn't be to open a third meridian outside the second meridian. In other words, all cultivators only have two meridians? Isn't that a bit too little? After all, there are still a lot of meridians in the body. Xiaohua was a bit confused, but then he mocked himself, damn it, one meridian is already connected to the whole body. Two meridians complement each other, forming the power of yin and yang. It runs through the whole body, so what's the point of having so many meridians? Who else would be like me, who would cultivate an additional meridian for the sake of that sliver of memory? Even if you build your foundation and refine one more meridian, you'll have magic power, but your lifespan won't increase. It's not as profound as the magic power of a core condensation cultivator. Who would joke around with their life and refine one more meridian? This young master had just tempered one meridian during chi refinement and was scolded by master to the point that I was almost expelled from the sect. If any fool tempered another meridian during foundation establishment, wouldn't he be directly smacked to death by master? Qian Yuhua's death really annoyed the Qian Thunder Palace. Originally, they listened to the lecture in front of the practitioner of Jindan realm and went out to look after the alchemy furnace. But in the blink of an eye, the natal spiritual tablet was broken. There was no Lingli pill in the cave as Qian Yuhua said. When they asked the disciples in the cave, they didn't know where their master went. The Heavenly Thunder Palace used various methods to try to find out where Qian Yuhua had died, but in the end, everyone's eyes were focused on the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden's Yaquan Valley, which was not far from the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. After all, within the area that the Heavenly Thunder Palace's elders had circled out using a secret technique, only the Yaquan Valley had not been carefully searched. But, who dared to search the Yaquan Valley? For a disciple in the late stage of foundation establishment, would they lose a disciple in Jindan realm? Therefore, Xiaohua's heart should be at ease. Of course, Xiaohua didn't have time to think so much. He was full of energy and focused on refining the fire marrow flame crystal flame in his meridians. He wanted to accumulate genuine qi and finish practicing the last bit of the prairie fire cultivation method as soon as possible. He wanted to reach the peak of the 18th hurdle of Lianqi realm and reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. Damn it. Thinking that Cui Hongshan forced Xiaohua to call him senior fellow apprentice, Xiaohua wanted to smack this guy to death. Well, it was like smacking an annoying fly. However, when Xiaohua just entered the late stage of Lianqi realm, something happened again. Helplessness's voice-transmitting rune came. Helplessness's voice-transmitting rune didn't say anything, only indifferently telling Xiaohua to return to Myriad Thunder Valley. Just from the tone of the voice-transmitting rune, Xiaohua could tell how much helplessness didn't want to see him, but because of some reason, he had no choice but to see him. Of course, listen to the last sentence of the voice-transmitting rune, you haven't reached foundation establishment yet? Although it was a question, it was definitely true. When Xiaohua received the voice-transmitting rune, to tell the truth, he also didn't want to go. First, he didn't want to see helplessness's expression. Second, he didn't want to see Cui Hongshan. When fellow apprentices met, they had to greet each other. But Cui Hongshan wanted to suppress Xiaohua, so he had to make Xiaohua call him senior fellow apprentice. But why would Xiaohua hang on to him? I'll go. Master summoning, how can I not go? Xiaohua smiled wryly. He put all the things he needed into a storage bag and also put the puppets working in the medicinal garden in the eastern ridge into his space. Only then did he open the magic formation and use an ordinary flight technique to fly towards Myriad Thunder Valley. During this time, although no more cultivators from the Heavenly Thunder Palace came to harass them, the disciples on duty from the Thunderous Thunder Palace did come to the Blazed Dawn Grass. When they saw the changes in the spiritual aura of the eastern ridge, the disciple also felt it was strange and reported the abnormalities to the Thunderous Thunder Palace's steward. The Thunderous Thunder Palace's steward also sent someone to take a look. When he saw that Xiaohua had actually leveled a lot of the medicinal garden and planted a lot of spiritual plants, he was also very happy. The Thunderous Thunder Palace actually rewarded some medicinal pills for aura-refining disciples. Moreover, the tone of the disciple who came to take a look revealed a hint of something that made Xiaohua extremely unhappy. Originally, the eastern ridge only had one type of blazed dawn grass, so Xiaohua was naturally able to take care of it all by himself. But now that the spiritual aura of the world was abundant, this place naturally had to be rebuilt into a medicinal garden like before. A medicinal garden with all kinds of spiritual plants, so Xiaohua definitely couldn't do it by himself. It was possible that the Thunderous Thunder Palace would also send some disciples over to take care of the garden together with Xiaohua. Of course, this was also what that disciple said. As for how many disciples they would send and who they would send, everything was unknown. At least, when Xiaohua left, there was still no news. Xiaohua cultivated while flying. He flew very slowly and only arrived in front of Helpless Immortal's cave after a long time. Without waiting for him to land, Helpless divine sense swept over him. Conveniently, that mocking voice sounded again. Sure enough, you still haven't built your foundation. Moreover, your flying speed is also very slow. You're really not advancing but retreating. Previously, when Xiangyang sent a message, you could definitely arrive in 4 hours. What about now? You're actually so slow. Alas, you don't want to see me? Xiaohua landed and quickly walked to the front of the immortal's cave. He smiled apologetically and said, "Disciple, wasn't this disciple thinking about a difficult cultivation problem on the way here?" A difficult problem? What kind of difficult problem did you have this time? Why don't you tell me about it? Helpless sat on the seat of honor in the immortal's cave with Zhuo Minghui at his side. He seemed to be very interested as he asked this question. How could Xiaohua have any difficult problems? He was just casually talking about it. He thought Helpless would listen to him and really didn't expect him to ask him. Chapter 1839. Disciple is thinking, if a foundation establishment cultivator can open and refine a second completely different meridian, then can a core formation cultivator also refine a third completely different meridian? Xiaohua said almost without thinking. Hearing Xiaohua's question, Helplessly was first stunned, then his face revealed ridicule. He turned to Zhuo Minghui and said, "Did you see? What did your husband say? Can he reach foundation establishment like this? He's only at the peak of the qi refinement realm, and he's already considering the matter of condensing his core. This kind of ambitious person is the first I've seen in my life." Zhuo Minghui's face also revealed a trace of worry, and she said with a smile, "Xiaohua, you aren't thinking about how to reach foundation establishment. Why are you thinking about so many irrelevant things?" Disciple occasionally thinks about it. Xiaohua said embarrassedly. Disciple's Prairie Fire cultivation technique and the Fury Flame technique master left for disciple to use in reaching foundation establishment are different. Therefore, disciple thought about it so much. This guy is currently thinking about the problems of us late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Where would he have time to think about foundation establishment? Helplessly mocked, "Do you think I should answer or not? This is a problem I only thought of when I got the core formation cultivation technique." Zhuo Minghui sighed and said, "Husband, it's better to say it. If Xiaohua keeps thinking by himself, maybe he'll think of the wrong thing. If you want to say it, then say it. I'm not in the mood. Xiaohua, master's wife also doesn't want to say too much to you." You only need to remember that all the cultivators in our Xiaoyu continent's cultivation world only cultivate 2 meridians. One main meridian, one auxiliary meridian, one yang meridian. They complement each other and bring out the best in each other. It's not like no one has ever tried cultivating one more meridian. However, not to mention cultivating one more meridian, even if you cultivate 10 more meridian, your magic power may increase, but your realm absolutely won't increase. There's nothing you don't know about Foundation Establishment. Foundation Establishment's true essence is completely different from Qi Refinement's true Qi, and its power is also different. Core Formation and Foundation Establishment's true essence are also completely different. After Core Formation, the magic power is absolutely several times that of Foundation Establishment's true essence. Who would put in the effort to cultivate a 3rd meridian? Disciple understands. Xiao Hua bowed and answered. Understand my ass. He scolded helplessly. If I had learned something, I wouldn't have let my imagination run wild and I wouldn't have walked the crooked path. Hee, master, are you angry again? A voice laughed as he walked in. Who else could it be but Cui Hongli? My ancestor once said that excessive qi harms the liver, which is the greatest enemy of cultivators like us. Although Master is now a cultivator in the late stage of Foundation Establishment, he can't ignore this. Although we cultivators don't temper our bodies are the proof that we can use to comprehend the great Tao. Cui Hongli said loudly as soon as he entered the room. Hee, Master understands. He smiled helplessly and said, with my cultivation and the cultivation of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, this bit of anger won't hurt me. Behind Shui Hongwen was another very gorgeous female cultivator. Unexpectedly, she was also a Foundation Establishment cultivator. This female cultivator's eyes were large, like a limpid pool. Although she didn't speak, the way she stared at Xiao Hua was clearly filled with questions. Io, it turns out that Xiao Hua is here. Cui Hongli turned his head and said, I was wondering why Master got angry again. Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua heard this, he didn't know if he was relaxed or angry. He glanced at Zhuo Minghui and Wu Hai. The two obviously weren't surprised by this name, so he could only sigh and cupped his hands. Yes, Cui Hongli, how are you? Of course I'm good. Cui Hongli smiled and said, I have now reached Foundation Establishment. Naturally, I haven't been as good as I am now. Then, he waved his hand and said with a smile, Qimeng, come and greet Master and Master's wife. Io, so this is Qimeng. Zhuo Minghui's eyes were already looking at the female cultivator, waiting for Cui Hongli's introduction. At this time, she quickly stood up and called out in a slightly exaggerated manner. Junior Dui Qimeng greets Martial Uncle Wu Hai and Martial Uncle Minghui. Dui Qimeng respectfully bowed to Wu Hai and Zhuo Minghui. Forget it, get up. A smile appeared on Wu Hai's face, but Zhuo Minghui was already in front of her and reached out to pull her up. She turned her head and scolded Cui Hongli, look at you, this old woman kept saying that Qimeng should come and meet us, but you always said that she was cultivating. Today, she didn't make any preparations, but you brought her here. Hee, Master's wife, we just casually came to see the two of you. What's there to prepare? Cui Hongli said with a face full of smiles. Martial uncles, this junior came to greet you. My master prepared a gift and asked this junior to bring it. Please kindly accept it. Dui Qimeng followed Zhuo Minghui to a chair at the side. She didn't hurry to sit down, but clapped her hand and took out a pure white jade bottle from her storage bag and handed it to Zhuo Minghui. Martial Uncle Duiu is too polite. Zhuo Minghui smiled and received it. When she opened the jade bottle, she was shocked and said, this is over 6,000 years old. Siming fruit? Yes, Martial Uncle has good eyesight. Dui Qimeng's tone was slightly proud. She smiled and said, my master obtained this 10 years ago when she was traveling. She hasn't used it much, and this junior's cultivation isn't enough. It's just right to give it to the two martial uncles. Then I thank your master. Zhuo Minghui handed over the jade bottle and said with a helpless smile. Then she looked at Zhuo Minghui. However, Zhuo Minghui's face was slightly embarrassed. Xiao Hua's heart moved and was about to go up, but he heard Zhuo Minghui say, "I didn't expect you to come back today. It seems that I didn't prepare enough." "There's no need." Dui Qimeng didn't say anything. Cui Hongli waved his hand and said, "When we came, Qimeng already said that she wanted to give Master and Master's wife a surprise. There's no need to mention any gifts. Damn it, since it's like this young Master's spirit herbs will be saved." Xiao Hua's footsteps stopped. "Hee, why aren't you sending a message to your eldest martial brother? Tell your sister-in-law and the others to hurry over." Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, "It's rare for our myriad Thunder Valley to gather like this. This disciple has already sent it. Eldest martial brother will be here in a moment." Cui Hongli smiled and said, "Hongli does things properly." Zhuo Minghui praised. Dui Qimeng looked at Xiao Hua with her bright eyes and said with a smile, "This is junior martial brother Xiao Hua, right? I heard Hongli mention you a lot." Alas, Xiao Hua looked at Dui Qimeng and sighed in his heart. He couldn't tell her age just from her appearance. He could only address her based on her cultivation. However, when he saw Dui Qimeng's expression and Cui Hongshan's expectant gaze, he stepped forward and bowed. "Junior Xiao Hua greets martial aunt Dui." "Ah." Dui Qimeng was very shocked, and her expression was a bit exaggerated. She covered her mouth and glanced at Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan also looked surprised and puzzled. Then Dui Qimeng hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Junior martial brother Xiao, I and Hongshan are friends of the same generation. Your master is also I's martial uncle. Junior martial brother addressing I like this, I can't accept it." Then she turned her head and rebuked Cui Hongshan. "You see, how is junior martial brother Xiao as unbearable as you say? Why aren't you coming over and saying something? Don't blame me. How would I know?" Cui Hongshan's face was full of smiles. He raised his hand and said, "Xiao Hua has never called me senior martial brother. I thought that if you followed me back to Myriad Thunder Valley, he wouldn't call you that. Who would have thought that he would actually call you martial uncle?" Cui Hongshan's warm smile was indeed eloquent. Dui Qimeng very knowingly smiled back at him. Then Cui Hongshan turned his head and said to Xiao Hua, "Xiao Hua, Qimeng is I's dual cultivation partner. If you call her martial uncle, then wouldn't you also have to call I martial uncle? Who is your dual cultivation partner?" Dui Qimeng's face was crimson, and she immediately rebuked. "Did you see?" Xiao Hua's face was calm as he said, "Martial uncle Dui didn't admit it." "You." Cui Hongshan's smile was somewhat cold, but it was only for a moment. He said with a smile, "In the end, you're not willing to call me senior martial brother? What do you think?" Xiao Hua glanced at him and said without any trace of politeness, Xiao Hua, I have a question. What if I was Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation? How would you call I?" Dui Qimeng's face was still red, but she still asked curiously. "Fellow Daoist Dui, there are many names in Xiaoyu continent. Can't you call me whatever you want?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Fellow Daoist Dui." Dui Qimeng clearly didn't expect Xiao Hua to answer like this. "Xiao Hua," she helplessly scolded, "how can you not know the rules? Why aren't you calling me senior martial sister? Martial uncle Dui? There's no need." Junior doesn't dare to compete with Xiao Hua on lightning plains. Dui Qimeng said with a smile, "Junior is also afraid of being trapped to death by his countless fireball talismans." Dui Qimeng was obviously joking and wanted to ease the atmosphere. However, Dui Qimeng, who hated Xiao Hua's lack of initiative the most, immediately turned cold after hearing this. "Ah." Dui Qimeng was very sensitive and discovered Dui Qimeng's strange expression. She was slightly stunned and didn't understand the reason, so she quickly looked towards Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan had told Dui Qimeng about Xiao Hua and Yan Xifeng's battle as a joke, only wanting to make the beauty smile. At this moment, he was also embarrassed. Just as he was about to mediate the situation, footsteps came from outside the cave. It was Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian walked at the front and saw Xiao Hua and Dui Qimeng as soon as she entered the cave. She also felt the coldness in the cave. After bowing to Zhuo Minghui, Yan Qinglian walked in front of Dui Qimeng and held her hand with a smile. I've always heard Junior Marshal Brother Cui talk about Junior Marshal Sister, but I never had the chance to meet you. I didn't expect Junior Marshal Sister Dui to be so beautiful. It's no wonder that Junior Marshal Brother Cui was able to pick Junior Marshal Sister Dui out when he went to Dui Lei Palace on official business. Senior Marshal Sister Yan, from what you're saying, I was also following Master's orders and coincidentally went out with Junior Marshal Brother Cui. Dui Qimeng was a little shy and answered in a low voice. Yan Qinglian also responded in a soft voice, and the two of them casually chatted. Cui Hongshan let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze swept past Xiao Hua, and an indescribable feeling surfaced in his eyes. He asked very strangely, Xiao Hua, why did you come uninvited today? Is there an omen of Foundation establishment? I naturally have my own reasons for coming. As for Foundation establishment or not, it seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Xiao Hua said indifferently. He, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao naturally came because he received Elder Brother's message. Xiang Yang quickly said. Chapter 1840. Your message. Helplessness sneered. Your summoning talisman is still in your storage bag, right? I was the one who told him to come. Disciple forgot. Xiang Yang scratched his head and said honestly, Disciple was thinking of looking for Junior Marshal Brother Xiao these past few days. When I saw him come to 10,000 Thunder Valley, I thought it was me who sent the summoning talisman. But I didn't think it was Master who sent it. Why are you looking for him? Helplessness wanted to get to the bottom of this. What Helplessness didn't expect was that Xiang Yang actually said very naturally, it's like this, Master. Disciple felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and now it's time for Foundation establishment disciples to go out and gain experience. Qinglian wants to go out and gain experience, so Disciple also wants to accompany her. In the past, I was the only one in 10,000 Thunder Valley, and Master often went to stand guard, so Disciple didn't really go out and gain experience. But now, Junior Marshal Brother Cui has opened a residence in 10,000 Thunder Valley and needs to nourish his true essence. Disciple will ask for leave from Master and go out and gain experience. And, not bad. You really haven't gone out for a long time. Also, Helplessness had a rare amiable expression and didn't scold Xiang Yang anymore. But halfway through, he stopped and changed the topic. You go out with Qinglian more often, and you don't have to come back so early. My 10,000 Thunder Valley has Hongshan, so you don't need to worry. Yes, Disciple understands. Xiang Yang bowed. Cui Hongshan also smiled. Eldest Senior Marshal Brother, please go. Master has little brother here to look after him, so nothing will happen. Then I'll have to trouble Junior Marshal Brother Cui. Xiang Yang turned his head and smiled. Also, eldest Senior Marshal Brother doesn't need to worry too much about teaching Xiao Hua. Master already told little brother that little brother won't lower himself to his level. Cui Hongshan glanced at Xiao Hua and said to Xiang Yang. Damn, an early Foundation establishment cultivator wants to teach this young master? Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, Junior Marshal Brother Cui misunderstood. Seeing this, Xiang Yang hurriedly waved his hand and said, I just wanted to call Xiao Hua over and ask Master a favor. Your Senior Marshal Brother and I will take Xiao Hua out to gain experience. See if you can. Eldest Senior Brother. Xiao Hua's eyes were somewhat moist. Previously, when Xiangyang said that he was going to take him out to gain experience, he just casually said it. However, he didn't expect that eldest senior brother, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, would actually still be thinking about his foundation establishment when he went out to gain experience with his sister-in-law. This made Xiaohua. How could he endure this? Helplessly, he looked at the incomparably loyal eldest disciple in front of him. He was used to scolding him, but the words were stuck in his throat like cotton. He couldn't bear to say a single word. An indescribable numbness rushed into his eyes. Even if he used the secret technique of the late foundation establishment stage, he couldn't stop it. Helplessly, he had no choice but to look around the cave, as if there were many old cobwebs. He rolled his eyes a few times before he sighed and continued to scold, You have good intentions. Why didn't you build your foundation earlier? Even if you're not at foundation establishment, you still don't need to guard Myriad Thunder Valley. Master, there's no need to uncover old memories. It was rare for Xiangyang to see helplessness and warmth. He hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, To be able to see that my Myriad Thunder Valley now has Junior Martial Brother Xiao and Junior Martial Brother Cui, and that Junior Martial Brother Cui is now a foundation establishment cultivator, disciple has never regretted what he did before. Alas, Xiangyang, my Myriad Thunder Valley owes you. Zhuo Minghui said the words that she couldn't say no matter what. Listen to what Master said, disciple is a disciple of Myriad Thunder Valley. Doing things for Myriad Thunder Valley is my duty. If Myriad Thunder Valley doesn't exist anymore, it won't be disciples Myriad Thunder Valley anymore. How can disciples still be Master's disciple? Xiangyang said very naturally, then turned to look at Cui Hongshan. In the future, Junior Martial Brother Cui's burden will be heavy. Not only will you have to bear the honor of Myriad Thunder Valley, but you will also have to bear the harmony of Myriad Thunder Valley. Cui Hongshan naturally knew what Xiangyang was talking about, but he just smiled and nodded slightly. In addition, I made you two lose face in front of the other disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I've always felt guilty. Today, I'll take this opportunity to apologize to you two for making you, alas. Xiangyang didn't say anything else. He walked in front of Cui Hongshan and bowed deeply. Io, eldest senior martial brother, what are you doing? Cui Hongshan was stunned and moved. He hurriedly grabbed Xiangyang's hand. Ever since he entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, he was different from Xiaohua. Xiaohua hid in the eastern mountain range and only wanted to cultivate properly. He, on the other hand, wanted to rely on the methods of an aristocratic family's disciple to blend in with the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and create his own world. In this way, he would be ridiculed by the other disciples. Xiangyang's matter and Xiaohua's matter had deeply pierced his heart. Although he was still respectful to Xiangyang, which was far from the way he treated Xiaohua's side, there was naturally no lack of complaints in his heart. Now, although he had followed his own wishes and made himself the backbone of the Myriad Thunder Valley in the future, when he saw Xiangyang suddenly deign to bow to him, he was still shocked. How could Cui Hongshan stop Xiangyang from bowing? When Xiangyang bowed, Cui Hongshan was still somewhat at a loss and looked helplessly at him. No expression could be seen on helplessness's face, as if he was thinking about something. Junior Martial Brother Xiao. Xiangyang walked in front of Xiaohua and prepared to bow. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's hand was still the same as before, as firm as metal and stone. Xiangyang couldn't bow and couldn't help but frown. Could it be? Junior Martial Brother wants me to use my full strength? Eldest Senior Martial Brother, what did you do wrong? On what basis are you apologizing to little brother? Xiaohua's face was heavy like water as he said, Little brother has never felt that eldest senior martial brother has lost little brother's face. Moreover, little brother has always been proud to have a eldest senior martial brother like you. No matter if it was in the Thunder Palace or the Imperial Thunder Sect, as long as little brother mentioned eldest senior martial brother's name, I would always respectfully address you, never slacking off in the slightest. If eldest senior martial brother feels that little brother is wrong, then eldest senior martial brother can use your full strength to apologize to little brother. Junior martial brother Xiao, this is a knot in big brother's heart, you don't make things difficult for big brother. As Xiangyang spoke, sure enough, he stirred up his magic power and very stubbornly bowed in greeting. Hee, eldest senior martial brother, if you bow like this, then little brother's heart knot will also be born. You, also don't make things difficult for little brother. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his arm. Ah. At this time, Xiangyang was incomparably flabbergasted. This time was different from before. He really wanted to bow, and the magic power in his body had already been stirred up to 70%. He was now a middle foundation establishment cultivator. 70% magic power was not something a peak chi condensation disciple could compare to. Even if Xiao Hua's divine power was astonishing, he still absolutely wouldn't be able to resist. Xiangyang. Helpless, he opened his mouth in a rare occasion. What Xiao Hua said is correct. These past few years, Master has been too harsh on you. The one who should say words of apology should be Master. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1841. Zhuo Minghui also agreed. Since Xiao Hua doesn't want you to bow, you shouldn't make things difficult for him. If you make things difficult for him, you're also making things difficult for us. Don't tell me you also want your master to apologize to you? You see, eldest senior brother. You should get up. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his arm, actually helping Xiangyang up. At the same time, he even winked at Xiangyang. This. Xiangyang was stupefied. He still hadn't removed his magic power and was helped up by Xiao Hua just like that. He almost wanted to rub his eyes to see if he was dreaming. There was only one thought in his mind. Junior brother Zhao's strength, how great is it? Husband, master's wife is right. Yan Qinglian brushed her sleeves and said with a forced smile, don't make things difficult for Xiao Hua. You're making things difficult for yourself. Oh. Xiangyang came back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and sighed. I have really shamed myriad Thunder Valley. My heart, Xiao Hua interrupted, doesn't eldest senior brother still have Xiangjili? His name will definitely spread throughout Dawn Rain continent in the future. That's just a reason for me to comfort myself. Xiangyang's brows relaxed and he shook his head. Moreover, even if his name spreads throughout Dawn Rain continent, it's still Xiangjili's name. What does it have to do with his father? Xiangyang originally liked talking about Xiangjili very much, but he was unwilling to talk about it now. Clearly, he was also somewhat disappointed. All right, husband, Xiao Hua has been here for a long time. You should also tell him about this matter. Zhuo Minghui saw that Cui Hongshan was somewhat embarrassed and Dui Qimen was sitting there, not knowing how to interrupt. Helplessness's voice was also amiable as he said, Thunderclap Palace sent an order. Now that the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden spiritual energy has recovered, many kinds of spiritual herbs are needed. I'm afraid you alone won't be able to do it. You should assign some new disciples to manage. Xiao Hua frowned and thought, as expected, the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden is no longer a pure land. However, I've already replied to this matter. You should also return the token to Thunderclap Palace. Helplessness said expressionlessly. Why? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Because they will be leaving in 10 days, and you will also be leaving the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden in 10 days. He clapped his hands helplessly, and 2 messaging talismans appeared in his hands. He raised his hand and said, Sunlei Palace's martial uncle Sun Ming sent a message. Her disciple is going out to experience Foundation establishment, and she specifically asked for you to accompany her. Master can't disobey martial uncle Sun's words. Besides, you've been meditating in the Eastern Ridge for a long time. It's time for you to go out and gain experience. I've already agreed to it. Then, he looked at Xiangyang and said gently, your eldest senior brother is also going out to train. You can go with him. Ah. Shue Shue. She is already about to build her foundation? Xiaohua stared blankly. He hadn't received Shue Shue's message. He didn't expect that Shue Shue would enter foundation establishment so soon. I'm afraid only Shue Shue who has reached foundation establishment would allow you to accompany her. How could other people trouble an aura refining disciple like you? Look at you. You joined the Imperial Thunder sect at the same time as Shue Shue. Back then, Shue Shue was only in the 7th layer of aura refining, but you're in the 10th layer. Now, she unexpectedly wants to build her foundation before you. It's fine if you know the inside story, but if you don't, won't you push this matter onto me? You'll say I didn't teach my disciple well. This time, you have to comprehend more. I'm not asking you to build your foundation this time, but you have to make more preparations for building your foundation in the future. 50 years. Alas, you're still some distance away from 50 years. Disciple understands. Xiaohua was also happy to hear his master's tactful tone. He bowed and said, disciple will certainly remember what master said. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he helplessly glared at him. You don't have to say one thing to my face and another behind my back. You only need to remember half of what master said, and you won't be distracted. You could have built your foundation long ago. Then, he thought of something and turned to Dui Chimeng. Martial niece Dui must also know that Dao is always the most important thing in cultivation. If you don't have Dao skills, no matter how powerful your magic is, it's useless. Yes, martial uncle is right. Dui Chimeng slightly stood up and said, Master has also warned I many times that Dao is the foundation, and magic is the end. Only when one's Dao skills are solid can magic be effective. If one only pursues the profoundness of magic and the mysteries of magic, then they're neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles. Good. Helplessly clapped and said, such a simple and easy to understand principle, but some people just don't take it seriously. If they're simply obsessed with magic, then it's not that they're not making progress, but they're still biting off more than they can chew, trying to comprehend other things by analogy and master everything. Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. Wasn't helplessness talking about him? Unfortunately, helplessness said too little. Xiaohua wasn't just biting off more than he could chew, he wasn't just comprehending other things by analogy. No matter if it was the cultivation method of the 18th layer of qi refining, the phoenix battle body, or the dragonization art, which one of them could helplessness even dream of? Let's not talk about the soul cultivation method, the Buddha's Saraira, or the heavenly Tao space. Master, disciple will go back and reflect on his mistakes. Xiaohua bowed and said. What do you mean by closing your door and reflecting on your mistakes? You're not happy just because I said a few words to you? Helplessness was rather moved by Xiang Yang's matter, so he spoke more, and then he berated. Junior martial brother Xiao just found out that he's going to go out and gain experience. Time is tight, so let him go back and pack up, and prepare to hand over to the disciples sent by Thunder's shocking palace. Xiang Yang hurriedly said. Helplessness unhappily glanced at Xiang Yang, and coldly snorted, I don't know what I've done to have accepted you two as disciples. One is honest and considerate, one is compassionate, one is always considerate of others, and the other doesn't dare to be ruthless. Damn it, if it was me, I would have crushed that guy to death like a chicken. He actually dared to behave atrociously in my 10,000 Thunder Valley. These words were very abrupt. Dui Chimeng was slightly stunned, not knowing what helplessness meant. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Helplessness scolded him so ruthlessly in front of the Temple of Life and Death because he didn't act ruthlessly towards Yan Xiafeng. That's right, Zhenjia bullied Myriad Thunder Valley and forced helplessness to swear a blood oath on the spot. This opportunity to go out was wasted by Xiaohua, so how could he not be angry? After entering the Temple of Life and Death, everyone was responsible for their own life and death. Even if he crushed Yan Xifeng to death, Xianxia absolutely wouldn't say a single word of complaint. If he didn't let his master be happy, then the unlucky one would naturally be him. Master, 2 people from Thunder's shocking palace died in this disciple's hands, and this disciple is currently not Xianxia's opponent. Of course, I don't want to cause more trouble. Xiaohua bitterly smiled in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Forget it, go back and reflect on yourself. Helplessness waved his hand, and said, I've already sent the message to Thunder's shocking palace the day before yesterday. I'm afraid that the people coming will go to Eastern Ridge in a few days. After you hand over, go stay in Xiang Yang's cave for the time being. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed and left. Dui Qimeng listened with interest and also watched with interest as Xiaohua calmly left. It was as if Xiaohua's scolding of helplessness was nothing more than a passing wind. Even she could see that although Xiaohua said he understood, he actually didn't take it to heart. How could Dui Qimeng not know? This was also the first time she saw a disciple who didn't know when to advance or retreat. When Xiaohua returned to Eastern Ridge's medicine garden and looked at the medicine garden that he used his puppet to level, Xiaohua's heart was filled with emotion. Although he didn't personally level it, it was still the result of his hard work. Originally, he thought that he could still stay here for a few more years until he reached foundation establishment before he could leave. Who would have thought that his master's plans couldn't compare to his master's? Helplessly, he was sent away with a single sentence. However, accompanying Xue in her experiential learning would be a sweet journey. It would also be a good way to make up for what he owed her. Moreover, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, 2 experts in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, would accompany her. He only needed to hide behind the 2 of them, so why not? The spiritual plants in Eastern Ridge's medicine garden were all planted in Xiaohua's space, so he didn't put them away. Instead, he returned to his cave and put away the spirit talisman for the rabbit formation and the formation plate for the heavenly fire formation. Xiaohua simply closed his eyes and cultivated outside his cave. 10 days passed in a flash. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua didn't receive any message from Xue. Just as he was astonished, the disciples of Thunder's shocking palace arrived. This time, there were actually 10 of them. The first was a disciple who joined Thunder's shocking sect a few years later than Xiaohua. His cultivation was already at the early stage of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. The 9 following behind him had even weaker cultivations, only at the early stage of the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. The 10 of them respectfully saluted Xiaohua, then took out the Thunder's shocking palace's order and handed it over to him. Xiaohua glanced at it, then handed the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden's order tablet over to them. He smiled and said, Junior Marshal Brother Lu, I entrust this Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden to you. Junior Marshal Brother Lu's name was Lu Jing. After receiving the order tablet, he put it away properly and said with a smile, the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden is sparsely populated, so no one likes to come here. Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, you've been here alone for so many years. We all admire you. If it weren't for the abundant spiritual qi of heaven and earth, to tell you the truth, even if you beat I to death, I wouldn't have come here. Xiaohua was amused by Lu Jing's frankness. He smiled and said, I naturally like tranquility. This place is the most undisturbed place, so of course I would choose this place. Let's go, I will tell you all about the medicine garden I've opened these past few years. Thank you for your trouble, Senior Marshal Brother Xiao. The 10 people bowed. When the 10 people saw the medicine garden Xiaohua had opened and leveled, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The other 9 people looked at each other and didn't say anything. Instead, it was Lu Jing who shook his head and said, Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, you've really worked hard. With this kind of foundation in the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden, we don't need to work too hard. It's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand, feeling content in his heart. Then, he looked at the others and said in a low voice, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, I have some questions. Can I ask you in private?" "Of course." Lu Jing nodded. "That's right, I also have some questions to ask Senior Marshal Brother." "Okay." Xiao Hua let the 9 people familiarize themselves with the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden's terrain, then he brought Lu Jing to his abode. "What questions do you have?" Xiao Hua asked. Lu Jing looked around and asked in a low voice, "Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, I heard that many disciples have died in this Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. Moreover, several seniors have also died nearby. Is this true?" Chapter 1842. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He glanced at him and asked curiously, "Where did you hear these things from?" "Hee, this disciple entered the Imperial Thunder sect, so I naturally don't know these secrets. However, among the disciples who came to the Eastern Ridge with me this time, there were indeed a few direct disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Their eyes and ears weren't as closed as mine. I don't know where they got the information and told me in private on the way here." Lu Jing smiled apologetically. "However, since Senior Brother Xiao has been here for so many years, these things are obviously just rumors." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and smiled. "These things might be true. However, I have only opened the formation of the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden in these past few years. I absolutely won't go out unless something happens, so naturally I haven't encountered anything strange. Presumably, you also know that there's a forbidden area of my Imperial Thunder sect near the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. The so-called senior's death should be related to that forbidden area. As long as we don't go near the forbidden area, there shouldn't be any problems." "Like I said." Lu Jing smiled. "If something happens, it's definitely something you ask for. However, junior brothers all wanted me to ask Senior Brother if there's any secret life-saving technique, so I have no choice but to ask." "Life-saving secret technique?" Xiao Hua was secretly delighted. "I killed Yi Yuan, so you guys naturally won't have to worry about your lives. As for the ruthless methods of Foundation Establishment seniors, presumably you guys also won't encounter them. I don't have any secret techniques." "Well said, we're all fellow disciples. If I can say it, I will naturally say it." Xiao Hua nodded. "This is a life-saving matter, so I won't hide it." "Then, Senior Brother, what do you want to ask?" Lu Jing also asked. "Oh, I just saw on the order that among the 10 disciples who came to the Eastern Ridge, there were actually 4 or 5 disciples surnamed Zhen from the Thunderous Palace. These disciples, don't they usually work in the more comfortable chores of the Thunderous Palace? Why did they come to the Eastern Ridge? I originally thought I saw wrongly, but it seems that's not the case. These are the direct disciples of the Thunderous Palace that I just mentioned." Lu Jing smiled. "However, their cultivations haven't improved, so they weren't favored by the Thunderous Palace masters. Naturally, they were sent to the Eastern Ridge." The direct disciples of the Thunderquake Palace are actually unable to make any progress in their cultivation? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Haven't their aptitudes always been better than the disciples we sent to the Imperial Thunder sect? A faint smile appeared on Lu Jing's face as he said, "Senior Brother Zhao's words were true a few years ago. However, there are some changes now. Those direct disciples no longer have good aptitudes. Even those who had good aptitudes before have begun to regress." "Why is that?" Xiao Hua was even more baffled. He had never heard of a person's aptitude regressing. "Who knows?" Lu Jing said disdainfully, "I won't hide it from you, Senior Marshal Brother. These direct disciples have been cultivating for a longer time than I. Even when I entered the Imperial Thunder sect, my cultivation was only slightly higher than theirs. Over the years, I's cultivation has been constantly increasing while they have stagnated. Even they themselves don't know the reason." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiao Hua faintly nodded. "That's not all. Among the disciples who entered the Imperial Thunder sect, the vast majority of the disciples from cultivation clans such as I improved their cultivation very quickly. Comparatively speaking, only half of the direct disciples are able to keep up. Lu Jing said very proudly, otherwise, the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden wouldn't have let me lead the group. Of course, if Senior Marshal Brother Xiao didn't have to go somewhere else, this place would naturally follow Senior Marshal Brother Zhao's lead. What about the loose cultivators? What are their cultivations like? Xiao Hua asked very naturally. This disciple isn't too sure. A trace of disdain appeared on the corner of Lu Jing's mouth. This disciple doesn't have a good relationship with any loose cultivators. Furthermore, recently, my Imperial Thunder sect has rarely recruited disciples from loose cultivators. Xiao Hua still wanted to ask a few more questions, but at this moment, the spell formation outside the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden was making a ruckus. Lu Jing noticed it and looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Take a look. They might not necessarily be looking for me." Who would have thought that when Lu Jing opened the spell formation of the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden, there would be two charming female disciples outside. One of them was actually at the early stage of foundation establishment. Lu Jing didn't dare to be negligent and promptly saluted. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "What are the two of you doing here?" The two people who came were Xue Xue and Sun Shu. I heard that Junior Marshal Brother Xiao was going to go out with Junior Marshal Sister Xue to gain experience. As your Senior Marshal Sister, I naturally came to send you off. Sun Shu said with a smile like a flower. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at Xue Xue again. He said warmly, "I'm afraid you already knew. Why didn't you send me a message earlier?" Xue Xue was somewhat shy and her face was slightly red. "I didn't plan to go out and gain experience. It's just that Master is going into seclusion. She said that she might not be able to come out during the training period, so she simply let me go now. As for Master sending a message to Marshal Uncle Helplessness, I just found out." Sun Shu's face was filled with undisguised envy. She nudged Xue Xue with her arm and said with a smile, "Junior Marshal Sister, you should be content. Last time, in order to bring Junior Marshal Brother Xiao out to gain experience, I spent a lot of effort. You, on the other hand, Master already arranged everything. I can't help but envy you. Senior Marshal Sister, you're already a foundation establishment cultivator. How can you lower yourself to the same level as me?" Xue Xue said with a smile. Lu Jing was surprised when he heard this. He really didn't expect this unremarkable Senior Marshal Brother Xiao to have such a good relationship with two female disciples with profound cultivations. It was to the extent that they were both at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm and had a faint feeling of dual cultivation. "Alright, let's go." Xiao Hua waved his hand and turned to Lu Jing, saying, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, I'll leave the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden to you. I'll have to trouble you in the future." "I don't dare. Disciple will wait for the day Senior Marshal Brother Xiao builds his foundation." Lu Jing hurriedly returned the greeting. "Don't worry, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao," Sun Shu quickly said. "Junior Marshal Brother Qian also said that he would send you off. He should be here by now. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao is going out to gain experience. How could I not come?" Sun Shu's voice hadn't faded away when Qian Diheng's figure flew over from afar. "Ah! Thunder evasion." Seeing this, Lu Jing's jaw almost dropped, especially when he saw that Qian Diheng was only an early-stage foundation building cultivator. "Oh my, even Senior Marshal Brother Qian came to send me off. Junior Marshal Brother is really honored." Xiao Hua smiled and pulled Xue Xue's hand to welcome him. Sun Shu, on the other hand, didn't find it strange at all and flew up as well. "Damn it, this Senior Marshal Brother Xiao seems to not care about this foundation building senior at all." Lu Jing's eyes revealed an envious expression. In midair, Qian Diheng clapped his hand and took out a storage pouch. He said with a smile, "This is something I prepared for you. Junior Marshal Brother, please accept it. I hope that Junior Marshal Brother can return with a full load this time. Xiaohua took it and swept it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, the storage pouch you gave Junior Marshal Brother last time already had a lot of foundation building pills. What are these few pills for? Are you afraid that Junior Marshal Brother won't have enough? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1843. Don't mention it. Xian Diheng waved his hand. The foundation establishment pill from last time was what Junior Brother Xiao deserved. Moreover, that thing is easy to sell outside. It's very easy to exchange for magic tools and spirit stones. This time, I asked for these pills from the Earth Thunder Palace's alchemists. The quality is excellent. It's a token of my appreciation. Xiaohua understood, and his heart felt warm. He put away the storage pouch and said with a smile, then this little brother won't be polite. If there are any good things during the training, this little brother will also remember to give you a share. Xian Diheng's eyes lit up and he laughed. Ha ha ha, I was waiting for you to say that. TSK, Xiaohua shook his head in disappointment. Senior brother Qian is really too unscrupulous. That. Hearing Sun Shu's voice, Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head. Sure enough, Sun Shu was also holding a storage pouch and looking at Xiaohua with a smile. Forget it, forget it. I'll take them all. Xiaohua laughed loudly and took them without any trace of politeness. You're all at the early stage of foundation establishment. I'm only at the qi refinement realm. What do you need? Let's hear it. Hee, Qian Diheng glanced at Sun Shu and smiled slyly. Go ahead and take it. We won't dislike it. Xiaohua looked at the two and was speechless for a moment. Xiaohua, let's talk while we walk. Shueshue thought Xiaohua was embarrassed and changed the topic. Xiaohua held Shueshue's warm hand and smiled. Don't worry, don't worry. We still have fellow travelers. Huh? Who else wants to go out for experiential learning? Shueshue was obviously disappointed. Its eyes eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law. Xiaohua smiled. Wait for I to send a messaging talisman. Oh, so that's how it is. Shueshue suddenly understood. Not long after, Xiang Yang's messaging talisman flew back. It was already on the way to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Let's go. Eldest senior brother is almost there. Xiaohua urged his transcendence energy. Sun Shu and Qian Diheng also flew behind him like how they did in the past, heading straight for the mountain gate. The mountain gate of the Imperial Thunder Sect was still there, but there weren't any disciples on the way down the mountain. Only the people of the myriad Thunder Valley were standing in front of the guest pavilion. When Xiaohua arrived, Helpless and the others seemed to have already warned Xiang Yang. Looking at Xiaohua, Sun Shu, and Qian Diheng, Helpless swallowed the words he wanted to scold back. Only after the four of them came forward to greet him did he glance at Xiaohua and say indifferently, follow your eldest senior brother out. If there's anything, just ask more. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed in thanks. Shueshue will go out with you to gain experience. Learn from others. Even if you can't build your foundation this time, you have to prepare for the future. Helplessly, he said, also, ask your eldest senior brother what's going on with the second foundation establishment. This is also a rare opportunity for you. Yes, Dizzy understands. Xiaohua replied again. The things that Master gave you have already been handed over to eldest senior brother. I also have a few medicinal pills here. You can keep them for yourself. Cui Hongshan heard Helpless' words and clapped his hands. Very naturally, he took out a bottle of medicinal pills from his storage pouch and handed it over. His intentions were admittedly good, but his actions were rather condescending. Xiaohua didn't even look at it. He shook his head and said, many thanks, I have never lacked medicinal pills. You. Cui Hongshan frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the displeasure on Helpless's face. In his heart, he was delighted and said somewhat pitifully, "You and I are from the same sect." You don't even want to accept I's small token of appreciation? Little brat, what are you doing? Helpless's expression suddenly changed and he cursed, "Your senior brother Cui has good intentions. How can you treat other people's good intentions as ill intent?" Then, he looked at Cui Hongshan and said, "Hongshan, ignore him. This guy is probably worried that he won't be able to build his foundation and will waste medicinal pills for nothing." Seeing the pride on Cui Hongshan's face, Xiao Hua became angry. He stared straight into Cui Hongshan's eyes. After a few breaths, the anger on his face disappeared. He stepped forward and bowed, "Many thanks for Senior Cui's good intentions. Junior already has enough medicinal pills and doesn't dare to ask for more. Junior appreciates Senior's good intentions." Xiao Hua's address actually had a hint of cutting off all ties. Little brat. Helpless became even more furious. Okay, it's already late. They should also leave. Zhuo Minghui hurriedly said, "Moreover, Xiao Hua is with Xiangyang. He can't use any medicinal pills." Humph! Helpless coldly snorted and no longer looked at Xiao Hua. Cui Hongshan also had an innocent expression. Thus, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian took Xiao Hua and Shui, bowed to everyone and went down the mountain along the mountain path. When the four figures disappeared from the mountain path, Helpless' gaze was still there. It was unknown whether he was looking at Xiangyang or Xiao Hua. Xiangyang's group of four flew out of the Imperial Thunder sect for more than half a day. Xiangyang was the first to stop in midair. He turned to look at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Junior brother Xiao, where are we going?" "Where?" Xiao Hua was stunned, then understood. He hurriedly turned to Shui and asked, "Shui, where are you going to train?" "Me?" Shui's eyes moved and said with a smile, "Master left a message. I'll listen to Senior brother Xiao wherever we go." "It can't be." Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Xiangyang and said, "Senior brother, tell me, where are you going?" "Hee, everyone got it wrong." Xiangyang also said with a smile, "Because we heard that we were going to train together with junior sister Shui, we thought that Marshal Uncle Sun had already arranged everything. We just had to go together. We didn't have much preparation before." "Where did senior brother want to go before?" Xiao Hua asked. "We don't have anywhere to go. We just want to take advantage of the time and walk around Xiaoyu continent." Xiangyang glanced at Yan Qinglian. Both of their gazes were filled with tenderness. "Junior sister has a place to go, but I don't know if I should say it." Shui saw that everyone didn't have any ideas, so she said somewhat shyly, "Junior sister Shui, there's no harm in saying it." Yan Qinglian said with a smile. Junior sister read a travelogue in Sunlei Palace. It talked about the Guihe Sea. From the records, the sea was extremely beautiful, like a paradise on earth. As Shui said this, she actually started reading. Unknowingly, the surroundings were completely engulfed by darkness. Everywhere was pitch black, and the sea seemed even more unfathomable. Everything was silent, and only the waves beat against the beach, letting out a low and rhythmic sound. The playful little waves were no longer as turbulent and surging as they were during the day. They gently caressed the reefs on the shore, letting out a hua sound. It was as if they were humming a moving lullaby, lulling people to sleep. The vast sea seemed to be connected with the sky. The torrential waves crashed against the reefs, letting out a thunderous sound. In the azure night sky, a full moon cast its clear radiance onto the ink-blue waves. A long, trembling pillar of light appeared on the surface of the sea. The sea was like a mother who had just woken up, emitting a warm aura. The gentle waves were a morning song she was humming. The seagulls were like her children, flapping their wings to this song and circling around her chest. Great! Xiaohua and Xiangyang didn't speak. Yan Xinglian now clapped her hands and said with a smile, I've long heard that the sea is the place where all rivers return to their origin. It's just that I've never been there. Junior sister Shue's words are exactly what I was thinking. Xiangyang helplessly looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes were also filled with helplessness. After all, Xiaohua didn't hear anything from what Shue said just now. What blue waves, what blue sky, what azure night sky, how could they compare to the profoundness of the heavenly Tao? How could they compare to the enjoyment of cultivation? Unfortunately, since Shue said so, and Yan Qinglian also agreed, the two male cultivators probably didn't have any excuses. It was still Xiangyang who reacted quickly. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, Madam's words are exactly what I was thinking. I also wanted to see the majesty of the sea for a long time. Great, great. Xiaohua curled his lips. He didn't think that his usually honest senior brother would be so flattering. Darling Xiao. Shue asked somewhat sweetly, are you going? Great. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said in surprise, Junior sister Shui really spoke the truth in Ai's heart. I've long wanted to see the magnificent waves of the sea. If it wasn't for junior sister's reminder, I would have forgotten my many years of wish. Ha ha ha, Xiangyang laughed and said, then we'd better hurry up and leave. After flying for another half a day, they saw that the sky was already dark. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian looked at each other and both of them landed at the foot of a mountain. Xiangyang said with a smile, it's already late. We don't need to constantly be on the move. Let's rest first before leaving. Very good. Xiaohua looked at Shue and also agreed. But then Xiangyang said, we husband and wife will find a cave to rest. You two can also find a place to rest. After saying that, the two of them held hands and flew to the east, leaving behind Xiaohua and Shue who looked at each other in dismay. Damn, this senior brother. Xiaohua was actually slightly embarrassed. Shue's face was even redder. But after a moment, Shue said in a mosquito-like voice, Xiaohua, when your senior sister Shui goes out to experience the world, how does she rest? Xiaohua said with a smile, naturally I'm alone. How would I know how the three of them rest? Then, what about Xiaohua and big sister Hongxia? Shue's voice became even softer. Hee, could it be that you want to know? Xiaohua's heart swayed. He held Shue's small hand and said in a low voice. Shue's face was abnormally hot, but then it became somewhat pale. She forced a smile and said, Xiaohua, I haven't built my foundation yet. What you and big sister have done is not something I can accept. I hope Xiaohua can forgive me. How could Xiaohua not know? He used his right index finger to tap the back of Shue's jade-like hand and said with a smile, your husband also hasn't built his foundation. Wife also has to forgive your husband. Bah. Shue spat lightly. Her heart was indescribably sweet. This experience was really what she was looking forward to. But then, Shue stared blankly and anxiously said, Xiaohua, you haven't built your foundation. You actually and big sister Hongxia, speaking to hear, Shue's face became even redder. Chapter 1844. Of course. Xiaohua was stunned. Obviously, he hadn't thought of it until now. The Imperial Thunder sect only allowed dual cultivation disciples after they built their foundation, or maybe aura refining disciples were no longer able to advance, so they were allowed to find a dual cultivation partner among aura refining disciples. He hadn't built his foundation yet, but he was already dual cultivation with Hongxia Fairy. Would it affect his cultivation? However, when he thought about how vigorous he would be after dual cultivation and how his cultivation would advance rapidly, Xiaohua denied it again and said with a smile, I'm afraid it won't affect my cultivation. That's good. Shueishue's heart finally relaxed after hearing this. She held Xiaohua's hand, and her palm was unexpectedly a little wet. I hope Master will take pity on me. Her words were really a pun, causing Xiaohua's heart to boil with anger again. Let's go, we'll find a cave to rest in. Xiaohua blinked his eyes. His words naturally also had a pun, causing Shueishue's redness that had just subsided to surge out again. Haha. Xiaohua laughed and released his divine sense, but after searching for a long time, he really couldn't find any suitable place in the surroundings. Forget it, let's do it here. Xiaohua pointed his finger at the foot of the mountain, next to a small stream. There's no cave here, right? Shueishue was a little hesitant. Although sleeping outside was nothing for peak aura refining disciples, Shueishue still felt that it wasn't safe. Watch your husband's methods. Xiaohua waved his hand, and several puppets appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the place Xiaohua pointed at. They seemed to be familiar with the place, and in just a moment, a rather flat cave appeared in front of Shueishue. This cave, how is it? Xiaohua waved his hand and collected the puppets standing in front of him, then said with a smile. Those are puppets? Shueishue asked, dumbfounded. Exactly. Such precious things, you actually use them to make a cave? Shueishue couldn't help but ask. Not letting them work, but making your husband work? Xiaohua pulled Shueishue's hand and strolled into the cave. Although Shueishue had confided in Xiaohua and Xiaohua had accepted it, this was the first time they had stayed together so intimately. Her heart was beating wildly with her own footsteps. Xiaohua seemed to have heard her thoughts. With a clap of his hand, he took out several dozen sparkling talismans and waved them to lay out the array. Shueishue scanned the array with her divine sense and discovered that her divine sense couldn't penetrate the array. While she sighed with admiration at her sweetheart's brilliant methods, her entire body went soft. Seeing that Shueishue actually went limp on his arm, Xiaohua lowered his head and kissed Shueishue's forehead. He said tenderly, Shueishue, don't worry. If I don't get your master's permission, I won't officially dual cultivate with you. I definitely won't make things difficult for you. Shueishue's heart was filled with love, but at the same time, there was also a trace of disappointment. She kissed Xiaohua back for a while, then said with her charming eyes, this concubine knows that Xiaohua treats this concubine the best. After that, the two of them were intimate for a while, then each occupied a corner of the cave and closed their eyes to cultivate. Not to mention Xiaohua's calm face, he was neither happy nor sad as he focused on refining the flames in his meridians. Shueishue's heart was in knots. After thinking about it, she looked at Xiaohua's body covered in terrifying flames and didn't circulate her cultivation technique for the entire night. When the sky brightened, Xiaohua opened his eyes and said with a smile, What were you thinking about last night? This husband wanted to remind you, but I was afraid that you'd easily go berserk if you forced yourself to cultivate, so I didn't stop to talk to you. Nothing. Shueishue forced a smile. Then, as if she thought of something, she clapped her hands and took out a pink jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua. What's this? Xiaohua took it and immersed his divine sense into it. There was a layer of restriction inside the jade slip. This is this concubine's gift to husband. Husband, please don't forcibly break the restriction at this time. Shueishue hurriedly stopped Xiaohua and said, This restriction is my Sunlei Palace's secret technique. It's extremely mysterious. If you forcibly break it, you'll only need to touch it slightly to destroy the thing inside the jade slip. Then. Xiaohua was even more baffled. When the time comes, husband will naturally know. Shueishue's face was crimson red. This husband knows. Xiaohua embraced Shueishue and lightly kissed her. Shueishue responded strongly, as if venting out last night's tossing and turning. That's right, when husband was cultivating, what was the flame around your body? Shueishue was a little out of breath and asked curiously. Nothing else, it was a type of spirit stone that this husband uses for cultivation. Xiaohua released Shui and said with a smile, however, it's already gone now, and it's also useful for fire attribute constitutions. Oh, so it's like that. Shui suddenly understood. Right at this time, Xiang Yang's message talisman flew from outside the cave. Hee, let's go, eldest senior brother is getting impatient from waiting. Xiaohua smiled and opened the message talisman. It's your fault for dilly-dallying. Shui used her fist to pound Xiaohua's back and rebuked. Me? Xiaohua was abnormally wronged. I didn't do anything. Of course, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's gazes didn't think so, they both looked thought-provoking. Xiaohua wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to open his mouth, he kept feeling awkward. After flying for half a day, he finally understood. Xiang Yang originally didn't think much, but he and Shui probably thought too much, right? Sure enough, when he looked at Xiang Yang's gaze again, it was incomparably clear, without any meaning. Shui also seemed to understand, and her previous shyness also gradually disappeared. After flying like this for several days, just as they were about to pass through a teleportation formation, Shui's expression suddenly changed. She pulled Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "Husband Xiao, this concubine, suddenly has an idea, I don't know if I should say it?" "Say it." Xiaohua saw Shui being so serious and knew it was a bit troublesome, so he asked in a low voice. "This concubine has already entered the Imperial Thunder Sect for more than 10 years, except for the second year when I officially entered the Imperial Thunder Sect and met Uncle at Misty Mountain once. I have never contacted Uncle in all these years. This time, this concubine came out to gain experience. I want to go back and see them." Shui said hesitantly. "Why not?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "Where is Misty Mountain? Is it on the way?" "Although it is not on the way, there is no need to go too far, after all, there is a teleportation formation." Shui's face revealed a happy expression. "However, I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, rashly returning to the sect, I am afraid it is not appropriate, right?" "Your master didn't let you return?" "No, master only let you make the decision, she doesn't care where you go to gain experience." Shui naturally understood Xiaohua's meaning. That's right. Your husband is a loose cultivator and has nothing to do with your Misty Mountain. It's precisely because I want to go to the Misty Mountain to gain experience. What can the elders in the sect say?" Xiaohua said proudly. Husband is indeed wise." Shui's face lit up with joy. When Xiaohua told this matter to Xiang Yang muttered to himself, "My Imperial Thunder Sect has always prohibited disciples from contacting their own family without the sect's permission. Junior sister Shui's actions are really inappropriate. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 1845. Yan Qinglian saw the change in Shui's expression and quickly pulled Xiang Yang's sleeve. She smiled and said, "This is all Junior Brother Zhao's arrangement, what does it have to do with Shui? Junior Brother Xiao isn't from the Misty Mountain, it doesn't conflict with my Imperial Thunder Sect's ban." Xiang Yang scratched his head and said, "That's true. Shui didn't contact the Misty Mountain. The sect's ban didn't say that disciples can't pass by their own place." "That's great." Xiaohua clapped and said, "I also want to see Senior Ling, I wonder if his cultivation has improved." Seeing Xiaohua clapping and praising, Shui's previous uneasiness disappeared. After all, Ling Zhengyi previously used the pretense of treating Xiaohua well. If Xiaohua was a narrow-minded person, she really wouldn't dare to go to the Misty Mountain in advance. Let's not talk about Shui bringing Xiaohua and the others through the transmission array to the Fog Mountain. Let's talk about Xuanyan School's Gold Goose Mountain Range, a place with dense spiritual qi. All kinds of spiritual grasses flourished and several spiritual sparrows flew back and forth in the thicket, appearing rather carefree. It was completely different from the busy Yanling Palace not far away. Suddenly, a beautiful female cultivator appeared where the clouds were moving. It was Fairy Yingzhua, who was at the late stage of nascent soul. Fairy Yingzhua flew over and pressed down on the clouds. Her face was filled with hesitation. "Fellow Daoist Yingzhua, since you're already here, why don't you come in and meet me?" A strange voice came from behind the spiritual grass, from within the cave that was close to the mountain stream. "Hee, I don't know if fellow Dong Shan is here. I don't dare to rashly transmit my voice." Fairy Yingzhua's voice was actually very polite. "Hee. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain's voice also rang out. "This place was originally your Xuanyan cult's location. Fellow Daoist Yingzhua is the true master. This poor Daoist is merely a guest. Fellow Daoist, you had better hurry in. So many disturbances." Fairy Yingzhua descended from the sky and slowly walked in from outside the medicinal garden where the spiritual grasses were planted. The immortal's cave behind the spirit grass wasn't very large, but it was very exquisite. Fellow Daoist East Mountain, whose face was still covered, wore a green robe and sat on a prayer mat. In front of him was a fist-sized round pot, which floated in the air and tumbled non-stop. Under the round pot, there were a few wisps of light green flames. The flames were licking the round pot. True Samadhi fire? Fairy Yingzhua's gaze was immediately attracted by the light green flame. She said with a smile, "In my morning rain continent, the number of Daoists who can have such pure Samadhi true fire as fellow Daoist Dong Shan can be counted on one's fingers. Hee, the true Samadhi fire is indeed rare in the Dawn Rain continent, but in my 10,000 demon realm, it's nothing." Fellow Daoist Dong Shan raised his hand and said, "Fellow Daoist Yingzhua, please take a seat. Fellow Daoist has come at the right time. I am currently refining my 10,000 demon realms fine dew liquid. I will be done in another hour." "Ah. Cheongyu liquid? Isn't that the spirit tea that fellow Daoist mentioned before that can cleanse the heart and spirit?" Fairy Yingzhua's face showed joy. It was obviously very unexpected. "Hee, I didn't expect fellow Daoist to remember what I said casually." Fellow Daoist Dong Shan said with a smile, "It's a pity that one of the spirit herbs needed in the fine dew liquid doesn't exist in this Dawn Rain continent. I can only use another spirit herb as a substitute. As for the effect, I don't know." "Great." Fairy Yingzhua clapped her hands and said. After that, Fairy Yingzhua didn't speak anymore. She just sat beside fellow Daoist East Mountain and watched quietly. Fellow Daoist East Mountain was also extremely leisurely. Those wisps of true Samadhi fire seemed to be sentient. Following fellow Daoist East Mountain's faintly discernible technique, it was like a few fire spirits dancing around the round pot, and the round pot was still tumbling disorderly in midair. However, as she watched, Fairy Yingzhua's face showed a dignified expression. She had already discovered that the round pots rolling in the air actually contained an extremely obscure rule. It was even close to a kind of fluctuation. Fellow Daoist Dong Shan raised his eyes slightly. Seeing Fairy Yingzhua's dignified expression, he also showed a trace of surprise. Then, he concentrated on controlling the true Samadhi fire. "Okay." Until half an hour later, fellow Daoist Dong Shan let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, the wisps of true Samadhi fire disappeared. As he cast a few spells, the round pot that was originally rolling suddenly spun violently. Quick! When the round pot had spun a large number of times, fellow Daoist Dong Shan stretched out a finger and lightly tapped the top of the round pot. Then, he chanted a mantra. The round pot immediately stopped moving and didn't move at all. "Go!" Fellow Daoist Dong Shan clapped his hand, and a cup that was only the size of 2 thumbs flew out from the ground in front of him. That cup flew in front of Fairy Yingzhua and stopped in front of her. As he pointed his finger, a green water column flew out from the round pot and fell into the cup. It was exactly filled to the brim. And as the water column flew out, the entire cave residence was suddenly filled with an extremely faint strange fragrance. This strange fragrance seemed to be there but not really there. The nose couldn't completely smell it, but the heart could completely comprehend this fragrance. Fellow Daoist, please. Fellow Daoist Dong Shan raised his hand and gestured. Then, he took out another cup and poured a cup. Fairy Yingzhua's eyes stared at the seemingly bottomless green waves in front of her. She opened her cherry lips slightly, and the spiritual tea in the cup suddenly turned into a ball of water and entered her mouth. As the fine dew liquid entered her mouth, Fairy Yingzhua's beautiful eyes slightly opened. Then, she immediately closed her eyes. The expression on her face suddenly changed. All kinds of emotions appeared one after another, and in the end, it turned into a tranquil calmness. After the time it took to eat a meal, Fairy Yingzhua let out a long breath and opened her eyes. She sighed and said, "The spiritual tea of the 10,000 demon realm is really worthy of its reputation. After tasting it today, the spiritual tea of the Dawn Rain continent. How can it enter eyes? Ha ha ha." Fellow Daoist Dong Shan clapped his hands and laughed. How difficult is it for Fairy Yingzhua to taste this spiritual tea? The Dawn Rain continent has all kinds of spiritual herbs. I only need to give the refining method to fellow Daoist. Fairy Yingzhua's face showed joy. Fellow Daoist, are you serious? Hee, of course I'm serious. Fellow Daoist Dong Shan clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Fairy Yingzhua and said, "This contains the refining method of the fine dew liquid. I hope fellow Daoist will kindly accept it. If so, thank you very much, fellow Daoist Dong Shan." Fairy Yingzhua accepted it without hesitation. Just as she was about to put it into her storage bag, she heard fellow Daoist Dong Shan say, "It's a pity that this fine dew liquid can only be refined 2 cups at a time. Any more and the taste will be bad. Moreover, without the special spiritual herbs of the 10,000 demon realm, the effect of promoting cultivation is still a bit lacking. It's okay. To be able to have such good food, I am already satisfied," Fairy Yingzhua said with a smile. After Fairy Yingzhua put away the jade slip, fellow Daoist Dong Shan smiled and said, "I wonder why fellow Daoist Yingzhua came today?" "I came today for 2 things," Fairy Yingzhua said with a smile. It seems that there is good news." Although there was some surprise in fellow Daoist Dong Shan's tone, his face was calm. "Fellow Daoist's guess is correct," Fairy Yingzhua said with a smile. "The first thing is about fellow Daoist Dong Shan. The person that fellow Daoist Dong Shan asked I to inquire about has some clues." "Really?" Fellow Daoist Dong Shan opened his eyes, and a trace of fierceness flashed through his eyes. That fierceness was actually very sharp. Even Fairy Yingzhua looked away slightly and nodded. "Yes. However, the specific location and whether it is what fellow Daoist said, I am still not completely sure." "Great." Fellow Daoist Dong Shan clapped his hands and said, "It's good that there is news. However, this matter must not be reckless. Do not beat the grass to scare the snake. Before I am ready, there must not be any mistakes." "Yes." Fairy Yingzhua said again, "Moreover, the things that fellow Daoist asked I to prepare have been prepared for most of them. Only when those extremely rare materials are in my hands, I will have fulfilled my promise to fellow Daoist. Hee, fellow Daoist Yingzhua, please rest assured that I will definitely not have a problem with my promise to fellow Daoist." Fellow Daoist Dong Shan nodded and said, "As long as fellow Daoist can help I complete that matter, I will definitely help fellow Daoist step into the spirit severing stage." Hee, of course, I am not worried about fellow Daoist Dong Shan. I also know that fellow Daoist Dong Shan has this secret method. Fairy Yingzhua smiled and said, "But from the hunting seedlings plan, I can see fellow Daoist's foundation. I have never been worried about this." "Then, fellow Daoist Yingzhua, today?" Fellow Daoist Dong Shan asked curiously. Hee, it's nothing." Fairy Yingzhua smiled and said, Cultivation has almost stagnated in the past few years, and the progress is very little. I feel that the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the Gold Goose Ridge seems to be a bit abnormal, so I specially came to ask fellow Daoist Dong Shan if you have also noticed it. Really? Fellow Daoist Dong Shan shook his head and said, the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the Dawn Rain continent is not the same as the heaven and earth spiritual chi in my 10,000 demon realm. I did not completely absorb the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the Dawn Rain continent to cultivate, so I did not notice anything. I have disappointed fellow Daoist. Oh, so it's like this. Fairy Yingzhua's expression did not change and said, I wonder if fellow Daoist Dong Shan has any secret method? If I's cultivation stops here and cannot advance to the peak nascent soul stage on time, even if I can help fellow Daoist achieve your wish, if you want to advance to the spirit severing stage, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult. When fellow Daoist Dong Shan heard this, he frowned slightly and closed his eyes to think carefully. After a moment, he opened his eyes and asked, fellow Daoist used the fine dew liquid just now, did you feel any progress in your cultivation? Yes, of course there are some benefits. Otherwise, I would not ask for the method. Fairy Yingzhua said without hesitation. I understand. Fellow Daoist Dong Shan's face showed a trace of a smile. I do know a few secret methods, but they seem to have some shortcomings. If the fine dew liquid is beneficial to fellow Daoist, I do have a secret method. Where is the secret method? Fairy Yingzhua asked with some incredible joy. This. Fellow Daoist Dong Shan was a little hesitant. What? Does fellow Daoist think that I am asking for too much? Fairy Yingzhua was a little displeased. Fellow Daoist Dong Shan smiled and said, of course not, the more fellow Daoist wants, the happier I will be. This means that fellow Daoist I will be able to properly handle what fellow Daoist wants. The reason why I am hesitating is because I do not know what kind of changes there are in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, so I do not dare to tell fellow Daoist. From what I see, I should wait for I to clearly examine the abnormalities here before telling fellow Daoist in detail. Chapter 1846. Great. Fairy Yingzhua clapped her hands and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Dong Shan. I don't dare. I only hope that fellow Daoist Yingzhua will fulfill I's wish as soon as possible according to our agreement. Fellow Daoist Dong Shan smiled apologetically. Subsequently, Fairy Yingzhua spoke with fellow Daoist Dong Shan for a while, then took her leave. Fellow Daoist Dong Shan sent Fairy Yingzhua out. Looking at Fairy Yingzhua's departing figure, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Immediately, he returned to his cave residence, but came out a moment later, still covering his face. His whole body flew into the air, and disappeared without a trace. Far away in the southeastern corner of the country of Shi, there was a mountain range that looked rather majestic. There was a place where a thick fog lingered. The color of the fog was different from that of the yellow flower ridges array formation. It was very dense and natural. However, it was also different from the fog of the Yulian Mountains. It was in the form of threads and was far less viscous than the fog of the Yulian Mountains. This was the misty mountain where Xue Xue lived since childhood. Since it was known as bewildering fog, there was naturally something fishy about this mountain. The two mountain ranges enveloped by bewildering fog were precisely 9 coils and 18 bends. Mountain paths crisscrossed, and mountain caves were densely packed. Ordinary people could only enter once, and it would be difficult to find a way out. This kind of dangerous place was naturally an extremely dangerous place in the eyes of secular people, but in the eyes of cultivators, it was an exceptionally good place to stay. Thus, at some unknown time, there were almighty cultivators who used divine abilities to set up a formation near Bewildering Fog Mountain. Combining the natural Bewildering Fog Mountain with the unpredictable formation, it formed an impregnable defense, and Bewildering Fog Mountain became famous in the Dawn Rain continent because of this. Of course, the inheritance of the Misty Mountains Ling family to this day was still considered to have some reputation among all the families in the cultivation world. However, their cultivation methods had declined, and their talents had withered. They were already at the bottom of the middle class. In this kind of situation, as the head of the family, Ling Jingyi had the will but was powerless. At this moment, he was standing at a high place, gazing at the snow-like and cloud-like fog between the mountains. His brows were knitted together. Next to him was a white-clothed cultivator with a dark complexion, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. There was a trace of simplicity between his eyebrows. Although his appearance was quite similar to Ling Jingyi's, his expression was completely different. This person was Ling Jingyi's only son, Ling Feiyun. Feiyun. After a while, Ling Jingyi looked away from the mountain mist and turned to Ling Feiyun. His eyes were full of kindness. Yes, father. Ling Feiyun also seemed to be in a daze. So, he quickly replied. Hee, what are you thinking about? You're already at the 10th layer of the qi refining realm, so you're considered one of the best in the Ling clan. Ling Jingyi said with a smile. I miss big sister. Ling Feiyun didn't try to hide anything. She always said that I'm stupid and that I can't go beyond the 9th level of qi refining. I wonder how surprised she will be when she finds out that I've reached the 10th level. Hee, you child. Ling Jingyi smiled and said, Shue saw that you were slacking off, so she specially reminded you to be on alert. You are really stupid. Hee, boy didn't know when he was young, so he was quite angry. Ling Feiyun patted his forehead in embarrassment. It wasn't until Big Sister went to the Imperial Thunder School that the boy gradually understood, everyone has to grow up. Even though father reminded you that day, you didn't seem to take it to heart. You only had the energy to compete with your sister? Yes. So many years have passed, Big Sister was already at the 9th level of qi refining. Now. Is she at the 11th level? Is she doing well in the Imperial Thunder School? You don't need to worry about that. The Imperial Thunder School is not something my Misty Mountain can compare to. The 11th level is at the very least. Even the 12th level is within reach. Ling Jingyi said with a smile. Really? Ling Feiyun's face was full of joy as he asked, It's a pity that I haven't heard from Big Sister for so many years. I wonder how her cultivation is now. That boy. Can we also send him to the Imperial Thunder School? If he can enter the Imperial Thunder School, wouldn't that boy be able to be with Big Sister? Hearing this, Ling Jingyi's face frowned again. Oh. Is there something wrong with what the boy said? Ling Feiyun quickly asked. Ling Jingyi said with a smile, What can be wrong? The children of my cultivation family entering a cultivation school is the most honorable path. It's also the path to heaven. There's nothing wrong with it. However, father called you here today because there's something I want to discuss with you. Father, please speak. Ling Feiyun respectfully asked. Well, first of all, it was not easy for your sister to enter the Imperial Thunder School. Although father had made some preparations, in the end, it was still your sister's own luck. Not to mention having someone to help her enter the Imperial Thunder School, in the end, she was able to become the disciple of a golden core cultivator all because of her physique. I'm afraid you can't learn these two things. Someone to help her? Wasn't that father's preparation? Father did want to prepare, but I can't directly reach the place where the Imperial Thunder School is recruiting disciples. Your sister was lucky and happened to meet a cultivator she was familiar with. She didn't say the specific situation, only that she relied on that person's help. Who is this person? Since sister is familiar with him, the boy must also know him. Ling Jingyi's face showed a trace of estranged, shook his head and said, You don't need to ask about this person's name. You definitely don't know him. Oh, so it's like this. Ling Feiyun was very obedient and didn't ask, then asked, What about physique? Sister and the boy both have the blood of the Ling family. Is there a big difference in physique? This. Ling Jingyi regretted saying this, but seeing Ling Feiyun's confusion, he waved his hand and said, your sister has the hidden thunder physique. It's exactly the same physique as the golden core cultivator of the Imperial Thunder School. That's why she was favored by that senior. Strange, the boy has the fire physique. I always thought sister had the same physique. How did she become the hidden thunder physique? Ling Feiyin asked. How would father know about this matter? It was the golden core cultivator who confirmed it. Ling Jingyi rolled his eyes and pushed the matter away. Then, the boy has the fire physique. He should be able to enter the Imperial Thunder School. Ling Feiyin said again. Unfortunately, although the Imperial Thunder School mainly recruits disciples with the fire and thunder physiques, the thunder physique is the first choice. You might not be able to enter if you go. Ling Jingyi shook his head and said, moreover, how can all the disciples of our cultivation family enter the same school? Unless your sister cultivates to the Golden Core realm, our Misty Mountain will have some shade. Well, the boy knows. Ling Feiyin smiled and said, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. That's right. Ling Jingyi clapped his hands and said, but his tone changed again. Father originally wanted to arrange for you to participate in the selection of the Xianghua sect next year, but now I'm a little hesitant. Why? Father, do you have any concerns? Ling Feiyin asked with some confusion. Chapter 1847. Ling Jingyi thought for a moment and said, I didn't want to tell you this because I was afraid you would feel burdened. But, you're the eldest son of the Ling family and it's time for you to make a choice. It's better to tell you. Father, please tell me. I got some information from father that there are some special changes in the cultivation families on the Xiaoyu continent. Ling Jingyi chose his words carefully and said, many of the big families have had their bloodline awakened, and even more of the bloodline awakened after joining the cultivation sects. The most famous one is Yun Jichong from the Yun family of Su Yan. He's already an early foundation establishment cultivator and his fire dragon bloodline has awakened. Father, what do you mean? Ling Feiyin was stunned and his face was a little strange. This kind of thing can naturally be spread in the cultivation families. Didn't Yun Jichong enter the Huanhua sect? How could the Huanhua sect let this kind of thing spread? Do you think the Huanhua sect cares? The Huanhua sect even sent Yun Jichong back to the Yun family of Su Yan to find the inheritance of the Su family. They want to see if they can cultivate Yun Jichong into a nascent soul master and reproduce the power of the ancient true spirit bloodline. Yes, boy understands. Yun Jichong's life spirit tablet is in the Huanhua sect. The sect has many ways to control him. Ling Feiyin nodded. Yes, and the Huanhua sect probably wanted to hide it from the beginning. However, there are too many awakened true spirit bloodlines on the Xiaoyu continent. The fire dragon bloodline of the Yun family is too conspicuous. They couldn't hide it even if they wanted to, so they just made it public. North Qingyang, South Su Yan. Since the fire dragon bloodline of the Su family has awakened, what about the Kai family of Qingyang? Ling Feiyin frowned. I'm not sure. There's no news about the Kai family of Qingyang. Ling Jingyi was very satisfied with Ling Feiyin's understanding of the cultivation families. He patiently said, however, the most famous Hongxia fairy of the Kai family also entered the Huanhua sect. I'm afraid her bloodline won't be easy to awaken. After all, she's from a side branch and her bloodline is a lot thinner. Boy, I understand father's concern. Ling Feiyin nodded and said, it's just that, none of my Misty Mountain's bloodline has been awakened yet. Boy. Is it certain that his bloodline will be awakened? If the boy's bloodline doesn't awaken, then, wouldn't that delay his cultivation? This is also why I'm hesitating. Ling Jingyi nodded and said, if you awaken your bloodline after joining the Xianghua sect, it will only be a gift to the Xianghua sect. My Misty Mountain will not be brightened by you. But if you don't enter the Xianghua sect, it will be difficult for you to enter the foundation establishment realm, and the chances of your bloodline awakening will be smaller. What's so difficult about that? Big Sister must have already reached the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. We'll know soon after she builds her foundation, right? It won't be too late for the boy to make a decision after her bloodline is awakened. Ling Feiyun said with a smile. When Ling Jingyi heard this, a bitter expression appeared on his face as he thought to himself, if it was that easy, would father still be troubled? However, he forced a smile on his face and said, that's right, it's good to wait a little longer. Although Ling Feiyun was simple and honest, he wasn't stupid. He was sharp enough to see his father's troubled expression. Just as he was about to ask, a red message talisman flew out from the fog and stopped in front of Ling Jingyi. Ling Jingyi crushed the message talisman, and Pu Jinyuan's voice came from it. Brother Ling, I'm Pu Jinyuan from the Flying Phoenix sect. Today, I've specially brought Brother Qian Yuming from the Spirit Husbandry sect and Brother Zhan Yuzhan from the Yellow Flower sect to visit. Please open the formation. Qian Yuming from the Spirit Husbandry sect? Zhan Yuzhan from the Yellow Flower sect? Ling Jingyi was stunned, and he couldn't help but frown again. He asked curiously, when did Pu Jinyuan get to know the cultivators from these two sects? Father, the Flying Phoenix sect was close to our Misty Mountain for a period of time more than 10 years ago. However, there was no news from them after that. Senior Pu also hasn't come for a long time. Today, he suddenly brought two seniors to visit. I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. Ling Feiyun said worriedly. Yes, the ancestral magic artifact of the Flying Phoenix sect is very similar to the ancestral magic artifact of our Misty Mountain. Furthermore, they complement each other. The legacies of our two sects are naturally related. Back then, Pu Jinyuan also got close to our Misty Mountain because of this. However, the legacies of our two sects have been passed down for too long, and many details have been lost. In the end, we could only leave it as it is. Pu Jinyuan's visit today definitely doesn't come with good intentions. However, the problem is that I can meet Pu Jinyuan, but how can I not meet the cultivators from the Yellow Flower sect of the Spirit Husbandry sect? Ling Jingyi had schemed against Pu Jinyuan back then, so he naturally had a guilty conscience. Although he couldn't be sure whether Pu Jinyuan was here today for the magic artifact, since there were two Foundation establishment cultivators here, representing two sects, Ling Jingyi couldn't not welcome them. Go. Tell the disciple to open the formation. Ling Jingyi waved his hand and instructed solemnly. Father, Ling Feiyun said anxiously, since you know that they don't come with good intentions, why did you still let them in? Child, there are many things that you can't just not do if you don't want to. There are some things that you have to do even if you know that they can't be done. Ling Jingyi smiled kindly and said, furthermore, since they have entered our Ling family's formation, it's much better than being outside of the formation. Yes, the boy understands. Ling Feiyun's face turned cold. He nodded his head fiercely and clenched his fist. Furthermore, we don't know what Pu Jinyuan is up to. It might not be anything bad. After Ling Jingyi finished instructing, his figure flew into the thick fog between the mountains. Ling Feiyun slapped his storage bag and took out a flying talisman. He used his Fa Li to fly in another direction. Ling Jingyi's figure landed on a towering mountain rock that was filled with thick fog. He first closed his eyes and waited for a moment. When the fog in front of him seemed to have dissipated, he slapped his hand and took out a simple-looking jade pendant from his storage bag. Under the influence of Fa Li, the jade pendant emitted a misty red light. When the light was the size of a flame, Ling Jingyi pointed his finger and the flame turned into the shape of a small swallow and rushed into the fog in front of him. The red light rushed out of the fog and created a 10 feet wide passage. Ling Jingyi put away the jade pendant and slowly moved forward. Before he reached the center of the passage, he heard Pu Jinyuan's laughter in front of him. Fellow Ling, long time no see. How are you? Ling Jingyi smiled and cupped his hands. I have always been good. I didn't expect fellow Pu to bring two fellow Daoists here today. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. It's okay. We were passing by the fog mountain and suddenly thought of something. That's why we took the liberty to visit. Pu Jianyuan smiled and pointed his finger. Come, let me introduce you two fellow Daoists. The person in front was about 50 years old. He was short and had the head of a deer and the eyes of a rat. Although he was wearing a new Daoist robe, his pale yellow eyes made him look like a thief in the marketplace. This is fellow Daoist Jianghu of the Yellow Flower sect. Jianghu? When Ling Jingyi saw that person's appearance and heard that person's name, he was rather surprised. He couldn't help but smile in his heart. Knowing that something was amiss, he hurriedly tried to cover it up. However, Jianghu was still able to sense it. He glanced at Ling Jingyi and sneered, "What? Fellow Daoist Ling, you don't welcome I?" Of course not. Ling Jingyi knew that he was being rude. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "I've heard of Huang Hua sect's name for a long time. I've never had the chance to meet an expert from your sect. Now that I've met fellow Daoist John, I'm very happy. How can I not welcome you?" Humph. Jianghu waved his sleeves and ignored him. This is bad. Just as Yun expected, they don't come with good intentions. Ling Jingyi thought to himself. Pu Jianyuan didn't give him time to think. He pointed at another unusually fat cultivator who was as thick as a water bucket and said, "This is fellow Daoist Qian Yuming from Spirit Husbandry sect. Spirit Husbandry sect is a sect that I's reputation has been known for a long time. I've also visited your sect before. Unfortunately, I only stayed for half a day in the guest hall. After visiting fellow Daoist Jian Mingsheng, I came back. I didn't really meet the other disciples of your sect." Ling Jingyi smiled and said, "Now that fellow Daoist Qian is here, I's wish has been fulfilled." Huh, fellow Daoist Ling has actually met senior brother Jian? Qian Yuming opened his eyes that were almost narrowed into slits and asked in surprise, "Then, when did this happen?" "Hee, I'm afraid it's been decades." Ling Jingyi's face was a little awkward as he replied, "That's because I hadn't built my foundation yet." I was in the midst of building my foundation. Oh, no wonder. Qian Yuming had a look of realization. Senior brother Jian had already fallen 40 years ago. Fellow Daoist Jian's cultivation is very high. He was already in the early stage of foundation establishment back then. How could he have fallen? Ling Jingyi was obviously a little surprised. Qian Yuming didn't explain further and smiled, "This is a small matter of my sect. I'm afraid it's not convenient for I to talk about it." "Fellow Daoist Ling? Are you going to meet your guests here?" Pu Jianyuan asked softly. "Look at I actually forgot the basic etiquette when meeting all of you. Please." Ling Jingyi slapped his forehead and mocked himself. Then, he led the way and flew towards the mountain rocks outside the thin fog. "Fellow Daoists, please." Pu Jianyuan turned around and exchanged glances with the two of them. After turning around a small hill, they were greeted by a flight of stairs that went from top to bottom. There were at least 1,000 steps and it looked quite spectacular. Above the stairs was an archway with the words, "Cloud Mist," written on it. The four of them were all foundation establishment cultivators, so they naturally didn't need to walk up the stairs. Before the four of them reached the archway, Zhang Yuxian pointed at the two words on the archway and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Ling, I think this should be Misty Mountain. At the very least, it should be the word Cloud Mist. What does this nondescript word mean?" "Alright, I'll let fellow Daoist John know." Ling Jingyi cupped his hands towards the archway and said seriously, "This was left behind by my ancestors. As for why it's called Cloud Mist and not Misty Mountain, I don't know either. I only know that when I was young, I also asked my father about it. I even told my father to change the name of Misty Mountain to Cloud Mist Mountain. However, my father was the same as I right now. He only smiled bitterly and didn't give me any answer. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian." Chapter 1848. That's strange. Qian Yiming echoed. Since that's the case, this archway doesn't belong to your Ling clan. Why are you still putting it here? He. Qian Yiming's words were harsh, but Ling Jingyi wasn't angry. He glanced at Pu Jianyuan and said with a smile, I remember that Flying Phoenix Ridge also has an archway with the words Yunming written on it. It has nothing to do with Flying Phoenix Ridge. I wonder if fellow Daoist Pu has the same plan? Pu Jianyuan's expression changed. He said coldly, this is a family matter of my Flying Phoenix Ridge. Don't you think fellow Daoist Ling is asking too much? Yes, I have indeed asked too much. Ling Jingyi spread his hands and said, fellow Daoists, please. Pu Jianyuan and the other two followed Ling Jingyi into the archway. After passing through several floors of pavilions and seeing many Ling clan disciples, they finally arrived at a rather large hall. The hall's style was simple and the scale wasn't small. It didn't look like the work of a cultivation family. Before they entered the hall, Jianghu sighed again. Fellow Daoist Ling, it's not that I want to talk too much. Although your Misty Mountains hall isn't big, it's majestic and imposing. It doesn't lose to my Yellow Flower Sex hall. It's really beyond I's expectations. Qian Yiming also nodded. I feel the same way as fellow Daoist John. I have also visited many families, but I've never seen such a magnificent hall. Fellow Daoists, please, Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly. This hall is also the same as the archway. I only know that it was passed down by my Ling clan's ancestors. There are countless mysteries inside, but there aren't any records of its origin. Countless mysteries? Qian Yiming was slightly stunned. He raised his eyes and looked at Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan immediately smiled and said, fellow Daoists, please take a seat. Flying Phoenix Ridge seems to have some connections with Misty Mountain. Flying Phoenix Ridge also has such a majestic hall. As the host, please. Jianghu smiled and gestured with his hand. Ling Jingyi smiled and walked into the hall. Jianghu and Qian Yiming didn't follow. Instead, they looked over at Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan nodded slightly, and then walked into the hall. Jianghu and Qian Yiming were still a bit hesitant, but after exchanging a glance, they also walked in. The interior of the palace was as splendid as it appeared from the outside. The ceiling and walls of the palace were painted with some strange scenes. There were dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, and there were also giants holding up the heavens and earth. Even in the shady forest, there were finger-like branches extending towards groups of cultivators, and blood splattered all over the ground. Strange, this seems to be an ancient legend, right? Qian Yiming glanced at it and said in surprise, this thing seems to only be sealed in a very small number of cultivation sex technique imparting pavilions. Moreover, it's a secret technique of the sections. I didn't expect to see it in the Misty Mountain. It's really beyond my expectation. Jianghu scanned it with his divine sense and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Ling's palace doesn't only have murals, right? Ling Jingyi waved his hand and said, fellow Daoists, please take a seat. Whether or not there's anything else in the palace is another matter. Who knows if you'll have the chance to see it. After the four of them were seated, the disciples of the Misty Mountain served the spirit tea and spirit fruits and quietly left. Please, Ling Jingyi said with a smile, fellow Daoist Pu has been here many times, so you should know that my Misty Mountain doesn't have any special spirit fruits. These are all commonly seen in the country of Shi. I hope the three of you won't dislike them. Pu Jianyuan and the others laughed. They each picked up a few spirit fruits and tasted them. After the four of them casually talked about the strange stories of the Dawn Rain continent, Jianghu and Qian Yiming gave Pu Jianyuan a few looks. How could Ling Jingyi not understand? He picked up a spirit fruit and twirled it between his thumb and index finger. He looked at Pu Jianyuan and said with a smile, there's a good saying in the secular world, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. Fellow Daoist Pu hasn't been to my Misty Mountain for many years. I wonder what brings you here today. Pu Jianyuan put down the spirit tea in his hand and said with a smile, since fellow Daoist Ling has asked, then I will get straight to the point. But at this moment, Ling Jingyi seemed to have thought of something and said, "Oh right, before fellow Daoist Pu explains, I want to ask a question first." Pu Jianyuan was stunned and nodded. "Please ask, fellow Daoist Ling." "Oh, it's like this. I heard that in the past few years, many disciples of the cultivation families have awakened their true spirit bloodline. I wonder how the situation is in the Flying Phoenix Ridge?" Why did fellow Daoist Ling suddenly ask about this? What about the disciples of the Misty Mountain? Pu Jianyuan asked back. After all, my Misty Mountain and the Flying Phoenix Ridge have some connections. Maybe they have the same true spirit bloodline in their bodies. That's why I asked. Ling Jingyi said in all seriousness, and I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Pu. Until now, my Misty Mountain hasn't had a single disciple awaken their bloodline. Hearing Ling Jingyi's words, how could Pu Jianyuan not understand the meaning of, "Why are we in such a hurry to fight each other?" But he only hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and shook his head. "Your Misty Mountain is Misty Mountain, my Flying Phoenix Ridge is Flying Phoenix Ridge. What does it have to do with your Misty Mountain whether or not my disciples have awakened their bloodline?" "Forget it, fellow Daoist Ling, I have something to say. I came here this time for Ai's family heirloom magic weapon. Previously, I was alone and couldn't fight against you. Now, I have invited fellow Daoist Qian and fellow Daoist Zhan to be Ai's witnesses. Fellow Daoist Pu, are you talking about the magic weapon that was lost in the Flame Forest swamp?" Ling Jingyi pretended to be surprised. "That day, wasn't I with you? How could I see it? And, of course, didn't I also make a hard oath? That magic weapon isn't in the hands of I or any of my Misty Mountain disciples." Pu Jianyuan stood up and pointed at Ling Jingyi, laughing loudly. Ling Jingyi, you really live up to your name. You're sanctimonious, but your mouth is honey and your belly is a sword. You're not someone I can compare to." Then, he turned to Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming. "Of course, I believed this guy's hard oath and thought that the magic weapon wasn't in his hands. But, in the Flame Forest swamp, there were no other cultivators apart from I and fellow Daoist Ling. I also couldn't find the magic weapon no matter how hard I tried. Even if I used a secret technique, there was still no news. Fellow Daoists, tell me, apart from this guy, who else could it be?" To be fair, fellow Daoist Ling is indeed the most suspicious. Zhan Yu nodded. "However, since fellow Daoist Ling has already made a hard oath, I'm afraid it's not very likely." What damned hard oath? I only came to my senses a few years ago. This guy's hard oath only said that he didn't take it, and that his Misty Mountain disciples didn't take it, but he didn't say that he didn't see it, nor did he say that he didn't let other cultivators take it. Chapter 1849. That's right, that's right. Qian Yiming clapped his hands and said, "If fellow Daoist Ling didn't do anything, you can make a hard oath. If it really has nothing to do with that magic tool, we'll leave immediately." Ling Jingyi laughed. "Fellow Daoist Pu, it's been so many years, why are you still thinking about that magic tool? Furthermore, I've already done what I should have done back then. Later on, I saw that our two clans might have some connections, so I did my best to help you find the magic tool. But I didn't expect that after so many years, you would actually accuse me and want to take advantage of my Misty Mountain. Such a dirty idea, I feel disgusted just thinking about it. You came to my Misty Mountain for no reason and forced I to make a hard oath in my Misty Mountain's palace. Isn't this the same as tearing Ai's and Misty Mountain's face off and stepping on it with your feet? How can I make such a hard oath?" Look, fellow Daoists, what I said earlier wasn't wrong, right? I haven't even said anything yet and this guy's face changed. As expected, he has a guilty conscience. Pu Jianyuan cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoists are the famous righteous people in my country of Shi. You should make the decision for I. Fellow Daoist Pu, don't be impatient. Jianghu's small eyes narrowed, almost invisible. He waved his hand and said, "Since I came with fellow Daoist Qian, naturally I want to give the two of you justice. Moreover, since our two families have a relationship, I think it's best if we don't fight." Fight? Ling Jingyi's face turned cold. Does fellow Daoist John have any ideas? I just want to find my magic tool. Pu Jianyuan smiled apologetically. Ideas? Jianghu shook his head and said, "Of course there are ideas. It's nothing more than soul-searching or torture. Of course, these are not applicable to fellow Daoist Ling. I think it's better to make peace. If fellow Daoist Ling makes a blood oath, we can shake hands and make peace. What do you say? Fellow Daoist Ling? Hee, fellow Daoist John, don't you think you're going too far?" Ling Jingyi knew that today's matter wouldn't end well. No matter how much Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming said, it was all to force him to swear a hard oath. Not to mention that this hard oath was originally aimed at his actions. Even if he didn't do anything, he absolutely couldn't swear a hard oath here. Zhan Yu wasn't surprised by Ling Jingyi's attitude and sneered, "Fellow Daoist Ling, are you not giving face to me and fellow Daoist Qian? If I give face to the two fellow cultivators, I will lose my own face. Faced with two kinds of faces, I'd better choose my own." Ling Jingyi clapped his hands and took out the ancient jade pendant. He laughed coldly and said, "My Misty Mountain has never had any grudges with Huanghua men and Spirit Husbandry sect. Furthermore, I don't want to form any grudges with the two of you. I appreciate your kind intentions of coming here to mediate. If the two of you have nothing else to say, I will see you out." Qian Yiming slammed his palm on the jade chair and jumped up. He scolded angrily, "Didn't I say it before? This fellow is just a sanctimonious person. Why should I give him face for no reason? The three of us Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators came and he didn't care at all. Why would he put us in his eyes?" Qian Yiming's fat body coupled with the sinister look on his face made him look evil. You've revealed your true intentions." Ling Jingyi cast the spell that he had already prepared onto the old jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant immediately gave off a faint white halo and quickly disappeared into Ling Jingyi's palm. "Go." Ling Jingyi swung his hand and the halo expanded rapidly, rushing towards the roof of the palace above his head. This fellow actually made the first move. Even if fellow Daoists know about this, I was forced to do it. Zhan Yu laughed, but there was still some panic in his eyes. He clapped his hand and a strange magic tool with a flat front and a round back appeared in his hand. This magic tool was the yellow flower sex congealed turtle. Under the influence of Zhan Yu's magic power, the magic tool congealed turtle gradually emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. Similar to Zhan Yu's reaction, Qian Yiming also took out his magic tool Desert Pearl. It was a slightly yellowish round bead. Under the influence of his magic power, it also flickered with an earthy yellow brilliance. On the contrary, Pu Jianyuan only stood there thoughtfully, calmly watching Ling Jingyi cast a spell to activate the palace's restriction. The ring of light on the jade pendant rushed to the top of the palace and immediately sank into it. Immediately after, wisps of white mist gradually surged out from the surroundings of the palace and gradually destroyed the murals around the palace. The scenes in the murals also became more and more ethereal. "Fellow Daoist Pu." Seeing this, Zhan Yu reminded, "Why haven't you made a move yet? We're deep in the trap. It's better to kill Ling Jingyi as soon as possible." Ha. Pu Jianyuan laughed and pointed at Ling Jingyi, saying, "Since I dared to bring two fellow Daoists into this palace, I naturally have a way to guard against it. Take a look at Ai's methods." As he said that, Pu Jianyuan clapped his hands and an ancient-looking jade pendant appeared in his hand. To the naked eye, it was actually exactly the same as the jade pendant in Ling Jingyi's hand. Seeing this, Ling Jingyi could not help but cry out in surprise. His eyes flashed with shock, then a look of understanding appeared on his face. The magic power in his body surged and another halo was emitted from the jade pendant. Sure enough, as the halo entered, the mist around the palace surged out even more. In the blink of an eye, all the walls were covered. Everyone was almost completely covered in a cloud of mist. That's all there is to it. Pu Jianyuan smiled and also urged his spiritual power. The same halo emitted from the jade pendant in his hand and instantly hit the top of the palace. Moreover, as the halo sank into the palace, the fog around the palace gradually shrank, just as fast as Ling Jingyi's earlier release. Damn that Ling Chongya! Ling Jingyi saw this and could not help but gnash his teeth. Humph, Ling Jingyi, this has nothing to do with Ling Chongya. Pu Jianyuan's face showed a relaxed expression as he sneered, my flying phoenix ridge also has a palace, but it is much smaller than your misty mountain. It has already been used as an ancestral hall and unauthorized people are prohibited from entering. The method to control this jade pendant is something that I already knew when I took over the sect. Hearing this, Ling Jingyi's face turned ashen and he sneered, I finally understand your sinister intentions. So, what you were thinking about was not some magic tool. Even if I had just made a blood oath, you would definitely not leave so easily. What you were after was the foundation of my misty mountain. To think that I was trying so hard to persuade you earlier. Ha ha ha, Ling Jingyi, just as you said, Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge have countless unexplainable origins. Not only are the true spirit bloodlines similar, even the restrictive spells in various key areas are similar. Our two sects combined into one, isn't that the righteous path of light? Isn't strength increasing? Since you've never thought about it, then let I do it. Pu Jianyuan laughed loudly. Hee hee, Pu Jianyuan, do you think I haven't thought about this? If it were so simple, wouldn't I have already killed my way into your Flying Phoenix Ridge when you didn't have a magic tool passed down from your ancestors? Ling Jingyi's face had a mocking smile as he said disdainfully. Ha ha ha, Ling Jingyi, at this point, I'm afraid that this kind of illusionary technique is already ineffective, right? Pu Jianyuan obviously did not take these words to heart. He activated the magic power in his hand again and several rings of light shot out, quickly dispersing the mist in the palace. Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly. He didn't have any backup, so it was impossible for him to expend all his Dharma power on the restrictions of the palace. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan had broken the restrictions, he didn't say anything and flew out of the palace. Where do you think you're going? The Ning turtle in Zhan Yu's hand shook, and an earthy yellow light shot towards Ling Jingyi's back like a solidified pillar of earth. When Ling Jingyi was flying, he had already put away the jade pendant. In his hand was the magic tool of Misty Mountain, the jade engraving. The jade engraving in Ling Jingyi's hand was different from when it was in Shueshue's hand. Dozens of thin white silk threads shot out from the jade engraving and quickly shuttled around Ling Jingyi's body. Just before the pillar of earth hit, it had already formed a cocoon-like milky white shell around Ling Jingyi. Pa! Just as Ling Jingyi's figure passed through the palace's door, the light pillar caught up and hit Ling Jingyi's cocoon. Zee-la-la, there was another burst of fine sound. Ling Jingyi's body actually slightly stagnated. Immediately after, he activated his Fa Li and flew up, dodging the earth-colored light beam. Looking at the fog cocoon again, it quickly intertwined and recovered in the blink of an eye. Zhan Yu, Qian Yuming, and Pu Jianyuan had also caught up to Ling Jingyi. Seeing that Ling Jingyi had stopped, Pu Jianyuan sped up and stood in front of Ling Jingyi and the Misty Mountains formation. He raised his voice and said, Fellow Daoist Ling, seeing that we might be related by blood, this poor Daoist will give you a word of advice. Either you surrender yourself or put down your artifact and fly away from this poor Daoist. This poor Daoist will definitely not take your life and will let you live. Ha ha ha, Pu Jianyuan, you are really ambitious. Not only do you want my Misty Mountain, you also want the fire ape. Don't you want this magic tool? Ling Jingyi laughed loudly. Today, I will let you have a taste of the power of a magic tool. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and a net-like magic tool flew out from his hands. Under the circulation of his magic power, it flew towards Pu Jianyuan. As soon as the web-like magical tool left his hand, clusters of flames flickered from the gaps of the magical tool. The surrounding temperature also increased abruptly. Pu Jianyuan had no choice but to throw out the immortal binding ring that he had previously refined. These two magic tools had already fought in the flame forest swamp, and Pu Jianyuan didn't have any magic tools that were suitable for him. Naturally, he threw it out. The immortal binding ring was refined with a high-level imprisonment spell formation. If it was a normal sneak attack, it would be useful. Now that it was blocked by the fire net, the flames were burning the immortal binding ring. This made Pu Jianyuan's heart ache. "Fellow Daoist Pu, don't worry, I will help you." Qian Yiming let out a long laugh. He patted the spirit storage pouch at his waist, and a colorful figure darted out from it. Chapter 1850. "Io, what is this?" Hearing Qian Yiming's voice, Ling Jingyi was slightly surprised. He looked over and saw a spirit beast that looked like a tiger but not a tiger, like a lion but not a lion, pouncing on him like lightning. The spirit beast's roar resounded through the mountains and rivers, causing his heart to tremble and the flow of his spiritual power to stagnate. "Damn it!" Ling Jingyi waved his hand without hesitation, and the thunder palm in his hand immediately shot out. Clang, clang, clang. The half-foot-long thunder palm flew toward the spirit beast. The spirit beast was frightened and didn't dare to use its body to meet the attack. Instead, it tilted its body and whipped its tail at the thunder palm. Although the thunder palm was scattered, the spirit beast's body also stopped. Fortunately, this is a first-grade spirit beast. After testing the strength of the spirit beast, Ling Jingyi's heart was slightly relieved. "Ha, fellow Daoist Qian, your liger beast doesn't seem to be very good." Zhan Yu laughed. The Ning turtle in his hand shook, and another thick beam of light flashed out in the air, attacking Ling Jingyi in an arc. "Humph, how can I's liger beast be measured by others?" Qian Yiming sneered. Without any pretense, he had already urged the liger beast. The liger beast only hesitated for a moment before pouncing on Ling Jingyi again. At this time, Ling Jingyi was attacked from the back and abdomen. He clapped his hand again, and a flat box flew into the air. However, before he could cast a spell, the liger beast had already pounced in front of him. Its two front claws swayed in midair, and several afterimages streaked across, slapping on Ling Jingyi's back. Without any sound, the liger beast tore a 1-foot-long crack in the fog cocoon that even the Ning turtle could not break. Moreover, the crack could not be repaired in a short time. Oh no! Ling Jingyi did not expect the liger beast to have such power. Just as he was complaining in his heart, the Ning turtle's beam of light struck. Pung! Another muffled sound rang out, and Ling Jingyi's body moved down exactly 3 feet. Moreover, the beam of light came from the gap that the lion-tiger beast had torn open. The previously thin fog cocoon had actually been pierced through by the beam of light. "Fellow Daoist Qian, why don't you make a move? Otherwise, I will take the lead in our agreement." Zhan Yu shouted at Qian Yiming as he held the turtle in his hand and accumulated his magic power. "Humph, are I's liger beasts not enough?" Although Qian Yiming said that, it was clear that they had already made an agreement. Qian Yiming threw the desert pearl in his hand into the air. From the desert pearl, the yellow sand that covered the sky and covered the earth rushed towards Ling Jingyi. Wang under the yellow sand, Ling Jingyi could no longer hold on. With a slap of his hand, a fiery red hook flew out. It drew a red arc in the air and rushed into the yellow sand. Xing La, like a pair of scissors cutting silk, the yellow sand was actually cut into 2 by Ling Jingyi's glorious sundae. The yellow sand that was in front of Ling Jingyi's eyes earlier disappeared in a flash. What a great treasure! At the side, Pu Jianyuan laughed loudly. An identical fiery red hook also flew into the air and shot towards the glorious sun that had already turned into a full moon. It was Pu Jianyuan's magic weapon, Shadow Moon. Creak creak, the two magic weapons of the same origin collided together. There was no huge tremor as expected, but instead, there was friction. "Fellow Ling, do you have any other moves?" With a loud roar, the liger beast once again pounced towards Ling Jingyi's back. Zhan Yu's congealed turtle had already formed and a beam of light flew out again. Hiss! With a sound, the liger beast's sharp front claws once again tore apart the fog cocoon that had just recovered by more than half. Pooh! A huge tremor. This time, the beam of light hit the area where the liger beast tore apart. Most of the beam of light expanded the area where the liger beast tore apart, while a small portion hit Ling Jingyi's body. The light on Ling Jingyi's body was annihilated, and the yellow talisman protecting his body was destroyed. Ling Jingyi's body also staggered in the air. His face turned red, then pale, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, as Ling Jingyi circulated his magic power, several magic weapons were able to withstand and were not destroyed by others. Since it has already come to this point, fellow Ling, are you still going to persist? Pu Jianyuan asked with a smile as he commanded Shadow Moon. Pu Jianyuan, if you consider yourself to be a cultivator of my Dawn Rain continent and the patriarch of Flying Phoenix Ridge, then fight with this poor Daoist alone. Even if this poor Daoist dies in your hands, this poor Daoist will give this misty mountain to you. If you borrow the hands of others to kill so what? Ling Jingyi was unexpectedly calm as he issued a challenge. Ling Jingyi, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? How could I be fooled by this kind of provocation? Pu Jianyuan laughed loudly and circulated his magic power. That Shadow Moon's brilliance became more and more brilliant, gradually covering the sun. It was obvious that he had the upper hand. Pu Jianyuan. You will regret this. Ling Jingyi quickly circulated his magic power, and the sun was barely evenly matched with Shadow Moon. Let this poor Daoist lend fellow Daoist Pu another hand. Qian Yiming smiled and pointed his finger. That desert pearl in the air once again emitted a yellow brilliance, and another batch of sand fell down like clouds. At this time, Ling Jingyi no longer had any magic weapons to resist. With a wave of his hand, dozens of yellow talismans were thrown out. With a burst of crackling sounds, these yellow talismans were all destroyed by the yellow sand. With a rumbling sound, Ling Jingyi was actually completely submerged by the yellow sand. When the yellow sand disappeared, the fog cocoon around Ling Jingyi also disappeared. That magic weapon, jade engraving, flickered with a faint brilliance and stopped in front of Ling Jingyi's eyes. Moreover, Ling Jingyi's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. Looking at that net-like magic weapon, the flames had already been extinguished, and it was tightly wrapped by the immortal binding ring. The sun was also submerged by Shadow Moon, turning into a round magic weapon, spinning randomly in the air. Sai, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator facing 3 cultivators of the same cultivation level, the outcome could only be like this. Fellow Pu, our agreement has already been fulfilled. The rest is up to you. Zhan Yu pointed his hand, and the Ning turtle flew back into his hand. Qian Yiming also kept the desert pearl, leaving the lion-tiger beast to guard at the side. Ling Jingyi. Pu Jianyuan grinned and slapped his hand. That immortal binding ring released the fire net and flew towards Ling Jingyi. Daddy! With a cry, Ling Feiyin flew over from afar, and a string of fire snake talismans also flew towards the immortal binding ring. I originally wanted to deal with this guy later. I didn't expect him to come out now. Pu Jianyuan simply did not put Ling Feiyin in his eyes. With a wave of his Daoist robe, a similar fire snake technique was shot out. A stream of flames instantly wrapped around Ling Feiyin. Under the tongue of the flames, Ling Feiyin's body flashed chaotically, and the defensive yellow talismans were about to be destroyed. Chapter 1851. At this moment, a red communication talisman flew out of the fog and landed in front of Ling Jingyi. Who's visiting? Pu Jianyuan stared blankly for a moment before becoming vigilant in his heart. However, when he looked at Jianghu and Qian Yuming on the side, his heart relaxed. He understood very well that the Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge were both small cultivation families. There weren't many foundation establishment cultivators that they could make friends with. He had also spent a great deal of effort to make friends with these two, and had also paid a great price in exchange for their help. How could Ling Jingyi possibly have higher cultivation level cultivators come to visit? Ling Jingyi looked at the message amulet in front of him and was overjoyed. He knew that a helper had come. However, his face showed even more worry. He looked at Pu Jianyuan but did not move. He did not crush the message amulet. What? Fellow Daoist Ling, do you want I to burn your son to death? Pu Jianyuan glanced at the motionless Ling Jingyi and asked coldly. Oh. Okay. Ling Jingyi was secretly happy, but his face showed helplessness. He clenched his teeth, stretched out his hand, and, unwillingly, crushed the communication talisman. Uncle, I'm back. Shue Shue couldn't suppress her surprised voice. Ha ha ha, Pu Jianyuan laughed, looked up and said, good, good. Sure enough, it's a good opportunity to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Humph, Ling Jingyi panicked. He didn't expect it to be Shue Shue, but then he sneered, Shue Shue is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. She must have come out to gain experience. You actually dare to take her life, do you still want your Flying Phoenix Ridge to be safe? I naturally know that she is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, but can a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect go back home? Since she can come back, she must have hidden it from the sect. I will kill her, who will know? Pu Jianyuan was happy. But after hearing this, Ling Jingyi, who had just calmed down, turned pale again. Fellow Daoist Pu. Jianghu looked at Qian Yuming and said in a low voice, I didn't agree with you to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. I won't stop you, but, if the Imperial Thunder sect comes, don't blame I for not helping you. I have the same idea. Qian Yuming naturally wouldn't offend the Imperial Thunder sect and hurriedly said. Hee, rest assured, fellow Daoists. This kind of thing is naturally I's own decision. As long as you don't take the initiative to tell others, I will be satisfied. Humph, I want to say it, but I don't dare to say it. Qian Yuming sneered. Great. Pu Jianyuan smiled and said, when the matter is settled, I will definitely not go back on my words. All right. Qian Yuming and Jianghu took 2 steps back and stood quietly in the air. What? Fellow Daoist Ling, do you still not want to let your Shue Shue enter the mountain? As Pu Jianyuan spoke, he looked at Ling Feiyun and formed a seal. The extinguished flames around Ling Feiyun flew out again. Father, don't worry. Ling Feiyun gritted his teeth. It seemed that the flames had already penetrated his defensive talisman. Boy won't beg for mercy even if he dies. Hurry up and send out the message talisman. Tell sister to run for her life. Sure enough, you are a benevolent and righteous boy. Pu Jianyuan grinned. He turned to look at Ling Jingyi and said, you want to let your own son die for a woman who is not your own? Bah! Ling Feiyun angrily shouted. He reversed his true qi and was about to commit suicide. Although his actions were heroic, Pu Jianyuan didn't expect it. However, he was only a qi refining cultivator, and was far inferior to Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan felt that something was amiss, so he immediately waved his Daoist robe and used a confinement technique to restrain Ling Feiyun. Bam! Ling Feiyun fell down the steps like a boulder. He rolled down the steps for another 10 feet before stopping. The flames around his body were also extinguished by the force of the fall. Since you don't want to open the formation, I can only do it myself. Pu Jianyuan smiled and pointed his finger. The immortal binding ring tightly bound Ling Jingyi. Only then did he feel relieved and walked in front of Ling Jingyi and pulled the storage bag from his waist. Ling Jingyi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. However, he was tightly bound. Even if he wanted to struggle, he didn't have the slightest bit of magic power. This jade pendant. Pu Jianyuan took out the jade pendant and looked at the contents of the bag of holding. A smile appeared on his face as he tied the bag of holding to his waist. Then, after a brief inspection, he activated his magic power and did the thing he regretted the most in his life. Following the jade pendant, a fire swallow flew into the fog in the mountains. Not long after, a beautiful figure flew to the front of the mountain. Wasn't it the impatient Shui? Hee hee. Pu Jianyuan was ecstatic when he scanned the area with his mind power. However, this ecstasy only lasted for a moment before it was replaced by a look of astonishment. However, this astonishment only lasted for a moment before Pu Jianyuan's face was immediately covered by a thick layer of panic. Because, in his divine sense, not only did Shui, who was at the peak of the qi refining realm, but also Xiao Hua, who was at the peak of the qi refining realm. Even Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian, who were at the middle of the foundation establishment realm, came out of the fog. This is bad. Pu Jianyuan hurriedly looked at Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming. The two of them were also extremely panicked. However, even though they were panicking, the three of them did not dare to stay in the air. Instead, they hurriedly tidied their clothes and went forward. Uncle. Shui first saw Ling Jingyi, and her face immediately turned pale. Then, she saw Pu Jianyuan and the others and understood what was going on. However, since Xiangyang, who was at the middle of the foundation establishment realm, was behind her, how could she be afraid? She completely ignored Pu Jianyuan and the others and flew toward Ling Jingyi. However, before she could get close to Ling Jingyi, she saw Ling Feiyun, who had fallen on the stairs. She ignored Ling Jingyi and flew toward Ling Feiyun. Feiyun, Xiaohua flew behind Shui and naturally saw the scene. Although he was not as clear as Shui, he guessed most of the situation. Seeing Shui fly toward Ling Feiyun, he flew in front of Ling Jingyi and swept his divine sense. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of true samadhi fire flew out from his palm and burned the immortal binding ring. That immortal binding ring was just an imitation of an artifact, and its quality was not good. Under the true samadhi fire, it immediately burned like rotten grass and fell to the ground. As soon as the immortal binding ring fell, Ling Jingyi straightened his body and screamed, "Feiyun." He quickly ran down the stairs. At this time, Shui had already helped Ling Feiyun up. Her divine sense swept over him and knew that he was fine. However, the spell that bound Ling Feiyun was cast by Pu Jianyuan, and Shui could not break it. She could only pull Ling Feiyun up the stairs. Xiaohua secretly sighed and flew up. He pulled Ling Jingyi's arm and brought him in front of Ling Feiyun. Then, with a wave of his hand, he broke Pu Jianyuan's spell. Shui was in a hurry and did not think much. She only saw the miserable state of Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun, and could not help but cry. "I am Pu Jianyuan of Flying Phoenix Mountain. Greetings to both of you." In the air, Pu Jianyuan quickly bowed. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan actually bowed, Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming understood in their hearts and did not dare to cup their hands. They also bowed to Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian and reported their names. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian naturally saw the whole scene. They had long regarded Shui as a sister-in-law. Now that they saw her family being attacked, they were extremely angry. However, they were disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Without knowing the whole story, they could not interfere in the affairs of the Cultivation families. Therefore, they only coldly returned the greeting and said lightly, "I am Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian. I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley. You all keep the artifacts and spirit beasts and wait at the side." Yes. Seeing that Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian did not attack as soon as they met, Pu Jianyuan was happy. He secretly glanced at Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming and kept the artifacts and spirit beasts. However, when he collected the Shining Sun and Shadow Moon, there were some abnormalities. The two artifacts actually became one. Pu Jianyuan was happy at first, but then his face became sad. Ling Jingyi was brought to Ling Feiyun by Xiaohua. He released his divine sense and found that his son was fine. Only then did he feel relieved. He looked at Xiaohua with a complicated gaze and then looked at Shui. He clapped his hands and took out 2 pills. He and Ling Feiyun both took them. After a while, when his magic power recovered a bit, he quickly flew into the air and bowed. Ling Jingyi, greet the 2 of you. Huh, we don't dare. Fellow Daoist Ling, we are disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian. At this time, we are taking Shui out to gain experience. I was tired and came to rest for a while. Xiangyang returned the greeting and said, I just want some water to drink and will leave immediately. Seeing that Xiangyang's words were watertight, Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly and said, I am very happy that fellow Daoist Xiang has come to visit. Unfortunately, it is not safe here. If fellow Daoist has the heart, please serve me tea in the hall. Seeing that Ling Jingyi wanted to pull him in, Xiangyang shook his head and said, this place has the Flying Phoenix Ridge, the Yellow Flower Sect, and the Spirit Husbandry Sect. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, I shouldn't be too entangled. Yan Qinglian naturally knew what her husband was thinking, but looking at the tears on Shui's face and the pain in her eyes, she was already impatient. She pulled Xiangyang's sleeve and said a few words. Xiangyang's face was slightly troubled, but this was quickly swept away. He nodded and said, however, since I encountered this, I can't help but ask a few more questions. You too, tell me the reason. Fellow Daoist Xiang, let's talk in the hall. Ling Jingyi smiled apologetically. No need, let's talk here. Xiangyang flicked his sleeve and said. Yes. Ling Jingyi didn't dare to speak anymore, afraid that he would anger Xiangyang and leave in a huff. Yes, this matter should have started more than 10 years ago. Pu Jianyuan didn't dare to be negligent, and without thinking, he told Xiangyang about what happened in the Flame Forest Mountains. This was something that Xiaohua had experienced, and from what Pu Jianyuan said at the end, there wasn't anything that he was lying about. When he was done, Pu Jianyuan bowed and said, Fellow Daoist Xiang, this poor Daoist's family heirloom is missing. It was this guy who took it. This poor Daoist invited 2 of my friends to come and support me, but I just want this guy to swear a blood oath. If the magic tool has nothing to do with him, this poor Daoist will leave without saying anything. But he didn't dare to swear. Tell me, how can this magic artifact have nothing to do with him? Today, Senior is here, so I hope that Senior can make the decision and take back Ai's family heirloom magic artifact. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.